Walking in Another World, ch 631-660. Chapter 631, Explanation. Welcome back, Guilford. Thank you, Mom. These are our colleagues we told you about. The owner of the inn is surprised when she sees us. This inn is close to the dungeon. It's only me, Guilford, Hikari, and Mia who are here. The others are tending to the wagon outside. Don't judge them based on appearances. They're stronger than me. Really? The owner opens her eyes widely. Yes. They already conquered 2 dungeons. I look at Guilford, as if asking if there was a need to say that. It's all about power in the Empire, so this way, people won't look down on you. He whispers to me. That is incredible. Let's get you checked in. You said there were 7 of you, right? Are the other 4 outside? They are, but it sounds like one won't be joining us. That means it will just be 6 of them. And they have a wagon they want to park here. Very well, I will arrange for it right away. I told Guilford Kana will be sitting out this dungeon, and she's going to the giant's village. She could return to the core, but we might as well give her an opportunity to spend time with the giants. We leave the wagon with people of the inn, and we're taken to our room. I can see why it's expensive. And the bath is wide, looking like it's perfect to take it easy. I'll go call the others. Guilford leaves the room, and I create a transfer magic item so I can take Kana to the giant's village. After explaining everything and saying goodbye to Kana, I return to the inn, where I break the magic item. My maximum amount of MP goes down with each magic item, so I dispose of them in places where I don't need them. But when I get back, I hear a knock. We open the door, and see Argo and the others. They come inside, we all say hello to each other, and get right into talking about the dungeon. The dungeon in Zuatria has 10 floors. Like the others, the floors get bigger the further we go, and the monsters get stronger. It's a labyrinth type like Majolica's, with a big difference. Once you go down a staircase, the staircase to the next floor is right in front of you. So we can go down as much as we want. Come to think of it, the map I saw on the way to the guild didn't have staircases marked. That's the tricky part. There's a pedestal near the entrance of each floor, and you have to make a party application there. And you need to hunt a certain number of monsters to proceed to the next floor. Argo says that if, for example, we want to go from the first to the second floor, we need to take out 10 monsters on the first floor. And it can be anyone in the registered party. So if you can find and hunt monsters quickly, you can move on to the next floor right away, says Argo, with a long face and a sigh. Guilford and the others are reacting the same way. Apparently that's because people scramble to take down monsters to advance. Does that mean we have to go through it all over again every time we enter the dungeon? No, if you make it to a floor, you can start there. People compete because in order to enter a floor's boss room, you have to meet the monster quota again. Like in Majolica, boss rooms drop treasure chests with a higher rarity rate. There are adventurers who go around boss rooms, especially on the first few floors where they don't have to take out too many monsters and the bosses are easier. So that's why people compete to take out monsters. When we reached the second floor, we saw people capturing monsters to sell them. We told the guild, but there isn't really a rule against it. And those people aren't just independent adventurers either, some are part of clans. That wasn't the case the last time we were here. Furthermore, the dungeon spawns more monsters when they go down to a certain number, so if they're captured alive, new ones don't spawn. So that's why they're all sighing. So we have to pay to hunt monsters? Yes, Rurika is right. If you have a problem with that, you have to go further away from the entrance. But they're also spread pretty wide, so we won't know how far until we actually go deeper. That sounds pretty annoying, but I can look for monsters with map, right? They're not selling each monster for all that much, but we won't make much of a profit even if we sell their magic stones and materials. Actually, if it's 10 of them, wouldn't that be a big loss? Goblin types spawn on the first floor, and those have pretty much nothing that can be sold. There are superior species of goblin on the first floor, but only regular ones spawn near the entrance. superior species become more common the further away you go. And apparently they all count as one. I think it would be more profitable to just hunt normally. I agree. Not to mention that keeping them captive until they're sold sounds like a lot of trouble. Maybe they sell enough that it's worth it. In any case, Argo looks exasperated. Walking in Another World, Chapter 632, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 1. We head to the dungeon the next day, and on the way there, I see a lot of restraints being sold in stalls, that Argo and the others told us about yesterday. By the way, how far have you gone? We reached the 7th floor, and found a treasure chest. We saved up a good amount of money, so we moved to Elysia. Did you get the treasure chest from a boss? No, we found it when we were roaming around the dungeon. At the time, we weren't confident we could take on the boss of that floor, so that's why they stopped there. We also heard yesterday that unlike in Majolica's dungeon, there's a time limit. If you fail to beat the boss before the time runs out, you're forcibly expelled. Also, boss rooms here have safe zones, where the bosses won't attack. If you figure you can't beat a boss, you can stay there until the time runs out. But there's no cheating allowed, because if you attack from a safety zone, its effect is removed. Of course, the safety zone will be back the next time, but it won't be usable during that fight. Also, people can't enter the boss room for 10 days if they're expelled due to a timeout. This effect stays even if they disband the party and put it back together. If one person has that penalty, the party can't use the boss room. This penalty affects all boss rooms too, so if time runs out on the 6th floor, the other boss rooms are also unusable. It's pretty harsh, but at least they can escape with their lives. True. Argo agrees with Rurika. In Majolica, once you enter a boss room, you can't leave until it's down. Alright, let's go. Argo is fired up, and we nod as we make the party application on the altar of the entrance and go in. Azuretria's dungeon is a labyrinth type. The stone walls faintly exude light, so visibility is good. The issue is that if you stay here too long, your sense of time will be thrown off. It's fine for people operating nearby, but people who stay here have to be careful. The same goes for Majolica's, but we have someone here who is great at keeping the time. Hikari's stomach has a very precise clock. I'm curious about one thing. What if we hunt 5 monsters today and leave? Do we pick up from where we left off next time, or start from the beginning? There's a record of how many monsters you took down, so you just have to go to the altar. But if you can already go to the next floor, and hunt one there, the counter on the 1st floor will be reset. So what resets it is hunting a monster on another floor. That means just going to another floor doesn't reset it. Apparently this is set up like this because the further down you go, the stronger the monsters get, and the more you have to hunt. Some people can't hit the quota in one go, or do, but then run out of consumable items or need to rest. This is also why almost no one goes to the next floor straight after defeating a boss. We're also told we'll learn more about why when we go to a boss room. Considering this, and the fact that people can exit boss rooms, this seems like a pretty kind dungeon. Once we stop talking, I bring out map. It looks like I can use it normally. By using presence detection and magic energy detection, I can see reactions on it. I see, there are a lot near the staircase. These are people, so these are monsters? How does it look, Sora? I can see it normally, but like Argo said, there are a lot of reactions near the staircase. They are probably captured monsters. So where are the ones that roam freely? I see some pretty far from the entrance. And most are either alone, or in groups of 2 or 3. The dungeon is a labyrinth, so even if we know where they are, it will take some time to get there. Maybe spending money isn't a bad idea. I have map, so I know where the monsters are, but it's not that easy for a normal person. They can buy maps, but that still doesn't tell them where monsters are. Argo, if party members are too far apart, do they not count for the quota? I've never really heard about that. Why do you ask? Our parties count as one right now, but let's say our parties split up. What would happen then? That would be more efficient. Sora, people don't normally do that in dungeons. Even if they're fighting goblin types, there's too much risk. And there's a set number of people that can go in a boss room, which by the way, is 15. Walking in Another World, Chapter 633, As You Enter a Dungeon, Part 2. We follow map towards monsters, but we have to walk quite a while to reach the nearest non-captive monster. Like 20,000 steps. It takes about half that to reach the next, which means we're probably not going to reach 10 in one day. Master, are there people and monsters? Yes, on both sides of the next T-junction. There are reactions to the left and right. About 7 adventurers to the right, and 3 to the left. 18 monsters to the right, and 11 to the left. When we reach the end of T-junction, I hear what sounds like whistling from the right side. I turn to the right, and see a man smiling. I haven't seen you around. Is this your first time? What do you want? Argo steps forward and responds before I can. The adventurer shrinks back a little because of the aggression in his voice, but he quickly puts the smile back on. We caught some monsters, so you wanna buy them? This dungeon is pretty big, so you're gonna have trouble hunting on your own. No thanks, we're good. Argo's voice is cold, and the man's cheeks twitch. His friends standing behind him are exuding hatred because of that attitude. Hey, I'm being friendly here. There aren't any monsters around. It's a bargain if you want to go down. Sora, which way is closer? That way, I say to Argo, after he ignored the man, and he faces the opposite direction. Argo starts walking, and since we don't really intend to buy, we follow him. The man, feeling ignored, raises his voice and starts hurling abuse. He's off business mode. I see. The adventurers on the left side saw all this, and they're about to speak to us at first, but stop because Argo is glowering. I turn my eyes to the captured monsters. The passage is about 10 meters wide, and they're next to a wall. Their limbs are bound, but they're not resisting. Their eyes are also closed, like they're sleeping. According to Argo, they're under the effect of a sleeping drug that only works on monsters. It's because some monsters in this dungeon can call other monsters with their cries, depending on the floor. Some people use that to gather them too. Did that happen before? No one did this the last time we were here. I heard it started 3 years ago. Sounds like Argo looked into some stuff before we arrived. By the way, did you guys give out your rank when you arrived? There are adventurers who take the initiative to make their rank known. It makes sense that a higher rank is a status symbol. I've heard that in the Empire in particular, people are more important depending on their rank, so a lot of people brag. That's the impression I have. Yes, in the Empire, the higher your rank, the more you can influence things around you. But it brings a lot of trouble too, so if people don't know, we keep it that way. Well, I did put on airs a bit just now. He was being persistent, and we didn't want to get involved, so I think he was right. I figured their levels would be lower, because we're on the first floor, but the first group was in the lower 20s, and the second in the upper 20s. They should have no trouble taking down goblins, even if they're superior species. According to Argo, there are hobgoblins on the second floor, and superior species of goblin on the third, so they should be able to fight the two. And on the fourth floor, there are orcs. Let's forget about them. We don't need to get involved with them with you around. Sora. He's right, Master. If we can buy monsters, let's buy meat instead. Hikari strongly agrees, and everyone lets out a laugh. But my skill can't solve everything. It's fine on the first floor, but I don't know how effective it will be on the others. There have been times when map didn't work right. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's just take down 10 monsters. We walk around the dungeon for 2 days, and finally hit 10 goblins. It takes a long time because we have to go deep into the dungeon to find monsters that haven't been caught. Also, there are more parties hunting them. On our way back to the staircase, we see the people selling monsters are still here. Actually, it's just the group of 7 people who were throwing abuse at us, and 2 of them must have gone to rest or something, because only 5 of them are around. They see us, but don't really say anything. Walking in Another World, Chapter 634, As You Enter a Dungeon, Part 3. Let's go make a reservation for the boss room. It's not like we couldn't just go in, but that's not going to happen. Argo is right. There's a big line to use it. In Majolica's dungeon, we had to wait in a sort of waiting room, but here we have to make a reservation at the altar. We don't have to be here, but if we go back to the inn and our turn comes, it will move on to the next in line. If we don't go in within 3 minutes when our turn arrives, it will pass on to the next. But then we will be prioritized the next time we operate the altar. It's so needlessly high-tech. That must be why the waiting room in front of the boss is so large. The altar tells me there are currently 25 parties waiting. I have no idea if that's a lot or not, but if they were all here, and considering a maximum of 15 people can enter boss rooms, that would mean there could be 375 people here. Needless to say, this room isn't that big. But of course, only some low-ranked adventurers go in with maxed-out parties, so 25 parties shouldn't actually be that many people. Come to think of it, our party of 11 might be on the bigger side. Or maybe it just feels that way because this is the first floor. I'm pretty sure the boss on this floor is a superior species of goblin. A random one that's not a king or a lord. 25? It might go by fast, because this is the first floor, and people after treasure chests are used to it. People either try to strike it rich against bosses, or go down to earn money more reliably, although it's all goblins until the 4th floor, so if you want reliable income, you have to go there. The 2nd floor has hobgoblins, and the 3rd only has superior species of goblins, so their magic stones are somewhat valuable, but as far as materials go, only king and lord hide, or the weapons they leave behind are worth anything. And in rare cases, a treasure chest drops. From what I've seen, this dungeon doesn't change periodically like Majolica's. Also, since treasure chests are usually found in dead ends, some people walk around looking for them. Their placement is totally random, so it ends up being inefficient, but apparently there's less and less competition the further you go from the staircase. We also have to consider that the dungeon stays the same, and maps are commonly sold outside. How about only a few of us stay here, and go call the others when it's time? Wait, was the inexpensive because? Yes, because it's near the dungeon. We could wait in the tavern in the guild, but that's not relaxing, right? I'd be fine, but it doesn't look like the girls like it. After all, there are people staring without even trying to hide it. Probably because they think it's unusual. And Sarah says she feels scornful eyes among them, like they're looking down on her. The Borshal Empire is all about human supremacy, so it's not a nice place for a beast person like her. I see, so Argo and the others took those things into consideration when they got the inn. They're so reliable. And 25 parties. It's 24 now, but if it takes 10 minutes for every party, that would be 240 minutes. Even if they took 5, it would be 120. I'll stay on behalf of my party then. We could do it. 2 of us could stay, and 1 could go call the others when it's time. It's fine. I'm the one that's least tired here. I don't feel tired at all, thanks to my walking skill. We spent a night in the dungeon, and even though we took turns keeping watch, I got plenty of rest. I guess Sora doesn't get tired. 2 of us will stay here, and the others can go back to the inn. In the end, Guilford and Rick the axe user stay too. Rick is the biggest guy in Argo's party, and he's built like a beast person. He looks fierce, but he's friendly and caring. We say goodbye to the others, and rest near a wall to get out of the way. We're ready to wait for a good while, and start chatting. More adventurers get in line in the meantime, and other parties wait in this room. Sometimes, some run out of the room. Those people were probably hired to be here. They went out to report that their turn is coming, says Guilford. Wouldn't their turn come quickly if they registered again? Some people don't like that. And people who come here often are known to the others, so they know how long they'll take. I guess if they know there's a party that will take long, they'll want to avoid that. There's a lot to consider, and as I'm thinking that, a guy comes over and talks to us. Walking in Another World, Chapter 635, Egg. I haven't seen you around. Is this your first time? I'm Egg, from the clan Jet Black. The man introduces himself as Egg, and scowls at our lack of reaction. Is this your first time here? He asks again. We worked here a long time ago, Guilford says while looking to the side, and Rick nods. How long? Ah, you don't have to answer if you don't want. About 7 years ago. I see. Then it makes sense that you don't know. Our clan is about 5 years old. HN? Does that mean you left the Empire? Yes, we've been going around a few places, mainly in Elysia. I see. And you came back here to challenge it after getting stronger? Apparently Egg is assuming they left halfway through because they weren't strong enough. Why do you think we've been away? Jet Black has an exclusive building in various towns in the Empire, especially the 3 with dungeons. If you don't know that, you must not have been here, said Egg, puffing his chest out with pride. I see, so that's why he knew they haven't been around. I didn't think about it until Guilford asked. So, did you come over just to brag? No, I heard some new people were in the dungeon, so I was curious about what you were like, he says, and Guilford looks at him with suspicion. Don't be so cautious. I know. I'll answer one question if you want to know a bit about the Empire, he says while raising his arms. I don't get why he's so concerned with us. I peek at Guilford, and the corners of his mouth move a little. I see. Why is the town more lively compared to before? I remember this place being less popular than the other 2 dungeons. I even heard in the guild that parties have been hunting on the 10th floor. Even though no one had gotten past the 9th floor in decades. Are you sure you want that to be the one? Yes. Okay. I don't think this place is that different. If I had to point something, it would be that adventurers working in the capital made their way here. In the capital? Yes. Have you heard that after teams were sent to the Dark Forest to take out the Demon King, there was a big turmoil in the capital? Yes. I heard in Elysia that the damage done to the capital was devastating. I heard about it too. What caused it? If adventurers aren't going back, the cause must still be there, right? Well. Hey, wait a minute, I said one question. If you want to hear more, you have to pay for it. He rushes to shut himself up, and his mouth twists in a disagreeable way. I think he might have been baiting us with something interesting so he could use it to negotiate. Sora. Do you need this information? I'm not planning to go to the capital, so not really for now. You heard him. Guilford is one step ahead. He just wanted to know why there were so many people here. He doesn't need to know about the capital. And we're not planning to go to the dungeon in the capital this time. The idea is if we finish this dungeon quickly, we'll go to another. I think it's in Avid. Egg looks disappointed for a moment. I see. Well, talk to me if you want to know about Avid. Or if you have other reasons. Egg looks around, lets out a kind of big sigh, and goes back to where he was. What was that all about? Probably to keep others in check? When we entered the dungeon and came to this waiting area, I felt a lot of eyes on us. I mean, if we really want information about the capital, we can just ask in the guild. So is the idea that there will be clans and parties who want to invite us? Yes. And maybe they really will invite us. Rurika stands out, and Chris draws more attention. And Mia would probably get the same attention if she had her staff. Mia used to carry a staff, but she has a spear now. She's also wearing clothes that are easier for her to move, and traded her long skirt for something with a slit. Guilford is saying this because mages are seen as valuable fighters in the Empire, because there aren't a lot of them. But what about holy magic users? I ask. I think there are quite a few. I remember there being a lot of churches, he says. He wasn't in the Empire for long, but that's what he remembers from being in the capital. But it looks like there's a lot he doesn't know, so maybe Rurika and Chris know more. Walking in Another World, Chapter 636, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 4. We wait for an hour, but there are still 16 teams ahead of us. Then Egg returns to the training area. His mouth loosens into a smile when he notices us looking at him, and he stops in front of the door to the boss room. There are 14 people, who go in until it's Egg's turn. 3 parties have 2 members, one has 3, and another has 5. Egg is with one other person. Each party takes less than 10 minutes to enter and leave the boss room. Egg's in particular is out in 5 minutes. Those jet black people are great, showing off. If it's so easy, go further down, is what I hear around me. Some look up to them, and some are jealous, I guess. They probably are showing off their power. Exactly. They say they're one of the top 5 clans in the Empire, but they're all a bunch of weaklings that couldn't make it in the capital, says a middle-aged adventurer to Guilford's whisper. We're surprised when he suddenly responds, and he also has an expression like he thinks he shouldn't have. Apparently he didn't mean to, it just came out. He looks awkward when we look at him, but "Can you tell us more?" asks Guilford, and the adventurer reluctantly nods and talks. Once he gets going, everything he was holding back comes out. This adventurer is a veteran who has been coming to this dungeon for a long time, and doesn't seem too fond of how it is now. There are a few like him who agreed to stay quiet, but don't like it. He keeps going until his friend calls him. According to him, there are 5 big clans in the Empire, Jet Black being the newest of the bunch. However, major clans are based on the capital, and while Jet Black was also there before the turmoil that happened, the moment it got going, they left some personnel there and moved here. And since they have more people working here now, they've been getting more and more arrogant. Well, more than half of it is jealousy. Why do you think so, Guilford? If they can hunt properly, they don't have to keep going to this boss room, right? I don't know how things are like with the other boss rooms, but if there are fewer people there, it would be easier to keep going there, says Guilford. But you also have to hunt a certain number of monsters to get in. It makes sense that there are more people making the rounds on the first floor. The dungeon gets wider the further down you go, so people can't reliably hunt monsters without good tracking abilities. If they don't have what it takes, they're going to have to stay on the easier floors. Also, some people might be challenging this boss as a way of taking a break. When I tell Guilford this, he smiles awkwardly. And after another hour and a half of waiting, there are 5 teams left. I'll go call the others. Just as I'm thinking it's time to do that, Rit gets up and leaves. 10 minutes later, the others arrive. We tell them what we heard, and another hour later, it's finally our turn. Let's take it out quickly and leave. From what I've heard, finishing this fast is a good way to show our abilities to the others waiting, and so, we're going with magic this time. That makes it harder to retrieve materials, but it's a goblin anyway. The moment we get in, Chris and I fire area of effect magic, and the boss is down. We check the treasure chest that appears, take what looks like a hunting horn, and go back. I think it took us less than 3 minutes to enter and leave the boss room. Once we're back in the inn, we gather in Argo and the others' room, and check what we got from the treasure chest. In a way, this is a good item for us. Argo says that this item used to be considered a dud, and only works in this dungeon. Shamehorn, an item exclusive to Zuertria's dungeon. It calls monsters, and has 8 uses left. Calling monsters saves us the trouble of looking for them, so it is useful. But what is it like? It's like it makes monsters appear nearby. The maximum number that appears at once varies, and we need to be ready for battle. I've heard that sometimes it's more than 10, but I think we should be fine. And after a few uses, it breaks. So it's limited. We could use it proactively starting from the next floor, but I want to see what it's like. If I knew how far down those monster cellars go, that would make it easier to decide where to use this. Walking in Another World, Chapter 637, Zuertria Dungeon, Part 5. The next day, the 6 of us go explore the second floor, while Argo's party goes to another floor. We're checking on what floor we should use the shaman horn. You can use it on the second floor if it's too much trouble, is what they said. But I can use map, so maybe it will be fine. However, I feel like there are even more people here compared to the first floor. I think it's because each party has more members. Also, there are hobgoblins here, and the fact that their skin can be sold as a material might have to do with it. Sure enough, there are people selling monsters by the staircase. They call out to us, but we ignore them. Argo told us that if we don't show any interest, they'll realize it's a waste of time and stop. I felt the mood in the guild was different when we walked in today. Yes. It's like people did a double take. Say Mia and Sarah, and I do feel there were more eyes on us this time. Master, I sense monsters. Which way do we go? There's a crossroad in front of us, and we'll find monsters if we head forward or to the right. If there are monsters in two directions, it's closer to the right. There aren't other parties here either, so how about we split up? Rurika is right, no one else is around. All right. But since the next location is also up ahead, once we're done hunting on the right side, we're coming back here. And so, I go to the right with Hikari and Chris, and the others go forward. Normally, the three childhood friends would be together, but it's best if Mia and I are split up because we can use holy magic, just in case. Maybe it would be better if Chris and I were on different sides too, since we can both use magic, but that would ruin the balance. I'm sure it will be different when Mia is used to fighting up close. There's also the fact that I have the map skill. After Rurika and the others are done hunting, they'll wait there, and we'll meet up with them. This way, we won't miss each other. Be careful, Rurika. That's my line. Hikari, look after those two. Leave it to me. It's clear in Rurika's eyes that Hikari is the most reliable to her. We split up, and head straight to the monster reactions. After walking for about 200 meters, we turn left, and see hobgoblins. 4 of them 30 meters away. They haven't noticed us yet. We can attack them from here and catch them by surprise, but I use provoke to lure them here. They're affected by the skill, and run towards us after a yell, but never reach us. Hikari swings her dagger 4 times, and all 4 are downed by her project/skill. We approach the dead hobgoblins, collect the magic stones, and go back. The monster reactions over where the others are disappear before we get there. After 5 minutes, we reach the others, who are chatting. Did anything happen? Not really. We were just talking about how Mia was fighting. Apparently Mia asked them how she did. According to Rurika and Sarah, Mia took out 5 of the 7 hobgoblins. We were going to jump in if it was necessary, but it really wasn't. It sounds like she didn't have any trouble. Still, Mia herself is unsure, so she wanted to know if she did anything wrong. Master, next. As we're wrapping up this discussion, Hikari pulls my sleeve. I check map, and we head towards the next location. Sadly, there are adventurers near the closest hobgoblins, so we have to change course. After an hour, we take down 3 more. We then have lunch, and 3 hours later, take down a hobgoblin, and then 4 more. We need to take down 20 on the 2nd floor, meaning there's 1 more to go, but unfortunately, there aren't any nearby. I see. 2 an hour away. Let's go take them down. We can camp and come back tomorrow, says Rurika, reaching the conclusion that it will be worse if we go rest and someone else hunts them. I could go by myself, but they're not going to let me go alone, so we decide to all go, camp, and then leave the next day. We register in the boss room while we're at it on the way back, and luckily I guess, there are only 5 parties waiting, so we decide we might as well take it on. There are 10 hobgoblins in the boss room, with 1 of them being bigger than the others. However, appraisal doesn't say it's a superior species. We take them out without any problem, collect the contents of the treasure chest, and then return to the inn, where Argo and the others are waiting. By the way, the treasure chest contained 10 hobgoblin magic stones. Walking in Another World, Chapter 638, Day Off. According to Argo and the others, the 4th and 6th floors have a lot of people, but we didn't see anyone capturing monsters from the 3rd floor down. That's probably because the monsters that appear there are more troublesome. The 3rd floor has superior species of goblin, with the king being one of them. It doesn't spawn often, but people can't just hang around somewhere it might appear. By the way, the boss of the 3rd floor is a goblin lord. The 4th floor has mainly orcs, with a superior species here and there, but there aren't any kings or lords. The boss is an orc general. The 5th has red orcs and black orcs, which are on par with an orc general. They have the fire or darkness attributes, and the boss of this floor is an orc king. The 6th had superior species of orcs, including orc kings. The boss is an orc lord. The 7th has demons. They're close to undead. They're resistant to physical attacks and weak to magic, but especially holy or light magic. But sometimes, one appears that's strong against them. We gave up on the 7th floor because we were a bad match for it. And that's also why the 7th floor is relatively empty. There's less competition, so it sounds like it's a good hunting spot for the ones that can hunt there. But since the boss is a demon lord, few challenge it. At first I wonder why a different type of monster appears here. But all I can come up with is that it's because it's a dungeon. The 4th and 6th floors have a lot of people because they're profitable. Orc meat sells well. That probably relates to the food supply situation in the Empire. Meat produced here is shipped to other towns. That's probably why there were so many wagons coming and going on the way here. What about the red orcs and black orcs on the 5th floor? Is their meat no good? I ask, and Hikari nods like she's very interested. Apparently they taste good, but they're a pain to hunt, so not many do. It sounds like it's treated as high-class meat because of that, and almost no one sells it in stalls. Let's work hard to hunt them. That whisper reaches my ears, and when I look to the side, I see Hikari clenching her fists. What about you? I ask Argo and the others. I don't really remember hunting them. We went straight to the 6th floor, says Argo, and the others nod. Once we're done talking, we decide to rest for today, and go to the dungeon tomorrow. When we say we're going out, Rick, Harold the Great Sword User, and Cliff the Spear User say they're coming along. Yes. If it was just you guys, people might mess with you. Argo and Guilford are going to the guild to see if they can learn anything there. It's kind of weird to see Argo all serious and hard-working. The impression he made on me in Elysia is still strong in my mind. We go outside and, Master, I'll gather information, says Hikari before taking off running towards the stalls. Rick and the others are confused, so I explain to them that to Hikari, gathering information means going around stalls. After taste testing a few, she says they're not very good. Our expectations were low, because of the food situation in the Empire. But we couldn't rule out the possibility of finding one that's good, so Hikari still went around them. Her dark expression tells the tale, but the stalls are still serving one customer after the other. Compared to those preserved foods, you know, says Rurika, and Chris nods with an iffy expression. Rick and the others too. According to them, preserved foods sold in Elysia are pretty tasty compared to the ones sold here. Not that this was ever a reason to buy them. Rurika and Chris can cook even outside, so they never had to buy them. Not to mention that Chris can create water with magic. Come to think of it, not to brag, but people who can use magic are pretty valuable. It's not just about fighting. Being able to use water magic seems pretty important. If they don't have stuff like item bags, that is. And if a clan is big enough, they'll have them. Are we going back already? Asks Rick after we go through the stalls. Should we? Are you sure? Didn't you want to see stuff like equipment? I wish people would stop staring. Rurika looks around, and shakes her head. Apparently Chris and the others are bothered too. It's because you all stand out. The boss room incident probably helps too. Harold says after Rick. We challenged the first boss room with Argo's party, but went at it alone on the 2nd floor. Did we attract attention because it took us so little time? As I think that, 10 men appear in front of us, and they're clearly vulgar. It also feels like other people around us are getting away. Are you the new people I heard about? One of them asks with his mouth twisting. Walking in Another World, Chapter 639, Invitation? The guy with the nasty look in his eyes is looking at the girls like he's licking them. Chris and Mia hide behind me. Who are you people? I don't gotta talk to an old man. The guy says to Rick with contempt. Ladies, how about you ditch the old guys and join our B-rank party? We just happen to have 5 open spots. And that beast person? Well, we'll let her in too. Rurika shivers a little, and I can see her clenching her fists. I keep that in my peripheral vision while casting appraisal on the guys. Their levels are in the 30s, with the highest being 34. They'd be on the lower end in the Beast Kingdom's dungeon, but about medium level in Majolica's. In Majolica, it was easy to rank up, and it looks to be the same here. Hey kid, beat it. I hear an angry yell while I'm thinking. I guess they see me in front of Chris and Mia. I can tell by Chris' hand holding my sleeve that she's shaking a little. Her level is higher, but it makes sense for this overbearing attitude to scare her a little. Or maybe she's just disgusted and angry, and so, as their attention turns to me, I unconsciously activate a skill. I haven't had the chance to use Intimidate lately. The guy in front of me is affected by it, takes a step back, and falls back after losing his balance. I used it in the spur of the moment and I haven't used it in a while, so I might have used it too strongly. Yes, I didn't hold back at all. Not to mention that I only targeted the guy that spoke. He tries to talk, but his mouth is shaking too much. The others around him are baffled. When he starts visibly sweating, I stop the skill, and he starts taking deep breaths. I guess he wasn't breathing properly. I generally only use this on monsters, so I'm surprised by how effective it is. One of the guy's friends asks if he's okay, but gets no response. Eventually, people start gathering and wondering what's going on. The guys realize this, grab the guy on the ground, and run away. He can't walk on his own, and someone else has to support him with his shoulder. I call my map and use presence detection and magic energy detection to see their reactions, and use the memory skill to remember them. I doubt they'll mess with us again, much less attack us, but still. What did you do, Sora? Asks Rick as he watches the guys leave. I use the Intimidate skill on him a little, I say, and Ruruka smiles for a second. I can tell she's given me her stamp of approval. I see. Should we go back to the inn? Asks Rick, and no one says number. Maybe you guys shouldn't go out by yourselves for a while, Sora, says Rick on our way back. Because the same thing might happen again? It could. But it should get better as we go down the dungeon. Rick is right. If you keep advancing through the dungeon, people will see you're strong. Well, some people might think you're just hanging around us, says Clift with an awkward smile. We're plenty strong on our own, but people who don't know us might think we're their hangers-on. We beat the first 2 boss rooms quickly, but I guess that's not enough to be seen as strong. When we reach the inn, Rick and the others go to their room, but it doesn't look like the others are back yet. We've got nothing to do. Ruruka sits on the bed and dangles her legs. It's still morning. Should we ask if we can borrow the inn's kitchen? We probably can't use it to prepare lunch, but maybe we can borrow it when it's free, to make food to have in the dungeon. We've been spending just one night there, but the number of monsters we have to take down to access a boss room increases until the 5th floor, and the floors themselves get larger, so it should take even longer. Although it would be different if we used the shaman horn. I have 3 months worth of cooked food in the item box, and half a year worth of ingredients, because I stocked up before coming to the Empire. But that's just for our party, so if Argos also eats, I'm going to run out sooner. They have big appetites. I think people will think it's weird if they see me cook, but actually, I think just having proper meals will stand out. That said, I don't want to eat preserved foods, so I'll just have to use presence detection to look for a good place to eat. Yes. We're free anyway, so let's ask. Ruruka gets up, and goes to ask the innkeeper. I don't think any weird people come to this inn, but I go with her anyway. We're told we can use the kitchen during off hours. Their cookware are magic items, so I figured we'd have to pay to use them. But they say they'll let us use them for free if we teach them dishes we know. Walking in Another World, Chapter 640, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 6. Tasty as always, says Argo while biting meat tofu skewer. Guilford and the others nod in agreement, and reach for meat on the plate. The ones made by Hikari have one larger lump, but grown adults aren't going to be satisfied with just one skewer. And Hikari is reaching for her second one too. There wasn't anyone by the entrance of the 3rd floor selling monsters, but there weren't any monsters running free either. They spawn in random locations, but if there are people nearby, they'll take them down. The boss of the 3rd floor is a goblin lord, so there are fewer people fighting it again and again too. But there are still some people who come to the 3rd floor, looking for goblin kings walking around. This is the place with the highest spawn rate of goblin superior species, except for lords, and there's the rare king too. They're strong compared to other goblins, but everyone's after the magic swords that they sometimes carry. But since each king carries a different weapon, it's all up to luck. Not to mention that sometimes equipment disappears when monsters die. Well, even if they're goblins, magic stones from superior species should sell for a lot. That might be a good way for people without magic bags to make money. It's easier to make money with the orc meat on the next floor, but that means having to carry it out. That's easy with item bags, but it still comes with conditions, the most important of which being preservation. Meat rots, so people have to bring it back before it does. It keeps for longer if the monster's blood is drained, but that's hard to do in a dungeon. Especially in a labyrinth type with nowhere to hang them. Come to think of it, does this dungeon have magic items that return people to the entrance? Return to the entrance? Asks Argo, and I tell them about the return stones found in Majolica's dungeon. Have you ever heard of something like that? No, Guilford says to Argo. Well, there are people who hide information about precious stuff. Maybe it does exist. True. And it could be sold in auctions, and we wouldn't know. We gathered information about monsters, but we only know the items we've seen, says Guilford after Argo. By the way, they knew about the shame horn because they bought one cheap. We looked for another one being sold when we got here and investigated the dungeon. There were a few in stalls, but we were surprised to see they were being treated as precious items. Then should we sell ours? Well, none of us needs money that badly. And if we get to eat food this tasty, it's already worth it, says Rick, and the others nod. They also say that after having good food in Elysia and other places, they can't go back to the bad food of the Empire. Even food that's good in inns is iffy on stalls. And preserved foods are rich in nutrients, but the taste. Should we start the afternoon hunt then? After eating and resting, we resume the exploration. We don't find a goblin king, but encounters in general increase as we get further away from the entrance, because there are fewer people. But now it's hard to go back, says Argo with a sigh when we hit our quota. Rurika and the others are nodding too. I'm the only one that's happy to walk. In the end, we have to stay in the dungeon for 4 days to complete the 3rd floor. We peek at the boss room on our way back, and since no one's around, we make our request and go in. The boss is the easiest part. It's a goblin lord and its minions, but they go down in less than 10 minutes. I remember to try intimidate on the lord, but it only dulls its movements for less than a second. I guess a lord has resistance. It works on the others though. And the treasure chest is empty. Ah, I heard this is a very rare phenomenon, but sometimes it really does have nothing. Argo says this is even rarer than getting a valuable item. What about the Goblin Lord's magic stone? I want to buy it for myself if I can. Okay. What about the others? We can sell them. Precious magic stones are useful for alchemy and creation, so I want to keep it. We can sell the others in the guild, so we split them among everyone, and I pay for everyone's part of the Lord's magic stone. They are reluctant, but take it. Not just Argo's party, mine too. Even if it will be used for the party, I still don't know if it will be used. Walking in Another World, Chapter 641, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 7. Let's hunt a lot. Hikari is fired up as we go to the 4th floor. Our targets are orcs and their superior species. We need to hunt 40, but if they are nearby, we can hunt more. Also, this is the last floor where the quota goes up. It's all the same from the next floor onward. Sora, you don't have to use Intimidate, says Rurika, as I look on at Hikari with an awkward smile. Intimidate is useful, but relying on it too much will make my sword skills grow dull, so I'm normally prohibited from using it. My levels work differently from the others, but my walking has gone past the limit of 100. Intimidate is still level 8. So there's room to grow. Maybe I'll even be able to use it on lords once it maxes out. So Sora, what about monsters and people? It's pretty busy, I say to Argo while looking at map. There are a lot of monsters and people. HN? This reaction. What's wrong, Sora? I don't know if I should respond to Chris. She sees me hesitate, and keeps staring. She's not going to stop, is she? I could purposefully pick a longer route, but Hikari, Rurika, and Guilford might notice something's off. The adventurers that messed with us in town are here. Those people? I nod. Then let's go there. Rick, we should make a display of power to people like that. I agree. Once they know we're above them, they'll be quiet. This is especially true for adventurers of this country. Clift is polite, but what he says sounds harsh. But will we just conveniently find monsters near them? We could use that. Argo is talking about the Shamelhorn. Can we use it near others? We don't have to worry about that. After all, if there aren't any monsters nearby, what else can we do? We just have to emphasize that, says Argo full of confidence. But Guilford and the others shake their heads. I mean, it sounds really on the nose. Is that really okay? Let's just go there and see. If they have someone with searching skills, they might realize someone's approaching and come have a look. And with Sora's map, we can get around them, says Rurika, and we head towards those guys. She has a point. On the way there, we come across a group of orcs, and they go down in no time, even though there's a general leading them. I take out their magic stones, and put them in the item box. What should we do with the orcs? Sell them in the guild? There are a lot, and it would be tough to take them all apart. We could do it if we had a place to take them apart, but there are too many. Argo and the others also think it would be too much trouble, but our eyes all focus on Hikari. I want general meat. Superior species are tastier. Also, she might be prioritizing the red orcs and black orcs on the next floor. We'll keep a few of those for their meat, and sell the rest. It's our second day here, and I think it's around the time when the sun is coming down, when we meet our quota. We haven't reached those guys yet. They keep going deeper and deeper in search of monsters, and further away from us. Also, there have been plenty of times when we're fighting monsters, and more appear nearby. How about we rest and think about what to do next? We've achieved our goal on this floor, so we're thinking it's a pain to purposefully go after those guys. It would be different if they were coming this way. But we get our chance the next day. As I keep watch, I check map, and see them heading towards the staircase. So there are people who hunt at this hour too, says Harold while swinging his great sword down. The fact that new monsters are spawning means they are being taken down somewhere. Looking at map, I see not every party takes a break at the same time. An orc warrior comes towards me, and I cut it down. So what happened to them? Asks Argo after waking up. So I tell them they've come relatively close. Then let's do as we planned, he says, and everyone nods. I'll say when it's time. Hikari, I'm counting on you. It would be faster if it was me. But Hikari wants to use the Shamelhorn, so I give it to her. Walking in Another World, Chapter 642, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 8. The opportunity comes past noon. Hikari, now. Just before they leave a T-junction, Hikari blows the Shamelhorn. The low sound sends a chill down my spine, and I feel magic energy reactions around, and the number. The next moment, monsters appear where the magic energy reactions are, and Hikari's eyes shine. I can't imagine many other parties reacting like that. A group of orc generals. I hear a squeaky yell from the passage. Yes, the Shamelhorn summoned a group of orc generals. The reactions that appeared from the passage stop, and there are metallic sounds. They probably can't see us because of the wall. The next moment, I hear a surprise day, and 3 orc generals spray blood as they fall. The blood dirties the wall, and I hear general cries. Even after their friends go down, the orc generals attack us. They yell to try to scare us and raise their weapons, but they're slashed before they can swing them down. One of their arms hits a wall, making a dull sound. They go down one after the other, and I see the guys on the other side with surprised, twitchy faces. Sero approaches the last general with an axe in each hand, and swings one vertically and one horizontally into a cross. The general is cut in 4 pieces, and hits the ground before it can make its last sound. I retrieve the cut corpses, and the passage remains dirty with blood. We wouldn't normally do it in such a showy way, but we did it so the guys understood, and to cause a bigger impact. Can we even sell these in the guild? Well, we can eat them ourselves. Master, they're not moving. They're not. Oh well. We did what we set out to do. There's really no point in talking to them. Yes. Let's go back, says Argo while looking at them, and they avert their eyes. I look at them through the corner of my eye, as Chris and I both cast purification magic and we head to the exit. It's only when we turn at the end of the passage and leave their sight that the geese move again. They're moving slowly in the same direction as us, and the distance is growing wider. We showed the difference in our strength, and that it's dangerous to mess with us. Rick and the others told me what happened. They were pretty full of themselves, says Argo as I check up on them with map. They won't be coming close after seeing that. We really overdid it, says Guilford about the way Rick and the others fought. Rick let his strength guide his axe, and sent chunks of flesh flying when the blade hit one of their stomachs. He's generally quiet, but also the kind of guy you don't want to see angry. That was definitely burned into their eyes too. Then Rick apologizes to Hikari, but she doesn't care. In fact, she enjoyed seeing those guys scared. We're back, but what do we do about the boss? How about we go in? There are only 2 parties waiting. Argo waits for us to respond, and then registers. It looks like this is the right choice, because as we wait, more and more people register and wait to fight the boss. This is because the party that's in there now has been there for over 30 minutes. Actually, the one before that took about the same amount of time. We understand why once we go in. The 4th boss room is bigger than the 3rd, about 70 meters on each side. There's an orc general in the back, with orc warriors, orc mages, and orc archers lined up. But there are 30 of them. The moment we leave the safe area, the orc general yells, and the others charge forward. But they don't reach us. Chris is done chanting, and when she swings her staff, a wave of flames engulfs them. The monsters are roasted without even being given the chance to scream, and once the flames are gone, all that remains is a treasure chest. Was that spirit magic? Yes. It's hard to use, but powerful. It spends a lot of magic energy, and it takes time to activate. Chris used it immediately because she got to prepare in the safe area. So, what's the treasure this time? A horn. Hikari takes the shaman horn. Appraisal tells me it has 4 uses remaining. Walking in Another World, Chapter 643, Countermeasure. Red orcs and black orcs appear on the 5th floor. They look just like orcs, the most noticeable difference being the color of their skin. However, people who think this is the only difference are surprised by their power and agility that's on par with orc generals. But the most troubling things are the red orcs' fire and the black orcs' darkness skills. Red orcs have their confidence boosted by the power of their flames, and they have high attack power. They can use fire magic to attack from a distance, but their slashes are the biggest threat. They envelop their weapons in flames, so they are almost like magic swords. Individual monsters are different, but high-level red orcs are stronger than kings or lords. I've heard that it's best to run if you come across one of those. Well, if you can tell the difference by just looking at them. There's a reason why not many people hunt on the 5th floor. The red orcs are troubling, but so are the black orcs. Red orcs excel in attack, but black orcs are more about defense. The darkness around their bodies blocks attacks, and they use darkness magic that causes status effects. Among them, Fascinate is the most dangerous one, because it makes friends fight each other. People affected by it see others as enemies and attack with all they have. And since the other person doesn't want to hurt their friend, they can't do the same. It's always going to be bad. But it doesn't work if you're ready for darkness magic. And you can buy magic items for that purpose. And yet, not many people hunt here. One of the reasons is that the magic item is expensive, but what's worse is the quota. You have to hunt 25 of each type of orc. That means a total of 50, but on every other floor, every monster counted for the overall quota. When you combine that split with the monsters themselves being troublesome, that's why people avoid this floor. Well, we have Sora and Mia with us, so I think we'll be fine. And we have a lot of people who can attack from a distance. Darkness magic can be blocked and cured with holy magic. Also, darkness magic can only cause status effects in an area of 5 meters around the caster. If you keep some distance, you can hunt safely. Chris and I can use magic, and Hikari has her projectile slash, so we can attack from a safe distance. I think this is part of the reason why sorcerers are so valued. A lot of people would like to hunt here, but can't. Should we rest for a day? or go to the dungeon tomorrow. I think we'll rest plenty today. We can go tomorrow. I've already checked with Rurika and the others. Then tomorrow it is. I nod. But are you guys okay? I ask Argo. Yes. I mean, this is pretty easy compared to the last time we were here. We're hunting at an unbelievable pace. The other members of his party look off into the distance like they're remembering it. Last time, they were just starting out as adventurers and challenged the dungeon on their own, so once they went in, they spent 2 or 3 days in there. When they spent even more time in it, they rested for a week, and then repeated. Once back in our room, we rest and get ready for tomorrow. Mia is making holy water, which I'll use to make magic items that are good against darkness magic. As for the magic stones, I'll use orcs. Magic stones from strong monsters make magic items more effective, but using several can also bring them up to the same level, although you'd need a lot if you were using magic stones from goblins or wolves. I'm making these magic items just in case. We can take monsters down from a distance, and block and heal with holy magic, but you never know what might happen in a dungeon. I can't imagine monsters will take us by surprise, but they could spawn close to us. Once I'm done, I attach the magic energy absorption effect, and make throwing weapons. These are mainly axes with the light attribute, since Black Orcs are covered in darkness. If we're not worrying about collecting materials, we can easily take them down at our level, but we want to collect their meat. Also, according to Argo and the others, Black Orcs and Red Orcs have valuable skin. We're not hurting for money, but that is no reason not to earn some. And we want to secure some materials for ourselves too. With the alchemy and creation skills, I can make equipment that's resistant to fire and darkness, so I tell the others to collect materials when possible, only if they can safely do so. Of course, that won't be useful on the 5th floor here, but it might be in other dungeons. For example, I heard that there's a dragon on the deepest floor of the dungeon in Prix. Once I'm done making magic items for everyone, I go rest up for tomorrow. Walking in Another World, Chapter 644. As you enter a dungeon, Part 9. We attract a lot of attention from adventurers on our way to the dungeon. I feel like their eyes are split into 2 categories: fear and interest. Did those guys talk about us? Argo is talking about those ones that saw us fight in the dungeon. That should make us less likely to be approached by rabble. Rabble is right, says Guilford with a sigh. I look out of the corner of my eye at some people looking at us with interest, and see faces I recognize. I'm pretty sure it's those people from Jet Black that spoke to us on the waiting room in front of the door to the first boss room. But they don't come talk to us. Sora, can you use it? Yes, asks Rurika as we go in. She's purposefully not referring to it as map. There's no one around, but she does that to maintain a habit of not saying stuff like that carelessly. I bring out map, and use presence detection and magic energy detection. There aren't a lot of people here. 2 parties of 15, and the rest is all monsters. The magic energy reactions are split into 2, Red Orcs and Black Orcs, but I can't tell which is which. There are parties to the north and east, so there aren't any monsters there. Should we go south? One party is headed west, so if we go there, we might end up scrambling for the monsters. There are a lot of monsters there, but I don't want to end up fighting over them. And if it comes to that, we can use the Shaman Horn. Although there is a 1 in 2 chance it could pull a dud. After 15 minutes of walking, I see there are reactions of monsters after the next corner. Which ones are they? I think it's Black Orcs, whispers Argo while unsheathing his sword, and Mia answers. How can you tell? I guess I feel the evil. Mia uses holy magic, so I think it's her intuition at work. And sure enough, we turn the corner, and see Black Orcs. They see us, let out yells, and run towards us. Me, Chris, Mia, and Hikari all use long-distance attacks. I use light, Chris wind, Mia holy, and Hikari her projectile slash. It looks like only my attack and Mia's are effective. Chris and Hikari's are blocked by the Black Orcs' darkness and disperse, but still, 3 Black Orcs go down. Sarah, leave it to me. They've gotten close, and within her range. She's holding throwing axes with the light element with both hands, and throws them. The axes fly sharply, and one hits a black orc, keeps flying after ripping through its body, and hits another black orc behind it. It's hit right on the head, and it silently falls back. The other throwing axe cuts the head of another black orc. That leaves one, and I fight it with Mia. It approaches us and releases magic energy. It doesn't look like it needs to chant either. It looks like its darkness magic activates automatically. But it doesn't look like it can fire one after the other, because no more magic energy comes after the first blast. Mia, don't take it down just yet. I want to see how long it takes it to fire the second one. There's only one, so we have the leeway to check. When we cross swords, I can feel it's stronger than the average orc, but not quite as strong as a general. Also, the magic energy it released never reached us. The durability of our magic items didn't go down, meaning it couldn't breach Mia's holy defense. Also, her holy magic's effect is continuous. Their magic power might vary between individuals, but I think it's safe for the others to fight them up close. I want to test how long the magic defense lasts, but I can't keep everyone waiting. 5 minutes after its first magic energy blast, the Black Hawk does it again, and I finish it with a light-infused mithril sword. I retrieve their bodies, and tell everyone what I learned from fighting them. I see. So it's thanks to Sora and Mia that it was so easy. There's no way they're so weak normally. We can assume the people hunting them now are ready to deal with them. Yes. Argo, didn't you say there were a lot of quests in the guild about buying Red Orc and Black Orc materials? Yes. A lot. Argo and Guilford said that after going to the guild yesterday to gather information for attacks, we'll either have Sora infuse us with the light element, or rely on Mia's holy magic. That would be a bigger burden on you, Mia, but would you be okay? I'm not like Sora, but I do recover while walking, so it's fine. Mia responds to Ruruka's worries with a smile, and the others smile too. I don't think we'll be fighting groups of monsters one after the other, considering how far they're spread. We discuss what to do next time, and move out looking for the next group. Walking in Another World, Chapter 645, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 10. The next ones are 3 red orcs. I say to everyone while looking at the reactions on map. I step in front and hold up my shield, and when we turn the corner, the red orcs are in the dead end of this passage. About 10 meters away from us. They see us, and release magic, 2 fire arrows and 1 fireball. Surface and point attacks. I knew from the distance that they would attack with magic, so I calmly cast Aura Shield and block their attacks. They explode when they clash into the shield, disturbing my vision. And then a red orc breaks through the smoke to attack. It's holding a large thick axe. I think you could call it a blunt weapon at this point. It raises it above its head, and swings down fast. Still, I stay cool, brace, and block it with my shield. My vision was blocked, but presence detection still told me it was coming. The only thing I wasn't expecting was its power. It's stronger than a general. And when you consider the time it took to cross the distance needed to attack me, it's faster too. Was it the combination of speed and strength that made that attack so strong? I think about it that far, before swinging with the mithril sword in my right hand. It cuts and flings back a red orc that appears from the side, but the attack isn't over yet. After all, there are 3 red orcs. The last one closes the distance, and charges at me with its spear. But it never reaches me, because the moment I feel the wind, the blood of the spear-wielding red orc sprays. Its body is left with marks of 2 slashes, and I see Ruruka behind it. But it isn't just her who's moving. Others like Sarah and Argo are also attacking. I also move to counterattack, but they're tough and hot. I'm sweating just being near them. I feel like the temperature is going up as the battle intensifies. Still, 15 minutes after it began, all the red orcs are down. Was it like this the last time we came? I think so. I completely forgot. But I don't remember it being this hot, says a sweaty Argo. Sora, I will cool you off, says Chris while casting ice magic around us, and I cast cleaning magic on Argo and the others. The sweat is gone, and the damp clothes are dry. Now we just need to drink some water. I feel like I get why people don't come here, says Rorika while drinking water like it's delicious. It's hard to counter the unique characteristics of the red orcs and black orcs. We have more magic users than most parties, but I imagine those other parties have to be ready to spend a lot when they come here to hunt. Come to think of it, we did run out of money last time, says Argo while thinking back. No, you should have remembered that sooner. I say that to myself, but Rurika comes out and says it. Argo responds with a dry laugh. Master. Let's keep hunting. And Hikari is in her own world like always. You're full of energy. I'm not tired either. But her eyes are shining. I wanna hunt all of them fast and take them apart somewhere and have their meat. Hikari nods. We could do it in the dungeon. There aren't that many people around anyway, so I'm sure we won't be a bother. Sora, you can make tools to drain their blood, right? Asks Argo, and Hikari turns to me with expectant eyes. It's hard to say no when she looks at me like that. But in order to make her wish come true, we need to take them apart somewhere. And if we do it here, that saves us the trouble of looking for a proper place. And we need tools to hang them. The dungeon floor should soak in the blood, but maybe I should make containers to retrieve it. Blood can be used with the alchemist and creation skills. Let's drain some of them when we camp. Hikari happily nods. We end the day with 7 red orcs and 13 black orcs down. We're draining the blood of 3 of each. I'm sure if someone saw them hanging, it would become a topic of discussion later. It should be obvious that draining blood stinks of blood, so Chris and I take turns blowing the smell away with wind magic. The smell could attract monsters, but there aren't any around. Sora, let's take them apart while we're at it, says Rick as we finish having breakfast. Hikari's eyes shine. That's all right. And Sora can use materials from those orcs to make equipment against fire and darkness even in a place like this, right? Asks Chris, agreeing with Rick. Yes, I could use those materials to make equipment with alchemy and creation. I've talked about it with them before. That settles it then. Let's hang up the others while we take the drained ones apart. While we're at it, because we spend time doing this, we only end up taking down 3 red orcs this day. Walking in Another World, Chapter 646, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 11. One more. Do you know where it is, Sora? I do, but it's far. We've been on the 5th floor for a week. We've already hunted more than 25 red orcs, but we're missing 1 black orc. Fighting them is very easy with the equipment you made. True, say Argo and Guilford. They're wearing robes made with red orc and black orc materials. They also have other monster materials and holy water mixed in, and have the effects of fire resistance and darkness magic resistance. It really is equipment specialized for this floor. It should work well against other monsters that use darkness magic, but we won't know how well they do against monsters like liches until we try. I could make these with alchemy, but it would take more materials than with creation, and the effect would be a little worse. This would only affect the fire resistance, because it would still block most darkness magic. And since that includes Fascinate, it would be plenty helpful. After we leave the dungeon, I'll make stuff with alchemy and take it to the Alchemist Guild. Even if it's basically in name only, I am a part of the Alchemist Guild. And this equipment might make it so more people hunt on this floor in the future. It's mostly Hikari who recommends I do this, but her main reason is so more meat leaves the dungeon. I won't do it now because I need materials. And when I do, I'll mention Buzzin, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild in Majolica. It's in another country, but maybe mentioning that I know a guild master will make them more accommodating. Maybe I can get them to keep quiet about who provided this equipment. Should we use the Shaman Horn? How long would it take to go and return from where the Black Hawks are? About 5 days, I say to Argo. Incidentally, it would take us 3 days to reach the staircase from where we are. The issue is the trend we've been noticing with these monsters. Only red orcs spawn nearby. It seems the others hunting here avoid black orcs, so no new ones spawn. They only fight them when they have to. We still have some uses, so we can use it once or twice, says Argo, and he looks at Hikari. She nods, and takes the Shaman Horn out of her item pouch. We hold our weapons, and magic energy is created by the sound. These are 3 red orcs. Leave this to us. Keep playing, Hikari, says Argo, and Hikari blows on the shame horn again. 7 black orcs. Okay, you deal with those. Argo and his party face the red orcs, and we face the black orcs. Sarah and Rurika run towards them, with their weapons that have the light attribute. Still, they can't take them out in one hit, but the battle progresses in our favor. Chris, slow them down. I use provoke, and attract the attention of the black orcs Sarah and Rurika aren't facing. Those 5 turn to me, and one disappears from my sight. Once it's done collapsing, I see Hikari behind it. She snuck a hit from a blind spot and destroyed its magic stone. The others turn to Hikari, so I use provoke again. It looks like one of them dying temporarily removes the effect of provoke. I keep using it and firing light arrows to draw aggro. Hikari erases her presence again, and moves around to try to sneak into one of their blind spots again. They're all facing me, but Chris casts tornado in a smaller area to hinder their movements. This results in 2 of them being separated from the others, and Mia and Hikari each attack one. I focus on the other 2. And while I can confirm they're using darkness magic several times, the robe blocks its effect. I block attacks with my shield and counterattack here and there, but I don't move forward too much. One of the black orcs is bigger than the others, but my party will come to help once they're done with the black orcs they're fighting. First it's Sarah, then Mia. Once we have the numbers advantage, I start mainly attacking, and all the black orcs are down. Then I turn to Argo's party, and see them taking down the last red orc. Walking in Another World, Chapter 647, Alchemist Guild. What about the boss? Asks Argo. We could rest at the inn this time, right? We won't be kept waiting anyway, says Guilford, and we do just that. Everyone's looking tired after 10 days in the dungeon. Taking monsters apart didn't help either. But when I say I want to go to the Alchemist Guild, I'm going to, says Hikari, and Rick and Harold say they're coming along. The Alchemist Guild is nearby, but they say it's just in case. I figured Mia and the others might come too, but they're tired, so they're opting to rest. The Alchemist Guild is on the 2nd floor of the Adventurer Guild, and there's not much activity here. There's only one receptionist despite there being multiple reception desks, and the place is somewhat dimly lit. I use presence detection, and sense more people in the back, but not a lot. When we go in, the receptionist raises her head slowly, but soon lowers it again. As I get closer, I see she's reading a book, but I call out to her. What? She says after raising her head again. She sounds bothered by me. The book she's reading is about alchemy, but I think she should show a different attitude when someone comes in. Her attitude makes me hesitate to bring my stuff out. Master, this is no good. Let's go to the Merchant or the Adventurer Guild, says Hikari quietly, picking up on what I'm thinking. She really left a bad impression, for Hikari to say this despite wanting more meat on the market. Rick and Harold leave the decision up to me, and don't say much. What? She asks again, sounding annoyed again. Nothing. I decide not to give them the items. It will hurt the adventurers here, but it can't be helped. Also, I have a bad impression of the Empire anyway, because of the invasion of Eldo and how they treated Sarah. Let's go back and rest. Sorry for dragging you along. No problem. Yes. We wouldn't have sold it either, say Rick and Harold with exasperated expressions. I get that there aren't many people here, but she could stand to be more accommodating when someone does come. I brought them research materials and everything. Maybe I'll give this stuff to Buzzin next time I'm in Preeks. I could send it from here, but it would take time. Not to mention the uncertainty of whether or not it would get there. We haven't encountered many, but this world does have bandits, not to mention monsters. People whose job it is to transport stuff hire guards for that reason, but there's no guarantee. Although I think the chances of failure are low, and so, I put it in the item box until the time comes. Oh? Back already? Asks Rurika when we enter the room again. It looks like she's tending to her equipment. Mia is next to her, so I'm sure Rurika is teaching her how to do it. I tell them what happened. You had no choice then, says Chris, Looking kind of exasperated, I joined them, and I'll tend to my equipment until it's time for bed. Cello robe, durability 34/100. This is a robe I made with creation, with fire and darkness resistance. It doesn't look damaged, but analysis shows me the durability has gone down. That just shows how many red orc and black orc attacks it blocked. I'm holding it in my right hand, and a magic stone in my left, and I make magic energy flow. The magic stone shines red, but loses it gradually, until it's transparent, and it breaks. Cello robe, durability 88/100. One magic stone isn't enough to restore it completely, so I use another one. I check it again, and it's perfect. I do the same with everyone's robes, and I need to remember to do the same to Argo and the others tomorrow. I don't think we'll fight any more red orcs or black orcs in this dungeon, so I don't think the cello robes will get to shine again. Actually, there are demons on the 7th floor, so maybe we should equip them there. There are red ogres on the 8th floor, but those don't really have much in the way of the fire element, so I don't think we'll need them. With this done for now, and since the food is ready, we head to the dining hall. Today we're having red orc and black orc meat, so Hikari is happy. Of course, since we brought this here, the other customers are having regular food. Argo and the others share it with people they know, and they look surprised. Maybe there really will be more people hunting on the 5th floor. Maybe it's not that simple. Walking in Another World, Chapter 648, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 12. Tomorrow we'll take the whole day off, so let's take it easy. We've now beaten the boss of the 5th floor, and finished exploring the 6th. There were a lot of people on the 6th floor, and since the quota was 100 monsters, we used the Shame Horn 3 times. We managed to finish it in 3 days, because a king appeared in all 3 times, along with its numerous entourage. Also, apparently a king is worth 10 monsters. The rules of this dungeon really are a mystery, but at least it helped us finish faster. Do you know about demons, Argo? I'd like to hear how we can counter them, if you know. I see. We need to prepare, so we'll tell you what we know. I would like to check the reference room if possible, says Chris while Argo and I talk. Then how about you go with us? Maybe they added new information. Sora. I'm pretty sure you can't use the reference room. Because you're not an adventurer, so you have to sit this one out. We'll talk and gather our thoughts after we come back. And so, Chris and some of Argo's party go, with Rurika and Sarah instead of me. Rurika doesn't look too happy about it, because she's not good at sitting still and reading. I'm staying in the inn with Mia, Hikari, Rick, and Harold, and we're borrowing the kitchen. We went through a lot of food on the 4th floor. But we're also doing this because Rick and Harold want to learn. Mia is teaching Hikari and someone from the inn, and I'm teaching them. I say teaching, but we're focusing on the basics, mostly soup. As for meat, Hikari can tell them later the proper way to roast it. Picking your flavorings is important. If it's not something too complicated, you can mostly decide it by taste. I use combinations of stuff I bought in stores, so I'll teach you how to get a feel for that next time. It comes down to preference, so they should make things that suit them. This time, I'm teaching them simple stuff like how to cut vegetables and when to add them to the soup. We have this for lunch, as we wait for the others to return. Demons. They're kind of like spirits, so physical attacks don't work too well. Magic swords, silver swords, weapons with elements attached, and magic are more effective. They're hard to take down, but their magic stones have a high degree of purity, and fetch a good price. Part of the reason for their high price is that there aren't that many out there. Their most notable characteristic is their tendency to run away. Run away? Yes. We don't know the exact criteria, but it's said that they run away once the battle has gone on for a while, or they take a certain amount of damage. That's why it's hard to hunt them, and why we gave up on this floor. So there aren't many people on the 7th floor? I hear it's pretty much just Jet Black. Them again? He says they also help people who want to move past the 7th floor. For a considerable fee, of course. Argo says he doesn't know how high or low it is. Well, they say help, but it's probably just because they want to monopolize hunting grounds. And according to Chris, Demons use long-distance magic if they're far enough away, so people have to deal with it and get close. And that's hard to do when there are multiple demons, because their magic seems infinite as they keep firing it, making it hard to get close. Monsters do have magic energy, so I figured we could wait for it to run out and rush them, but they run away when that happens. Apparently some people can get close enough just before they run out of magic energy. And there's some unconfirmed information about them running inside walls. And records also mention that if you do manage to get close and deal some damage, they won't run away immediately. The word immediately implies they do run eventually, but apparently it's a different story if we keep dealing damage. I wonder if provoke will work. So, I guess it's up to Sora's party this time. Argo says they could slip between the magic of one or two, but they shouldn't force themselves too much, because demons also cast magic in an area. Do cello robes block it? Apparently not, as demons don't cast darkness magic. Using magic in an area is useful in labyrinth-type dungeons, because we can fill a passage with it. But it's not so good when it's the enemy that's using it. Demons' bodies are like spirits, so does that mean we can only collect magic stones? I think they drop horns and feathers too. Horns in particular are useful to make weapons that are good against demons and undead. That makes me wonder why there aren't more people hunting here, but only skilled blacksmiths can handle those materials, so not many people can make those weapons. And by not many people, I mean apparently none. Walking in Another World, Chapter 649, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 13. This isn't a good place for me, says Ruriku after we enter the second floor and finish a battle with demons. Looking back on it, we fought 3 of them. Individual demons can use different magic, and they attack with different elements. They're also good fighters in that they adapt to long and close range when using their magic. This is especially true when they combine elements like fire and wind to fight together with good synergy and increase their power. Of course, it could just be a coincidence. In any case, since they filled the passage with magic, and Ruriku's gale skill doesn't actually teleport her like transfer, if she used it, she would be jumping into their magic. That's why she says she's not good with them. I took the brunt of their attacks with Aura Shield at first, but after a while the demons started to take some distance, so we started moving forward. Aura Shield spends more SP when I enlarge it, but since this is a passage and not an open space, I could maintain it without spending a lot. So the environment worked to our advantage too. As for their tendency to run away, the moment the magic stopped, Chris pinpointed their positions and created barriers of wind to the left, right, and back, blocking their escape and slowing them down. Then all we had to do was get close and finish them. Demons run away after using a lot of magic because, like the monsters on the higher floors of the first dungeon, they're easier to attack once they run out of magic energy. That's also why they run away when attacks start connecting. Conversely, this also means they have the intelligence to make these decisions. It also felt like provoke didn't work as well as it usually does. The quota here is 50 demons, which is less than the previous floor, but they're harder to hunt. Also, the boss of the 7th floor is a demon lord. People who hunt here do so for the magic stones and materials, and definitely not to fight the boss multiple times. And when people hire Jet Black to help them, they send 2 or 3 people per boss fight. Any less, and defeating the demon lord would be difficult, is what Argo and the others say. I think it makes sense, because even with the safety area, there's a penalty in the form of having to wait to challenge it again if you fail. We keep hunting to hit our quota, but then we notice something. The different types of demons. Demons' elements change according with the magic they use. So demons that use a lot of fire are fire demons, demons that use a lot of water are water demons, and demons that use a lot of darkness are darkness demons. We notice this because the demons that use darkness magic clearly don't move as well as the others. Demons aren't undead, but they're close, so Mia is their mortal enemy. We're well equipped, so we don't have much trouble with them anyway, but Mia's presence might be weakening them. And so, when we find demons, we don't have trouble with them. Yes, when he can find them. That's the biggest problem right now. I can see them constantly moving on map, and I know where they are. Normally we would just have to head towards those reactions, but demons won't make it that easy for us. I didn't know they could also pass through walls when they're not running away. When Chris told me they passed through walls when they ran away, I didn't think that was something they did whenever. But of course, it hit me eventually as I watched map. The last 8 are far, says Argo with a sigh. Should we use the shaman horn? We have 6 more uses. We want to save them for the last 3 floors, but we also don't want to finish the dungeon with uses left. How about we hunt normally for the rest of the day, and use it if we still aren't done, says Argo after thinking about it. No one objects, so we keep looking. We managed to hunt 5 more, but that's it. But we don't use the shaman horn, because we just happen to come across ones phasing through a wall on our way back. Walking in Another World, Chapter 650, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 14. Most of the documents about the boss of the 7th floor, Demon Lord, are pretty old. The reason why is clear. In the past few years, Jet Black has been hogging most of the information, all to retain their advantage. That's what a lot of adventurers think anyway, but since adventurers are not obligated to share information, no one can do anything about it. Sometimes, information is money. And if you don't like that, take information to the guild yourself. This dungeon has safety areas you can run to if you don't think you can defeat a boss, so it's possible to defeat a boss even if it takes dozens of tries. The downside is that you have to hunt demons every time you want to try, and you have to wait some time to challenge the boss. Anyway, according to the documents, the Demon Lord summons minions. It feels like the upper floors of the first dungeon. And it also says that it summons minions multiple times, but it won't do it until all the others are down. Then can't we leave one alive, and then just focus on the Demon Lord? I can aggro the last one and keep it busy while everyone attacks the Demon Lord. But Chris quietly shakes her head. It says here that the last one will self-destruct. Self-destruct? Yes. Chris says it will happen if there are more than 2. Then I can take one and someone else can take the other, right? The problem is who? It would be great if Kana was here, since she has high defense. Argo and the others could face them one-on-one, but it wouldn't be as safe. It would be better if it was 2-on-1 to minimize the risk, but that would mean fewer people attacking the Demon Lord. What about Mia? Another thing. The more Demon Lord minions we beat, the stronger it becomes. If that's true, we should probably hold off on taking them down. I wonder how much each defeated demon powers it up. Apparently this information was provided by Jet Black. Argo says they purposefully revealed that. If this is true, it definitely makes things harder. There's no doubt that information about the boss getting stronger makes it more difficult for people who reach the 7th floor to challenge the Demon Lord. And that in turn creates the choice of relying on Jet Black to continue. They have their past record, and declared that they'll help people wanting to go past this floor. So we try to take down as few minions as possible, and if that doesn't work, try to stop it from summoning more. Worst case scenario, if we take down too many and feel the boss is too strong, we can always run to the safety zone and try again another time. Argo is right. In any case, we have to try and see. The simple fact that we can do that makes me feel more at ease. Of course, we're not going in the planning to just scout and not take the boss down. It would take a long time to hunt the demons again. And since they don't drop meat, Hikari's motivation is low. 2 days later, we enter the boss room. There's 0 waiting time. Once we're all in, the door closes, and the boss spawns. Demons are about 2 meters tall, but demon lords are about 3. There are other differences, like its equipment being more showy. It has bracelets and rings too. And they're not just for show, they have effects. They increase its stats, but have their own durability, so if they're broken, its stats will go down. I don't know how tough they are, or how much force we need to destroy them, but I guess we can think of it like, if they're destroyed in battle, lucky us. I tell this to everyone just in case. Sora, please take on 2 of them. Chris, if you can keep them trapped with magic, do it. We'll aggro demons, so take on the boss. Rurika, we're going to try not to take down the Demon Lord's minions. Chris, me, and Argo's party will fight them, while Rurika, Sarah, Hikari, and Mia fight the boss. Of course, if this doesn't work, we'll change tactics. And as I draw the demon's aggro, Chris and I fire magic at the same time. Walking in Another World, Chapter 651, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 15. Mia's point of view. Firestorm and tornado magic rages inside the boss room, but they are cancelled without reaching the demons. I assume Sora and Chris dropped the power of their spells so it didn't kill the monsters by accident. And they don't want to deal too much damage either. But what they did was make the monsters lock onto the people they saw attack. Magic is unleashed again, this time coming only from Sora. Many wind blades attack the demons and rip their bodies. This one is activated too quickly for the demons to use magic to cancel it out. Sora can cast magic so quickly thanks to a skill. He even uses different spells at the same time. The 10 demons that were attacked are now walking towards him. Even if he protects himself with a shield, it can't be easy to block attacks from 10 monsters. He could get through it with skills for a short period of time, but he can't use skills and magic forever. He's going to have to recover. But I'm not worried. Argo and the others are on the move. The 5 of them are drawing in 7 demons. These monsters are a bad match for them, but they can handle them well if they're focusing on defense. The real hard part about this battle is that they can't put these monsters down. Demons also use magic up close, so they need constant attention. Sora is now blocking attacks from 3 demons. It doesn't seem dangerous yet, but Chris has magic ready to fire. But she's also keeping an eye on Argo's party, in case they need backup. I take a deep breath, and follow Rurika and the others as they run out. We're heading towards the Demon Lord. I grip my spear tighter, but I'm going to fight. While supporting with holy magic, Hikari unleashes a projectile slash, and Sarah and Rurika get close enough to attack. I also watch for intervals to attack with a spear. Just as I cast support magic, an invisible wall blocks all of our attacks. Sarah's axes carry the most offensive power, but even they don't get through. But we've encountered this phenomenon in the dungeon infers, so it doesn't shake us. We'll just keep attacking until we deal damage. I'm about to attack again, but cast holy magic. Rurika and the others are enveloped in light. Support magic wears off with time, but also if enemies keep attacking. That's why I have to focus and cast it again before it's gone completely. It's tricky to use, especially since the effect doesn't stack. It would be simpler to keep casting it one on top of the other, but there are only so many times I can use it, so I can't waste it. I can recover MP with mana potions, but even those stop working for a while if I drink too many. The others know this, so they run around the boss while being careful not to get attacked. Especially Hikari. Rurika doesn't use a Gale skill to attack unless she knows it will hit, and retreats every time an attack lands. Sarah is always fighting up close, but the fact that I get to focus mainly on her means there is a lot less I have to deal with. She dodges attacks from the Demon Lord, and sometimes blocks them with her axes. Darkness magic is blocked by my support magic, and other elements are stopped by infusing the axes with magic energy. She can't keep the magic energy flowing at all times because she doesn't have a lot, so she only does that when attacks connect. But she does more than just block. She swings her axes at every opportunity. Her low magic energy means she can't use it to attack, but the weapons already have a holy element attached. But even if Sarah is strong, this is a Lord-class monster. It's not something for a person to fight alone. Thankfully, despite some dangerous spots, anytime Sarah's posture falls, someone jumps in to buy her time to recover. I also help a few times, but my attacks don't reach it. If they don't reach it like this, maybe I should use my beast person transformation to increase my attack power and then make it use its magic energy quickly. But there's a problem. I've been training to control this transformation better while we traveled, so I won't be thrown around by its power. The problem is that while my power would surpass even Sarah's, I wouldn't be able to use holy magic very well. It wouldn't be out of my hands completely, but I wouldn't be able to use it precisely like I'm doing now. I feel like this will change as I get used to it, but I'm not there yet. Big Sister Mia, bear with it for now," says Hikari, who can see me gripping my spear tighter with frustration. Yes, I nod, and take a deep breath. I'm sure the monster is also having a lot taken out of it, so I shouldn't rush. We should stay safe and continue weakening it. And so, I clear my mind, and thrust my spear when I see a chance. Walking in Another World, Chapter 652, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 16. Sarah's point of view. When we move out while dodging the demons, we see the demon lord. It's twice as tall as me. I get close and swing my axes, but an invisible wall stops them. I'd be pretty confused if this was the first time, but I've seen this a few times before. From here on, it's basically just work. Scrape away its defense until our attacks can reach it. The difference is that this time I'm more focused on defense than attack. Sora's normally in front of us to protect us, but this time, he's busy with the demons. Still, even if I'm on defense, I'm attacking just as hard. There are fewer attacks, but they're just as tough. I need to attract its attention, and if I'm only defending, it won't see me as a threat. I don't have any skills that do that or anything, so I really need to make sure it doesn't target someone else. I feel like Ruroka and Hikari can dodge it, but that only goes for physical attacks. Demon lords use magic, so we need to keep just enough space between us. I can't really step up into it and deliver good attacks. Still, I managed to keep up because of Mia's support magic. I can tell it's blocking the demon lord's magic. I wouldn't be able to tell that before, but I got the magic energy control skill after beating Majolika's dungeon. Now I can feel the fine flow of magic energy. I can tell the monster's magic energy is moving too, so I can infuse magic energy before it attacks. I just sort of know it's using magic. Normally, I can't feel it this clearly, so is it because I'm more focused and my senses are sharper? And thanks to the magic energy control skill, I can smoothly use my magic energy only when I need it. That's the biggest plus, because I can use it to boost my defense when it attacks. I got a magic item to boost my maximum amount of magic energy after beating the dungeon infers, but it's still low compared to Ruroka and Hikari. I block the demon lord's flames, and swing my axe after stepping closer. But it reads my attack, and backs off. With time to spare. That's okay, because I'm not alone, and it gets hit with a wind blade after stepping back. Hikari read what it's doing based on its pattern so far. The demon lord is caught off guard, and the attack is blocked by the magic energy wall, but we keep going. Just as it's about to attack again, wind passes by it, and Ruroka is suddenly behind it. The attack performed with Gale is blocked, but the impact makes the demon lord lose its balance. Then Mia attacks with her spear, and I attack from the other side. Suddenly, the feeling I get from that attack changes, and the demon lord screams. Is the barrier gone? I swing again, and hit flesh. If it was before, I would have kept attacking, but I hold back. This is a superior version of a monster, so we don't know what trump cards it has. And I'm here as everyone's shield. I should keep an eye on it, guard everyone, and attack when I can. As we fight, we break a few of the demon lord's accessories. And every time, its movements get duller, and the impact I get from blocking with my axes gets softer. Sora said they're boosting its physical abilities, so that Blessing is running out as it loses equipment. This back and forth eventually comes to an end when one of Ruroka's attacks hits it, and the demon lord's body begins to crumble. The fighting around us goes silent too, and I let out a sigh. Good work, Sarah. Are you alright? Thanks to you, Mia. Ah, and Ruroka and Hikari too. Really? But it was thanks to you that we could focus on attacking. I didn't expect you to block magic head-on like that. I was surprised. Ruroka's praise tickles. I wanna go home and rest. And it's easier to always be on the offensive like normal. Being in front and guarding everyone means everyone's life is in my hands, not just mine. That feeling is pretty draining mentally. I think it's impressive that Sora's always doing that. Walking in Another World, Chapter 653, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 17. We go back to the inn after beating the demon lord. I'm honestly pretty tired. It's not just because I fought multiple demons for a long time, but also because of the reaction from the other adventurers in the guild. I didn't expect all that fuss. We'd still be there if it wasn't for Argo and his party. It's temporary. They're just surprised about someone beating the 7th floor without Jet Black's help. It will cool off eventually. I hope so. I say to Urika. So Sora, what are we doing tomorrow? Rest the whole day, and look into the 8th floor the day after. And go back to the dungeon the day after that. That sounds good. We can rest tomorrow. I don't feel like going outside. Maybe we can soak in a nice bath. That sounds tempting. Especially when the exhaustion is piling up. Everyone else agrees with Mia's idea too, and that's what we do. Take it easy in the inn the next day. Argo and the others don't go out, so they go drink in the tavern. More like a bar, that only customers can use. I don't drink, so I didn't even know about that place. The day after that, we go to the guild's reference room. It's a bit late, so there aren't many people here. Adventurers start the day early. My sense of time gets screwed up when I'm in the dungeon. So the 8th floor. It has ogres and red ogres, and the quota is 200. It doesn't specify separate quotas for ogres and red ogres. Red ogres are strong, but there's nothing to watch out for other than that. I don't think that's true. Look, it says that when ogres and red ogres appear together, red ogres take the lead and they're harder to hunt. Guilford says, after Argo spoke nonchalantly. It also says that red ogres go into a frenzy when cornered, making them more troublesome. The real issue with that isn't that they're harder to beat, it's that they attack friend and foe, and if they take down other ogres, they don't count for our quota. So we should prioritize ogres if they appear together, I guess. And like the boss of the 7th floor, someone can keep the red ogres busy. They take the lead, but still come out and fight. And unlike Hawk generals, they don't give very detailed orders. Well, I think it's easier to overpower them, says Argo, and the rest of his party nods. That would just be an issue of compatibility, but I guess they have confidence in their power. And I think in their experience too. It would be different if they were like demons, and physical attacks didn't work too well. And I'm worried that when it's easy for people like us to hunt them, we have to compete for the monsters. The 9th floor looks like it'll be trouble too, says Argo while looking at a document about that floor. The 9th floor has an assortment of the monsters that appear on the previous floors. There's even a low chance of a lord roaming around. And yet, there are still many people hunting there, because there are a lot of treasure chests. People risk their lives for those, but I guess that's what being an adventurer is about. Also, if you happen to get a super rare one, you're set for life. Save money slowly and steadily, or take risks to follow your dreams. It also means the difference between leaving that occupation sooner. Although some people keep being adventurers even after hitting a rare. We end up looking into both floors, and then go back. The next day, we're all ready, so we head to the 8th floor. It's easy to prepare, with Sora around. Normally it would take time to tackle the dungeon again, because we'd need to prepare our food and tend to our equipment. If you can afford extra equipment, you can alternate between using it and having it serviced, but you'd need at least 3 sets. One to use, one to keep as a spare, and the other one being serviced. It varies from person to person, but I don't think clans worry about this sort of thing. The clans supply equipment. That's a plus, but they're always going to have disagreements about their activities, so there has to be an upside. Not to mention that the more people they have, the more likely it is that there will be people you don't like. That's not related to me at all, so there's no point thinking about it. Walking in Another World, Chapter 654, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 18. I hear the roar of a red ogre, and footsteps echo shortly after. 10 ogres are charging, led by a red ogre. They're close to 3 meters tall, so it's like a wall is closing in, but that wall never reaches us. Ha ha. In one strike, Argo lets out a dry laugh upon seeing them engulfed in flames and burned. But now we can't harvest materials. Chris is right. Even the magic stones are gone. And since this magic uses a lot of magic energy, it will be hard to use it frequently. Well, that can't be helped when it's this powerful. So how do we fight next time? I guess take them on normally. Chris wanted to test her magic, So we left the first group to her, and we've seen the result. Can I just draw them to me? No, let's try fighting without that. Maybe there will be situations where we can't rely on you. Like the 7th floor's boss. Then we keep encountering groups of ogres, and keep taking them down without any danger. Argo and the others are excited. Probably because they had to bear with the 7th floor, which had enemies resistant to physical attacks. Argo's swordsmanship is especially sharp, and he handles ogres like they're kids. But the others don't fall too far behind, taking them down easily even one-on-one. Their rank is not just for show. It's been 5 hours since we entered the 8th floor, and we've taken down over 100 monsters. But the counter soon stops going up, because we've hunted all the monsters around here. We're going to have to walk for a bit, I say while checking map. I see. Fufu, you sound happy, Sora. Argo is dejected, but Mia laughs. And she's right. But we can't find monsters by just walking randomly. If there's a party nearby, they might end up reaching the monsters first. There's an implicit agreement not to bother other adventurers when they're fighting, or swipe their kills. That means we have to go to a place where there are monsters but no people. It feels like most parties are also looking for monsters. How about we see how things go while we eat? If you say so, Sora, let's do that. Maybe some people are on their way back. On the flip side, there could be new parties entering the 8th floor, but there's nothing we can do about that. And map is also showing me some parties that aren't moving. They might start moving again too. It's always bright in the dungeon, so it's easy to not even realize you have day and night flipped. It could be time to go to bed right now. We end up eating and taking turns napping, and then keep moving. How does it look, Sora? There are more people not moving. But we should move away from here to hunt. There aren't any people on this route, but quite a bit of monsters. A lot of people are centered near the entrance, so our chances of finding monsters go up as we go away from it. There are also parties who leave after some time, because they're not sleeping here. I can see a party that left 2 days ago, and they stay near the entrance. I assume this area's viability depends a lot on people's ability to take items back with them. Apparently ogre skin can be used to make armor. After 2.5 days of walking, after we destroy a group of ogres, I see a change on map. People are leaving the dungeon? Yes, a group of 50 ogres appeared near the entrance. It looks like the ogres we're taking down far away are respawning there. And that's the reason why parties are moving outside. Each party tends to have about 15 members, so they probably don't like their odds against 50 ogres. Also, the ogres are taking position near the entrance and not moving from there. It's like they're waiting for prey. Well, this happens. It's none of our concern. We can take down whatever's left when we get there, so let's take our time, says Argo, not sounding bothered. He probably thinks we can take on 4 times as many ogres as our party members. There are a lot, but the size of the passages means only so many can fight at the same time, and 50 can't attack at once. And there aren't any wide areas in Zootria like there were in Majolica. Walking in Another World, Chapter 655, Zootria Dungeon, Part 19. We start heading back to the entrance, which is in an awful state. Before we know it, there are 100 ogres near it. If we waited there, we wouldn't have had to go looking for them, says Argo, but more than half of them are here as a result of our hunt. Should we hunt them? No one's doing it, so we're free to do so. I also see some parties that were left stranded and can't go back. It will take us over 2 days to get there. And since we already met our quota, we don't need to go out of our way to hunt them. Someone here would be happy to do it if they were orcs, but ogre meat has some quirks that makes it not be as good. It can be prepared in a way that makes it taste better, but it takes time and effort. And it would be trouble to deal with all of it. We could just sell it all in the guild, but that might cause another ruckus. We already have the materials of close to 200 ogres, so that will be another 100. I say close to 200 because we took down some ogres in a way that ruined their materials. Is there a way around it? No. Or rather, it's almost like they're blocking the way. It feels like they're blocking the entrance. I was thinking people could come down the staircase and ambush them. But strangely enough, That's the only place where there aren't that many. And even the ones that are close aren't that close. I don't think people could be ambushed right after coming down the staircase, but is there some dungeon rule that prevents them from getting close? Is there a variant species? Variant species? Yes, it's like a superior species. It has a higher intellect than normal ones, and special abilities. Well, it's not something that you find frequently. They're rare like named monsters, but not as rare. I've encountered one of those rare ones before. Well, it's not worth thinking about it too much. If they are there when we get there, we'll hunt them. That's all. Argo doesn't sound bothered. It's like taking down 100 is easy, variant or no variant. It'd be hard if it was just us. But we have you guys too. We're counting on you. Since people aren't getting close, we could use powerful magic to exterminate them. It would be hard to coordinate with other adventurers, and even harder to trust my back to them. It would be one thing if we knew them. But since we started coming to a dungeon in the Empire, we haven't really met anyone friendly. Argo and the others don't seem to have any acquaintances here anymore either. That's why most don't know their A rank. So basically, we don't have to rush. We can walk through the dungeon at the same pace as always. We don't have much to do as we walk through this never-changing scenery with no monsters, so we talk more. Some talk about fighting, some about food, one asks questions about Morrigan, and others chat about nothing in particular. Still, we make sure we're cautious. I know there aren't any monsters around thanks to Map, and Rurika, Hikari, and Guilford can also tell, but we still have to watch out for monsters suddenly spawning. That said, nothing as bad as them spawning right next to us happens. If that sort of thing was allowed, we wouldn't get much sleep at night. However, we still can't be 100% sure they won't spawn nearby. After all, dead people wouldn't tell us about it. How are things over there, Sora? They're not fighting, but there's some movement. What kind? Some parties are getting together. I see. But then we won't know what they're doing. It's hard to tell from map alone if they got together to beat back attacking monsters, or to band together to clear a passage. What? Some people are moving away. Are they scouting? Scouting? Yes. They're probably going to fight. Maybe they don't have a lot of food and consumable items. Argo says they'll be fine as far as meat goes, because of the monsters they take down, but the same can't be said for potions and such. And most importantly, water. You can create it with magic, but without a sorcerer, that's not possible. Not to mention that even if they have them, they'll want to conserve magic energy to fight. There are sorcerers that are only a hindrance in battle without magic. That's why many parties make sure to have water even if they can create it. Even knowing it's one more thing to carry. I see. You need it to survive after all. And as Argo predicted, the next day, the battle between the adventurers and ogres begins. Walking in Another World, Chapter 656, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 20. There are a lot of ogres, but all the adventurers that made it to the 8th floor are tough. As the battle starts, it goes well for the adventurers. I see an ogre's reaction disappearing, followed by another one. After a while, the ogres that were almost twice as many as the adventurers are now about the same in number. This is in spite of the fact that there were close to 150 ogres when the adventurers attacked. At this rate, the adventurers will win. But just as I'm thinking that, one adventurer reaction disappears. What happened? Mio asks with concern after seeing my face. One person disappeared. That can only mean one thing: this person was taken down by an ogre and killed. Mia gulps, understanding that too. We don't know this person, but it still strikes a chord. But this is only the beginning. One is gone, then another. And close to these reactions, is one monster reaction that's stronger than the others. About the time when 12 reactions of adventurers disappear, they start to run, getting away from the ogres very fast. The ogres don't chase them too far, bringing this battle to an end. The monsters took more damage, but if we had to call a victor, it would be them. After all, the adventurers didn't accomplish their goal. What should we do? Argo asks Ruriku after I say what I saw on map. Even if we're going to fight, we should talk to them first. The adventurers? Yes. If there's a variant species, It doesn't hurt to have information. I doubt they'll be stingy about revealing it. They want those ogres out of the way too. Whatever beat back the adventurers can't be just a normal monster. And it might attack in a way we're not expecting. Although it would be worse if it didn't have any special attacks, because it would mean it's just that strong. We meet up with the adventurers, and feel the heavy atmosphere in the passage. We see people lying on the ground with their hearts broken, like they're waiting for death, and ones suffering from their wounds. Argo was right. They don't have enough consumable items. The ones that are particularly bad are the ones suffering from poison. Poison? An ogre attacked with poison? Then one adventurer says said poison came from an ogre with a different color. Mia and I heal the wounded, and give them water. They take it and lie down, and seem to be settling down. Poison. They wouldn't be equipped for that here. Argo is also surprised by this attack. Unlike Majolica's, this dungeon doesn't have traps, so it's not unusual for people to not have the means to deal with it depending on the floor. They need to be ready for it on the 7th and 9th floors, because of the demons, but ogres don't cause status conditions, so it's not strange to not have potions to heal them. So a variant species. It sounds stronger than red ogres, and it sounds like it takes command too, and the way it commands is pretty bold and heartless. Argo says the adventurers told him it was going well at first. But looking back now, they were just being led on. As they took down ogres smoothly, they were being led deeper into a counterattack. It was a sneak attack from the side passages, that they would normally not overlook. They were thrown off, their formation broke, and they ran. The poison also caused panic. So what now? There's a variant species, but I don't think we need to change our strategy that much. Poison isn't that big of a threat to us. Chris and I can exterminate them with area of effect magic, and we have plenty of ways to attack from a distance. Are you fighting? Well, we can't get back if we don't. The adventurers listening to us can't hide their surprise. The fact that we're new here doesn't help. Then wait a bit. We're helping. I'm thrown off by this offer. We don't know how strong they are, and most importantly, if we can even trust them. Well, as long as you don't get in the way. But I doubt you'll get to do anything, says Argo plainly. Now it's the adventurers who are baffled. In the end, the battle goes without much trouble. There's a black variant species, but the moment the ogres are in sight, we attack with long-distance magic. Chris and I take turns, and all the nearby orcs disappear. Before I know it, the variant species head is flying. So slow, says Hikari as it falls limply. She threw out a projectile slash just to see, and killed it easily. It takes less than 30 minutes for the ogres to be mopped up, and for us to leave the dungeon. The adventurers watching don't say a word, and simply leave behind us. Walking in Another World, Chapter 657, Azuretria Dungeon. Part 21. The next afternoon, we go to the dungeon to beat the boss, but for once, there are a lot of people waiting. There are people we saved yesterday among them, and ones we met just before we beat the ogres blocking the path. Incidentally, surviving members of parties who suffered fatalities aren't here. Facing a boss room with fewer members isn't a good idea. I don't know if they're going to give up on being adventurers or form new parties, but they could also move to another town. What would I do if someone in my party died? It's not a pleasant thing to think about, but it crosses my mind because I saw a scene of death yesterday. No, what I have to do is make it so that doesn't happen. Walk and learn skills. The problem with skills is that there's so much to choose from, that I don't know what to pick. I'm sure people would call this a luxurious problem to have if I spoke about it with someone. Let's not think about pointless things. We have a boss to beat. There are a lot waiting. I'll make a reservation. Argo takes care of that while I'm deep in thought. There are 5 names on the screen. 1 currently fighting, and 6 parties waiting. The 7th floor was pretty empty, but the 8th not so much. I wonder how long it takes to beat this boss room. Should someone stay here while the others go rest in the inn? Suddenly, someone speaks to me. If you want, you can go first. Someone's offering their place in line. Not just one, multiple parties. Is this really all right? It's fine. They're thanking us for yesterday. And I'm sure they're curious about how long it's going to take us, says Argo, as Chris feels reluctant. That reason doesn't sound right, but it's actually spot on. Argo isn't trying to keep his voice down, and several adventurers smile awkwardly or look troubled when they hear him. Still, it's good that we don't have to wait. Ah, the first name is gone. They're done with the boss room. The second party then walks in. That's a party that wasn't in the dungeon yesterday. We're going in next. I wonder how long this party will take. We talk as we wait, and then other adventurers talk to us. They mostly talk to Argo and his party, and they feel like normal adventurers you'd find in any other country. Maybe it's because they feel indebted to us for saving them, or maybe this is just their real personality, but it shows me that not everyone in the Empire is arrogant and oppressive. Well, I guess I knew that already. Argo and his party are from the Empire, and they're nice people. Still, what I heard from Chris, Rurika, and Sarah, and my impression of the first adventurers from the Empire I met are vivid in my mind. The 4 adventurer party from the Empire we found on the way to the magic state of Ifar was a hopeless group of people. What's our plan for this boss room? It's not really much of a plan. Once the monsters spawn, Chris and I will preemptively attack with area of effect magic. If there are survivors, we take them down. That's all. It's very simple. Unlike on the 7th floor, the Ogre Lord doesn't get stronger the more underlings go down, so we don't have to think about much. I guess that's why a lot of people use this boss room even though it's on one of the lower floors. Eh? They get progressively stronger? That's what we felt, so it might be wrong, but it felt like the minions that periodically spawn got stronger every time they spawned. Or maybe it just felt this way because we got tired as the battle dragged on. I can hear them talk as I think, oh, it's over. I raise my head when I hear Argo, and one more party is gone from the list, making Argo's name the next one. Ready? I nod and get up. We waited for about 2 hours. It's not like we're in a rush, but the Ogre Lord must have a lot of stamina if it takes that long for people who made it this far to beat it. Argo, about what you were talking about before. I want to check something, so can we fire magic after that? Something on your mind? I guess it's fine. Guilford and the others don't mind either, so I'm going to use appraisal before firing magic to check the levels. Walking in Another World, Chapter 658, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 22. The minions get stronger. After waiting for them to spawn twice and casting appraisal, I understood that I don't understand. They all had different levels, and the second group also had monsters that had lower levels than the first. If we're averaging them out, I'd say the second group was higher, but not much. Maybe that slight difference would make them seem stronger, but if I had to place a bet, I'd wager on the exhaustion of the long fight having a stronger effect. Maybe they get stronger from the third group forward, but we didn't have to go that far. I just figured if it spawned more, I'd appraise them. Anyway, the reason why this fight drags on is the Ogre Lord. It's tough. Too tough. Being hit with Chris Spirit magic 5 times wasn't enough to take it down. A Goblin Lord goes down in 1, and an Orc Lord too. It's the same with my magic. Furthermore, in the time it took between her magic attacks, Argo and the others approached it and dealt damage. And it still didn't go down, because of its regenerative abilities. I could see it regenerate after being hit with magic. And cuts disappeared right after they were dealt. There was no doubt it was its immense magic energy that was making it happen, so we had to keep going until it was dry. Ogres don't use magic, so the fact that the magic energy was all used for regeneration also helped. The reference materials said it was tough, but I wasn't expecting this. If Sora didn't teach us about magic energy, I'd assume it would never end and give up. Say Argo and Guilford with sighs. And Chris makes me wish we had a sorcerer too. There are a lot compared to holy magic users, but not that many in general. And that number goes down a lot more when you're looking for someone that can fight something like this. I listen to them talk, and I kind of feel like that's why our adventure in this dungeon has been drawing attention. Come to think of it, few parties have sorcerers. We've met a lot of parties with sorcerers, so our perception of their rarity is skewed. Then again, we don't usually work with other people in the first place. Should we end it here for today? We've already looked into the 9th floor, so we can rest for today, even though it's still morning. Rurika and the others don't object, so we head straight to the inn. Argo and the others take it easy in their room, and after resting a bit in ours, we borrow the kitchen. We're not cooking to eat now, it's to eat in the dungeon. We don't know how long we'll be the next time, so we prepare a lot. It's finally time for the 9th floor. Those demons will be trouble, says Rurika while cutting vegetables. But I'm looking forward to the treasure. You're right, Hikari, but there are a lot of people there. I hope we don't end up fighting over the monsters. The quota is 500 of any monster, so we just have to fight every monster we see. And let's ignore the number. If we had to take down a specific number of each monster, we would never enter that boss room. But since kings and lords still count as one here, we'd rather not hunt them. I have map, presence detection, and magic energy detection, so we might be able to pick and choose. But since there will be other people around, I think it's faster to just hunt whatever we can get. Demons are harder to hunt, but we can do it. Especially with Mia around. I want to find a treasure chest for Hikari's sake, because she's looking forward to them, but it's all down to luck. Unfortunately, map doesn't show them. After cooking quite a bit of food, we go back to the room. Between this and what we already had, we should be good for a couple of months. The next day, we head to the 9th floor, but see a few parties rush into the staircase. They peek at us, but keep going. What happened? They were in a hurry. They looked flustered. Mia and Hikari are right. They're not headed to help wounded people, so what happened? Did another rare monster spawn? Says Argo half-jokingly. But since it's the 9th floor, I think lords would be a bigger threat. But since the lords are typically fought in boss rooms, variant species might be more trouble, even if the lords are stronger. There's also the fact that there's information about the lords. The variant species on the 8th floor also used poison and power you wouldn't expect from an orc to beat back the others. But we ended up not knowing just how strong that variant species was, because Hikari easily took it down with a projectile slash. There's also the fact that the adventurers there were running low on water and consumable items. In any case, it looks like we need to be cautious. Walking in Another World, Chapter 659, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 23. After reaching the 9th floor, I check map. There are a lot of people, and a lot of monsters. But a few in particular catch my attention, especially on the right side. I see 3 reactions together that are bigger than the others. No doubt about it, those are superior species. Either kings or lords. Are we going to have to fight multiple kings and lords? I see other reactions around them too. I infuse map with magic energy to enlarge it, and see 2 more places with either kings or lords. One is moving alone, while the other has minions. The materials we read said there was a low chance of encountering them, but are they just being left alone? Also, I see a lot of reactions from people on the edge of the dungeon. This dungeon expands the further down we go. It felt like it would take us 3 days to reach the edge of the 8th floor, breaks included. Without them, it would be 1. But here, I feel like it would take longer. The dungeon is also a maze, so walking around saps people's stamina, not to mention the monsters. And yet, people are going to the edges. Is it related to treasure chests? I don't know if this is true, but there are rumors that the contents of the treasure chests get better the longer they go unclaimed. Also, going to places where others don't go increases the chances of finding them, so Argo says some people go out of their way to walk far, but there are a lot of people. I see 50 reactions in the place that's furthest away. I assume that's Jet Black. If a party went up to where they are, there would probably be a quarrel over a treasure chest if they found one. I assume a big clan like Jet Black has magic bags. Opinions are split over if going after rare items from treasure chests or hunting monsters to go to the boss room again and again is the most effective tactic, but maybe treasure chests are better if they're going around looking for them. Over on the left, there are 3 Lord-class monsters. But I don't think anyone knows, so that might be a good place to hunt some monsters. I say while looking at map. I don't know. Should we brave the risk of fighting lords, or go around steadily hunting others. It would be bad if monsters gathered alike on the 8th floor. The passage is bigger too. So far, even as the floors got wider, the passages didn't. But since this passage is wider, that means fighting more monsters at once. True. But what if they're purposefully leaving these monsters be? Purposefully? Maybe they're letting them gather a large group so the guild issues an urgent quest with a good reward. I've heard about that from Siphon. Artificially inflating rewards like that. Adults are dirty. Argo smiles awkwardly at how direct Hikari is. So should we leave them? Chen, should we hunt them? We're not going to settle down here anyway, and even if they really are leaving them be and we hunt them, it's not like they'll issue a complaint. And we can just say we're newbies that didn't know. We have bad adults here too, says Hikari, but this time she's smiling. And it doesn't matter how much they have if we have Chris. Our Chris is the best. Rurika agrees with Argo. And Chris looks embarrassed. Lead the way, Sora. I nod, and look for a route on map. This is pretty complex and intricate, and hurts my eyes. This is a dead end. This one leads back to the start. It's only after a 5-minute hard-fought battle with map that we start walking. I can't mark things on map, so it would have taken even longer without the memory skill. Goblins this time. Go for it, Sora. I use magic against the goblins, enveloping 23 of them in my firestorm, leaving not even cinders after the flames are gone. Chris and I take out goblins and ogres with magic. Argo, Rurika, and the others take out orcs, and we fight demons centered on Mia. Sometimes monsters come alone or in pairs, and sometimes in groups like this. It's simple if we can easily dispatch them with magic, but if not, that's trickier. Incidentally, orcs can be taken down with magic too, but we choose to collect them for food. They're not a good way to make money, but selling their magic stones is still a good return on investment. Although we typically only spend money on food, and not on stuff like potions. Mia and I can heal injured people, and Argo's party tends to their own equipment, while I can use alchemy to fix ours. Although everyone tends to their own equipment when it comes to day-to-day maintenance. 2 days after we entered the dungeon, we finally reached the place with 3 superior species. Walking in Another World, Chapter 660, Azuretria Dungeon. Part 24. Is there no one around us, Sora? Yes. Can you confirm, Gil? Yes. Then go ahead, Chris. Chris nods to Argo, and prepares her magic. And then uses spirit magic. A fire engulfs the passage as it moves forward, and reactions from monsters in it disappear one after the other. Chris uses magic again, this time wind spirit magic. The wind intensifies the flames, so they burn hotter. I'm protecting everyone from the heat with a film of water. When the flames are finally gone, only 3 reactions remain. From the right, there's an Ogre Lord, Orc Lord, and Demon Lord. Let's do as we planned. I nod, run forward, and cast Provoke. I'm taking on the Demon Lord with Mia. Argo's party and Chris are taking on the Ogre Lord, and Hikari, Rurika, and Sarah are handling the Orc Lord. Chris is with Argo's party because she can use magic, but since she just used it more than once, she's focusing on recovering. I'm aggroing the Demon Lord while firing light arrows that are blocked by the Demon Lord's barrier. I think the Orc Lord survived all that magic because of the protection of the Demon Lord. Demons and ogres have higher resistance to magic even with barriers, and high durability. But I don't think an Orc Lord would have handled it on its own. That doesn't mean Orc Lords are weak. Chris' magic is just that strong. I think there's an issue of compatibility too. As this crosses my mind, the Demon Lord uses darkness magic, but it doesn't work on me. I'm protected by light magic and holy magic. I attack with my light magic infused mithril sword, but it doesn't do much damage. I guess it does more than other elements would, but its resistance is high. Then we'll just keep it busy while we wait for another group to take out the Lord. That's my idea anyway, but it doesn't materialize, because Mia thrusts with her spear and easily pierces the Demon Lord's barrier. The spear then stabs the Demon Lord deep in its side. It screams and tries to attack her, but Mia lets go of the spear and retreats. I think she can't pull the spear out because it's stabbed so deep. A normal adventurer can't afford to let go of a weapon that easily. But it doesn't matter for us. There's a limit to how much we can do that, but we have enough spares. Sure enough, Mia grabs another spear from her item pouch and holds it. The tip shines white, because she's casting her blessing on it. And as I look at her more closely, I see ears on her head. She transformed into a beast person. Before, she said that she couldn't transform while using holy magic, but she's been practicing. That's how she was able to pierce the barrier and stab the demon lord so deeply, because of the boost to her physical abilities. This is why we're both fighting the demon lord. The fight gets more intense as time passes. The demon lord gets 7 spears in its body, and Mia takes out the 8th. I'm leaving the attacks mostly to her, but also slash when I can, to attract its attention and sap its magic energy. The demon lord counterattacks, but I block its physical attacks perfectly, and seal its magic. When the 9th spear is stabbed into it, the demon lord finally goes down. But Mia is also on one knee, breathing heavily. I'm tired. I see sweat on her forehead, leaving her hair sticking to it. I'm also sweating a bit, but not that much. Did she move around that much more? It's not like I was slacking off. I cast purification magic, and she sighs. What about the others? Rurika's group took down the Orc Lord and is now fighting with the others. Since when? A while back, I think. I could tell because the monster's reaction was gone from presence detection. I could check because I have parallel thinking, but she couldn't spare the attention when we were fighting a lord on our own. They could have come here to help. I don't think that would have been easy. Mia, you didn't really look around you, did you? I was focused on the demon lord. Rurika and the others saw Mia, and probably assumed they would get hit if they got close. At that speed, if Rurika used Gale, they might collide. I see. I guess I didn't have the time to look around, especially this time, since she was both transformed and using holy magic. In fact, I think it's incredible that she can do both. She couldn't until now. Let's go to where they are. Can you walk? There's a higher than 0 chance other monsters could spawn. Mia nods, and we walk slowly towards the others. Walking in Another World. Chapter 661, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 25. Argo slashes the Ogre Lord, bringing it to its knees. The light in its eyes disappears, and so does its reaction on presence detection. It really was tough. Fighting with mainly physical attacks means this took about an hour. Actually, that's counting from when we joined the fight, so Argo and the others were fighting for longer. It took longer to beat than the one in the boss room because Chris didn't use her spirit magic. It's so strong that it's hard to use with friendlies around. How about we take a break? I ask. We can dry and clean our sweaty clothes with purification magic, but healing magic does nothing for exhaustion. Is anyone coming this way? Asks Argo. There's a group of 30 approaching. I see the reactions on map. Then let's rest later. We shouldn't draw attention, but what should we do? I see. There's a good chance those reactions are from a group that's coming here to take out these monsters. I retrieve the Ogre Lord, and we start moving in the opposite direction of that group. The ground is dirty with blood, showing there was fighting, but it should be clean by the time they get here. Although they'll figure out someone took out those monsters when they see there isn't a single monster around. They would know we did it if we sold the monsters in the guild, but we can just sell them in another guild. That's Argo's idea. Especially since any guild will be happy to have Lord-class materials. And we don't have to answer if they ask where we got them. Although if monsters like these were hunted somewhere near that guild, it could be a sign that something was not right, so the guild would need to be alerted. We walk as Argo explains this, and an hour later, we decide we're far enough away and rest. Everyone is relieved to be able to finally stop. Except me, of course. I could keep going, because not only do I not get tired, but I recover too. I can feel people's jealous eyes. I keep an eye on map while we eat, but it should take that group another couple of hours to get to where the lords were. And it might take longer, because I see monster reactions appearing in their way. And when I say that, let's take a longer break then, says Argo, and no one objects. After that, new monsters spawn nearby, so we make that the last hunt of the day. We hunted a lot, but there's still a lot to go. I nod to Argo. We only hunted about 200. Normally this would be a good pace, but the problem is finding monsters. I can see them on map, but it's clear that most parties aren't here to hunt. That means the monsters are left alone, and we have to head to where they are to hunt them. And on this wide and complex floor, it's a lot harder to find monsters compared to the others. I feel like using the Shaman horn. There's no point, considering how much we've hunted so far. We should save it for when it's in the single digits, says Guilford to Argo's mumbling. There really isn't much point in using it when there's close to 300 left. And as I hear them, I use the strengthening skill. It excels at strengthening skills, bodies, and weapons, but it's not really leveling up. This one is the hardest to level up through proficiency. There's also the fact that I have too many skills. I call my stats screen, and look through them. My walking is level 116. It's been slower to level up since I went past 100. I have 9 skill points. Is that enough? I used to have a lot, but I kept using them. My skills are appraisal, people appraisal, appraisal obstruction, parallel thinking, sword master, physical strengthening, presence detection, magic energy detection, natural recovery boost, status ailment resistance, pain reduction, presence concealment, night vision, cooking, throw, shooting, intimidate, MP consumption reduction, magic energy control, basic daily life magic, fire magic, water magic, wind magic, earth magic, light magic, spatial magic, holy magic, alchemy, effect attachment, creation, transfer. These are all LV max. Darkness magic LV9, gravity magic LV8, life granting LV8, replication LV9, shaping LV8, absorption LV7, telepathy LV5, MP conversion LV7, combine LV5, sync LV4, Govit LV5, shield master LV7, magic energy infusion LV6, composite LV6, analysis LV5, blacksmith LV6, memory LV5, strengthening LV3. These are either almost there or still low. It's easy to raise the levels of the combat ones in a dungeon, but there are so many of them, that some fall behind. After looking at the skills I have, I look at what I can learn. My eyes are drawn to the combat ones, but some might shine brighter depending on what a dungeon is like. For example, here. Draw. It draws things that are far away, but they have to be within sight. Does it work like transfer? Maybe I could designate a presence by using map and presence detection or magic energy detection to draw it to me. Of course, drawing something from far away would cost a lot of MP, but I have over 1,000 of it. Let's not. I feel like this one could be really dangerous. I take a deep breath, and close the stats screen. Walking in Another World, Chapter 662, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 26. We walked a lot. Where are we now? It's our 9th day, on the 9th floor, and we still haven't hit the quota of 500. There are 88 to go. We're in the double digits. But we haven't had a chance to hunt a bunch of them in one go like on the first day. I think we really were fortunate to be able to hunt those groups led by the lords. More or less in the middle. I look at map, and see we're right at the halfway point between the staircase and the opposing wall. It's like we've been going in circles around this area. We're not doing this on purpose, we're just chasing monster reactions. Are there any places with monsters and not people? There are. But map shows we're in the northeast, and the kind of place Argo is talking about is to the southwest. There aren't people nearby, but I do see reactions that I think are looking for treasure chests. If they're heading for the staircase, they'll probably encounter the monsters. I tell Argo this, and he crosses his arms while thinking. Should we go back to town? It's not like we have to hunt 500 in one go. Rurika is right. People are starting to look tired. We've been in a dungeon for longer, but the variety of monsters that appears here means our nerves are pretty spent. I think we've gotten used to the other floors where only specific types of monsters appeared. Rurika is right. How about we go towards the staircase? And if we find monsters along the way, we can hunt them, says Argo, and we nod. And in the 2 days we take to return to the staircase, we hunt a grand total of 5 monsters. Ugh. The air feels nice, Mia says with a deep breath. It's not like the air in the dungeon is stagnant, but the sunlight still feels good. We go to the guild before heading back to the inn, to sell what we don't need. We're taken to a storeroom, because they know we're not going to take the monsters apart. We're also unloading monsters from other floors, including orcs, because their scarcity made prices go up. It's not like we're hurting for money, but it's nice to have, and we hunted a few superior species, so we're keeping those. They're tastier. I don't know if the supply is naturally low or if it's being kept low deliberately to jack up prices, but it doesn't really concern us. After we're done, we head straight to the inn. We take a bath and we need to pay for our rooms. Some parties stop paying while in the dungeon, but we're keeping them rented because we want to be able to take it easy after leaving the dungeon. We don't want to have to look for an inn. Also, since we've been here a while, the innkeeper is doing us the favor of charging only for the rooms while we're not here. We don't eat here, so we're not paying that fee. Isn't that just normal, you ask? Yes, in my old world it was, but the rules are different here. They differ from town to town too, and the fact that Zuatria is a dungeon town also plays a part. There's also the fact that we've gotten closer because people here cook with us when we borrow the kitchen. We use flavorings and cook things that are rare here, and apparently they've been serving what they learn to the customers from time to time. And it sounds like they like it. What are you doing tomorrow? As we eat, Argo and the others propose we take 2 days off. According to Argo, they're going to drink tomorrow like they're bathing in it, and since they're going to be in pain the next day, they need 2 days. Yep, they're going into it expecting a hangover. In a way, Argo's party is just helping us conquer this dungeon, and since we also need to rest, we have no reason to object. But there's nothing to do here. There are no sights to see, and people look at us weirdly when we walk outside. When we talk about going out, Argo says one of them should come with us, but that would ruin their break. I guess we could just mindlessly take it easy. Foo-foo, can you even do that, Rurika? I can if I really try. Rurika doesn't like to stay put. She likes exercise, so she probably wants to go to the training area of the guild and do mock battles there. Or maybe not, because she moved plenty in the dungeon. Should we go somewhere else with transfer? We could tell the innkeeper we won't need food for these 2 days. I mumble casually, and I get an instant positive response. We tell Argo and the others. But since it'd be bad if something happened, they're staying here and drinking. I don't know if they can do anything hungover if something does happen, but I think they're aware of that. Then leave some things that will match up nicely with the alcohol. It's not like I made it as a snack for drinking, but I can leave some stuff. Then we have to decide where we're going, but the decision is unanimous. Errol. We contact Morrigan, and she says she's there. Should we tell Argo? Asks Rurika. I guess we could. He could have gone there, but I think he came with us instead because he couldn't really make up his mind, says Rurika. I'm not too well informed of this stuff, so I just go along with it. I make a transfer magic item and leave it, and we go to the place where the ruins used to be. The town of Errol, populated by the former inhabitants of the Dark Forest. Walking in Another World, Chapter 663, an act in the middle of the forest. We haven't been in Errol in a while, and it's thriving to the point where I don't recognize it. It feels more imposing too. Probably because of the walls. These people were attacked by spies from Elysia, so that's probably why they're so cautious. I can't imagine anyone being crazy enough to attack a place where many demons live, but there are also elves, so after transferring to Errol, we see there's kind of a festival going on, because Morrigan told the others they're welcoming us, but I think it's also just a reason to have a party. Still, Chris and the others are happy to see Morrigan and Eris, so I'm glad we came here. The next day, we leave the town and go to the forest. But it's not just us. We have people like Eris, kids, and demons that escort us. It's a big group. Part of the reason why we're here is that we've been cooped up in the dungeon or the town for so long, that we wanted to feel nature. So we're gathering medicinal plants for the first time in a while. It's a nice way to relax, but also to restock potions, especially mana potions. And since we're in Errol, and there's a guild here now, we left the monsters there. They were surprised when they saw lords, but when they asked where we got them, we answered honestly. But we also asked to keep it a secret that we sold them. After all, we're supposed to be in Zuurtria right now. Sora, there are a lot of them here. We reached the place where the kids are guiding us. That's a small open area in the forest. There really are medicinal herbs blooming all over, and there's a spot where they're clustered. Some of the kids start picking with me, and some are led by Eris and the others. I use appraisal as always, and take my time picking. The kids keep talking and asking what we've been doing, so I tell them about our travels. There are a lot of good ones, I whisper, and they say with pride that's why Aaron and the others come by from time to grow the medicinal herbs. That makes me wonder if I should be picking here, but they say there are other spots like this near the town. Sora, I want to start preparing the food, so can you make a cooking area? Asks Mia, after I spend 2 hours focused on picking. The word food makes the kids' eyes shine. I choose a place with no herbs, and set it up with earth magic. Mia starts cooking right away, but she's surrounded by excited kids. Do you want to help? She asks, and receives nods with big smiles in return. Can you put what I cut in skewers? I bring out the skewers, after seeing Mia asking me with her eyes. Listen to Sora to learn how to do it. It's okay. We can do it. Really? Then please do. I'll start cutting ingredients too, I guess. I cut meat, bell peppers, onions, and vegetables, but the kids' hands aren't moving. They only start when it's all cut. Are they trying to keep a good balance? Foo-foo, it really brings out their individuality, says Mia as she sees the skewers, while preparing something else. Yes. And Hikari, who's here all of a sudden, makes skewers that are just meat. When the kids tell her that she needs to use vegetables too, she argues that it's okay because it's different kinds of meat. The kids react to this like it's some sort of divine revelation, and start copying her. Also, Hikari changes the flavorings for each piece of meat, and adds stuff like a nice sauce and salt, further changing the flavor and making the kids even more excited. Let's just pretend I didn't see that. Mia is also smiling awkwardly, but not saying anything. Well, they're having fun. Not to mention that they never get to cook like this, so we can forgive it just this once. Once the food is ready, we meet up with Chris and the others, who have flower crowns on their heads. We have a lively meal together, and once we're done, we split into 2 groups. One is going to take it easy in the open area, mostly watching the kids that are taking a nap. The other is going to the forest to look for fruits and berries. I'm with this one, along with Hikari and Mia. Chris and the others are staying to watch the kids with Eris. Hikari, don't get too carried away. Hikari is leading a group of kids that's collecting fruits and berries, and when she easily goes up a tree, the kids try it too. They're being watched by adults like me, but some of them are pretty reckless. Mia can heal them if they're not too badly hurt, but I'm still nervous watching them. I'll teach you. A class on how to climb trees begins, and the kids that were struggling start clinging too. I don't know if the kids have good physical abilities or if Hikari is just a good teacher. Probably both. We get a bunch of fruit from the trees, and walk around the forest for a while, until we meet up with the others in time to make it back to Errol before the sun sets. The next day, we stay in Errol in the morning, and then transfer back to Zuurtria. Join my party on to support. Walking in Another World, Chapter 664, Zuurtria Dungeon, Part 27. The 9th floor of the Zuurtria Dungeon. Maybe it's because we were away, but it feels like the placement of the monsters has changed a lot in the past couple of days. The reactions that were in the outer edges are moving towards the staircase, but I think it will take them over 3 days to get here. I don't think they can make it back without going through some pretty intricate spots. Let's go at them. I tell everyone what I see on map, And Argo slaps his cheeks. Maybe it's because he had a fulfilling couple of days, or maybe it's because he received his share of the sale of the lords, but he's fired up. Actually, Argo doesn't really need money, so I assume it's the former. Anyway, we're feeling refreshed, so we advance through the dungeon with light steps. Actually, I'm the same as always. I don't get tired while walking, and I'm feeling relaxed. The first monsters we meet are 5 goblins. Normally Chris would burn them with magic, but we're going to fight them up close as a way to warm up. That said, not everyone gets to fight, so it's just my party this time. And since they're goblins, they go down easily. Even if these goblins are stronger and faster than the ones we find in the wild. That's definitely because of the way the dungeon is put together, but in the end, goblins are goblins. Sometimes wild goblins are strong too, but these would still beat them. The next one is a group of 3 orcs, that are taken down by Argo's party. Their moves are really sharp. You wouldn't think these are the same people we saw hungover yesterday. We can control that pretty well at this point. Sora, if you're going to start drinking too, how about you get used to it? We can teach you. I'm not thinking about drinking, so I'm not too interested. I guess I could talk to them when I do feel like drinking. Not that I will before we're done looking for all the gods. We also fight demons and ogres, and end the day with a total of 37 monsters. This leaves us with about 50 to go. Not a bad pace. But there were some superior species among the normal monsters, even if we didn't find any kings or lords. The next day, I check map again, and we head towards monsters while avoiding people. When we see monsters, we prioritize just putting them down, so we use long-range attacks. 4 left. Should we use the Shaman Horn? We have 4 uses of the magic item that calls monsters. The number of monsters that spawns is random, so we'd hit the quota even if every use spawned 1. Does that mean there aren't any monsters near here? I nod to Argo. There are also other parties near them, so they could get to them first. How about we try it one time? Asks Argo while looking around at everyone. No one objects, so Hikari uses the horn. 3 monsters appear, 2 demons and 1 orc general. Mia uses her staff with a blessing infused to take out 1 demon, and I use my light infused sword to take out another. The orc general is felled easily by Roriko and Sarah. 1 more to go. Hikari blows the horn again, and 3 orcs and 2 ogres appear. Argos party takes the orcs, while Hikari and Chris take down the ogres. That's it, says Argo with a deep breath. It went pretty smoothly on the first day, but we had a tough time finding monsters on the last 3 days. There's also the fact that a lot of parties entered after us. They were hunting monsters that were in their way, but they're now pretty far away, heading to the outer edges. They're looking for treasure. Let's go back. We should still make it back today from here. That was the deciding factor in using the Shaman Horn. We spend the next day in town, and challenge the boss of the 9th floor the day after that. There are no people waiting, so we go in right away. There's 1 goblin lord and 1 orc king, and they're accompanied by orc generals and ogres, but also all sorts of other things like goblin fighters. Luckily, the ones that people hate the most, demons, aren't here. Chris and I can't use area of effect magic, so we fight normally. I hold up my shield and cast provoke, and Mia and Chris take the monsters out one at a time while I block attacks. Hikari, Rurika, and Sarah hit and run around the orc general, and Argo's party fights the goblin lord. They also take out the goblins under its command and ogres. We take them out steadily one at a time, until there's only the king left. It puts up a brave fight after all its friends are gone, but a back attack from Sarah brings it down. That takes care of the 9th floor. So we're on to the 10th floor. Walking in Another World, Chapter 665, Kaijin, Part 1. The 10th floor. The lowest floor of the Zuatria dungeon. A floor where almost no one hunts. Even Jet Black isn't here much. According to records, only 4 parties have conquered the boss of this floor in the last 3 decades. I don't really know if that's a lot or few, but I guess it's not many compared to how many conquered the 9th floor. The monsters that appear here are called Kaijin. They are said to appear only in this dungeon. Their most notable characteristics are their horns, but more so their eyes. Some have one eye, some have three, and some have two like humans. There are variant species among them that have magic eyes, and they use them to perform various abilities. These magic eyes can be trouble, and that's the main reason why most people stay away from this floor. Because no one knows what effects these magic eyes have until they're used. But they're still sorted out to a certain extent. We should thank the adventurers of the past. Argo's right. The guild has documents that state the number of eyes dictates the abilities somewhat. 1 eye, status conditions. 2 eyes, emissions. So basically, attacks. 3 eyes, special abilities. Some have both the abilities of 1-eyed and 2-eyed kaijin, and some have completely different things, and their physical abilities are high too. Apparently they're on the same level as a lord despite not being bigger than a person. It will probably feel more like fighting people than monsters. They use swords, spears, axes, shields, and bows. And some of them use magic weapons, although we can't get them after defeating them. When kaijin die, they leave either horns, eyes, or magic stones, and their corpses disappear. These materials are all valuable, but the magic stones are especially treasured, especially by the Alchemist Guild. And yet, few people hunt them. That's how dangerous they are. Should we look for the smallest groups possible? That would be the safest option. We just have to pray that Sora's map is working. With Sora and Mia, we can target the one-eyed ones, but we can't just keep picking them. It's true that my map hasn't worked in every dungeon. It hasn't stopped working in Zootria. But we won't know if that's also the case on the 10th floor until we get there. So we have to hunt 50, right? Yes, but we can also assume that's because they're just that hard to hunt. There's also very few people hunting them despite the quota being low. Well, it could also be that the boss of the 10th floor is too strong, says Chris, and Argo sighs. That could very well be why so few people have cleared this dungeon. There's also the fact that this dungeon has safety zones. If you decide you can't beat a boss, you can always retreat. I assume some people have retried it. But even safety zones can't guarantee total safety. Well, they can if you're in them. But if you don't retreat in time, you could very well die. I stop looking through the documents about the boss, and read about magic eyes again. One-eyed monsters mostly use paralysis and curse, but also more annoying things like perception obstruction and fascination. Paralysis and curse cause similar effects at first, which is making it hard to move, so it's hard to tell which one is being used. Also, some things work immediately, but some gradually, and in the case of the latter, it's even harder to know what it is. Perception obstruction and fascinate are also similar. Perception obstruction makes the target not know who they're fighting, and fascinate makes them attack whoever they see. The latter is worse, because someone affected by perception obstruction just has to fight whoever attacks them. There are also levels to status ailments, so their severity can worsen if they're cast several times on one target. The higher the severity, the more difficult it is to heal. For example, if someone is hit twice with paralysis, they have to take paralysis medicine twice. Even a high-quality antidote won't work if it's one dose. Argo was saying we should target these because I have appraisal and Mia and I have recovery. Appraisal is great because it can see what status ailment was inflicted, meaning we can just heal each time. The ones that they say fire emissions look like trouble. From what I'm reading, it's less like magic and closer to Hikari's projectile slash. That's the impression I get too. Guilford frowns as he reads intently. I keep reading too, and see there are records of ignition and shock attacks. Like the moment they cross swords, people's bodies go numb and stop moving. I can predict magic attacks by reading the movement of magic energy. But if it's like Hikari's projectile slash, there's no way to tell. An attack that's reliable when a friend uses it is a real pain when used by an enemy. Our saving grace is that each individual only has one attack, I guess. The same goes for the one-eyed ones. The real problem is the three-eyed, says Rurika while looking at me for some reason. And then everyone else follows her gaze to me. Walking in Another World, Chapter 666, Kaijin. Part 2. I feel like these could be bosses. Several people nod in agreement with what Argo said. Three-eyed Kaijin use multiple abilities. Some can use the abilities of one-eyed and two-eyed Kaijin, and some use completely different things. It says here that they can appear in front of you instantly. Is it like transfer? Gale? They can get stronger as they fight. Like strengthening? They can regrow lost limbs? Other monsters have similar abilities, but not as powerful as to regrow something that's lost. More importantly, it feels like these abilities aren't even about magic eyes anymore, but I don't think the others care about that. I can see why people prefer to stay away. It makes sense when you imagine how hard it must be to take out a single one. They don't all have magic eyes, so it's easy if you get lucky. Or maybe not? The normal ones also have high physical abilities. I listen to Argo and Guilford as I think about what's the most troublesome magic eye power. The emissions from two-eyed ones could be it, because they can kill, but my vote goes to fascinate used by one-eyed ones. Being attacked by friendlies while fighting Kaijin would be the biggest threat. Especially in this group where everyone's strong, and it would be hard to capture someone alive rather than just defeating them. I say that, and Sora's right. I wonder what the effective range of magic eyes is. Ruruka says that fighting them in groups could make things harder, and Chris says that depending on their range, we might be able to attack them one-sidedly. It will be fine if we can beat them one-on-one, but we don't know how strong they are without their magic eyes. I think we're going to have to make use of the corners in the passages. And can you deal with the one-eyed ones, Sora? Maybe it would be too much for you. Three-eyed ones also use the same powers as one-eyed ones. Sora, can you make equipment to block fascinate? Equipment to block fascinate. It's in the creation list, but I don't have the materials. Apparently I need materials from Dryad and Aroni. It looks like it can also be made from Kaijin eyes, so maybe I'll ask the guild if it has any in stock. Should I ask the merchant guild too? Even if I can't make it in time to use it here, it might come in handy later. We could also suspend it here. It's not like we need to complete the dungeon now. Argo has a point. The dungeon will remember that we reached the 10th floor, so we could come back when we have enough items. Let's hunt near the entrance first and see how it is. I'll fight alone at first. I have the barrier from spatial magic, time stop from space-time magic, and transfer, so I should be okay. I also have resistance to status effects. I can't get too overconfident, but I'm definitely the one that's better equipped to fight them and try them out. Once we know what powers they have, the others can join in. One-eyed and two-eyed ones only use one power. But what if they don't have magic eyes? Asks Argo with an awkward smile. But I'll be fine even by myself. I have that much confidence. In the end, we decide to rest for one day, and then enter the 10th floor. The 10th floor. Let's first check if map is working. Yes, it's fine. I use presence detection and magic energy detection, and the reactions appear on map. But there are no people. Monsters are rare too, and all the reactions I see near the staircase are alone. Let's go around here. Gil, Ruruka, and Hikari, watch over our surroundings, says Argo. And they nod. I can see monster reactions on map, but we always do this because relying on it too much is dangerous. We cautiously advance, until we get close to the nearest reaction. Beyond this corner, there's a Kaijin. What a great sense of presence, says Ruruka, and Chris and Mia nod. Yes, it's very clear that something's there, even without using skills. I hold up my shield, and cast a barrier on myself. No. Let's cast it on everyone else too. And use presence obstruction and covet. Mia also casts buffs. Here I go. I take a step forward, and see the back of the Kaijin a little further away. It hasn't noticed me yet. I use Firestorm, sending flames crawling through the passage that engulf the Kaijin. Walking in Another World, Chapter 667, Kaijin, Part 3. I watch the flames engulf the Kaijin, and check presence detection. The reaction is alive and well. I didn't think I would take it down in one move, but I regret using it. All I did was make visibility worse for me. I think about using wind to blow away the flames, but as I'm about to attack again, the flames in front of me are cut. I hold up my shield and use Aura Shield, creating a barrier in a semicircle around me that shakes 3 times with 3 impacts. I increase the strength of Aura Shield after the first one with strengthening. What was that slash? It was a lot like Hikari's projectile slash. After the flames die out, I see a 2-eyed Kaijin holding a sword. It swings it, and Aura Shield shakes again. No doubt about it, this Kaijin is using something like projectile slash. Is it a special ability of its size? The issue is that I can't see the slash. It swings again. It's just going to keep doing it until I close the distance. I could get close with the strengthened Aura Shield active, but I don't want to waste too much time. Map shows me a reaction getting closer. I don't know if it knows it or if this is just its style, but the Kaijin swings its sword again. Then I use Firewall. But the slash that cut Firestorm also cuts Firewall. I feel an impact on Aura Shield again, and use Wind Cutter. The Kaijin dodges with light steps, and swings again. I cast Firewall again, but it's cut easily. Still, it can't break Aura Shield, so I'm not taking damage. But then I put away the shield and run. The Kaijin isn't rattled by my actions, and simply swings again. I watch its sword, and take a step to the side. I immediately feel air pressure running past me. The Kaijin swings again, and I step to the side again. The slashes have a width of about 2 meters, and the sword dictates if they're vertical, horizontal, or diagonal. There's also a fixed amount of time between the slash and it reaching me. Maybe it changes with the speed of the swing, but I don't see the speed of the swing changing. I'm using that information to take evasive action. That's also why I used Firewall the second time, just to check. I have the memory skill for that, but with the barrier shield, I should be able to block an attack anyway. I fire magic as I get close, and it dodges again. Once I'm close enough, it feels like the Kaijin decides there's no point attacking from a long range anymore, and closes the distance to attack. It's fast, and that combined with my own momentum means it closes the distance quickly to swing its sword at me. I'm about to match my sword with its sword, but quickly dodge. Air pressure passes right by me and hits the ground. That's dangerous. It's both swinging its sword at me and attacking with those slashes. I consider moving back with transfer, but change my mind. If my long-range attacks don't work, I need to fight from this distance. Also, if this enemy is troubling, a tough fight will be ahead of me if another one joins it. I need to take this one down. I have that exchange in my mind, and swing my sword. I observe it closely, and sometimes trust my gut and dodge. After fighting at sword range for a while, I notice something. Its eyes. One of them trembles in an unnatural way when it uses those slashes. Is it because it has 2 eyes, or are all of them like this? I don't know, but it might be worth investigating. I check it a few times, and since it only trembles when it unleashes those slashes, I pay attention to it as we fight. From there, it's a fight against time. It's about whether I can take it down before reinforcements arrive. But in any case, I can't get flustered. Being flustered leads to mistakes, and increases the risks of getting hit with hard attacks. Also, something swings the fight in my favor the longer it goes. I can remember its moves thanks to my memory skill. I don't think all Kaijin are the same, but I can at the very least remember this one's patterns. Once it swings down, it always leads to another attack. How does it move then? After using the slash Magikai, sometimes it flows into another attack, and sometimes it steps back to compose itself. I foresee these moves, and look for the right time to attack. I don't attack right away because if I counterattack, it might change its patterns. It's almost time. The time I was waiting for. It unleashes a slash, and steps close to swing its sword. I swing my sword against its sword, sparks fly, and the Kaijin's sword breaks. It opens both eyes widely, and stops for a second, so I slash diagonally from the left shoulder to its right flank, and the Kaijin crumples to the ground. Walking in Another World, Chapter 668. Kaijin, Part 4. The felled Kaijin turns to particles and disappears, leaving a magic stone behind. This is the reward. I pick it up, put it in the item box, and go back to the others. Map is still showing one reaction on its way here. So how was it fighting a Kaijin? I feel like those Magikai abilities really are trouble. But as for fighting it normally, Hikari and the others could probably take it down without much problem. Hikari and Rurika are better at fighting people than me. I tell that to Argo's party too, but the issue is still the Magikais. I'm not completely sure of it yet, but when the Kaijin activated an ability, I tell them about how the eyes tremble, or I guess shake would be a better word. So something happens to the Magikais when they activate abilities? It's worth checking out. Yes. So what about the other one approaching? We can fight it. It would be tough for you to fight another one right after the last one, right? Rurika and the others will fight this one, because Mia volunteered, and she can coordinate better with the others. Then Akari and I will attack from a distance first. Yes. After that, we can rely on Mia and attack, right? Leave the support to me. I will watch out for it if it has one eye, but tell me if you feel strange in any way, and I will cast recovery. Mia says to Rurika, and I'll cast appraisal too if it's a one eye. Appraisal can tell me right away if there's a status condition. I hope we can determine the effective range of the Magikais too. If it's like before, that it will just be trouble. I say to Rurika, remembering the last Kaijin, the attacks reached me when I was over 30 meters away. Maybe that Magikai was made for long range, or maybe all Magikais have that wide of a range. Could you even call something like that a Magikai ability? At least the fact that it couldn't activate it without swinging its sword made it simple to understand. If it was just the eye trembling, I wouldn't have known what was coming or how to dodge it that well. Get ready, Chris, says Rurika, and Chris begins preparing her magic. Magic energy gathers inside her, and it looks like she's going for a preemptive attack with spirit magic. Hikari is also ready to use her projectile slash, while Rurika, Sarah, and Mia are not moving. I think Rurika is standing by to use her gale if needed. Eventually, a one-eyed Kaijin emerges from a corner. It's holding a sword. It steps forward, and keeps walking towards us without stopping. It can see us, but it's not slowing down. I can't tell if it's showing it's not worried, or if it's wary. When it's halfway through the passage, Chris uses her magic. The monster is about 30 meters away. I was looking at its eye, but I didn't see any shake. There's no change to anyone's status conditions either. Chris held off on using her magic until now because she didn't want it to turn back and run to one side, and to test the effective range of the Magikai. I see the flames hitting the Kaijin, and they burn big and bright. But the reaction stays the same. Once the flames clear, I see the Kaijin practically unharmed. Hikari immediately swings her dagger 3 times. The slashes fly at the Kaijin, but it evades them with crisp moves. Hikari attacks again, but this time, it blocks with its sword. Chris, stay here. Cover us if something happens. We're going forward. I figured Rurika would use Gale, but they use the width of the passage to all run at once. Rurika, Sarah, and Hikari run in a line, with Mia a little further back. She's probably leaving some distance just in case it uses Fascinate. And maybe to probe the range of the Magikai. The Kaijin stops, and looks around while moving only its eye. The distance is shrinking. 20. 15 meters. Chris raises her voice. Yes, I saw its eye shake. I cast appraisal, and see Sarah, who's in the middle, has been hit with paralysis. The other 3 are fine. Of course, Chris is fine too, despite the Kaijin being able to see her. And Argo's party is out of its sight, standing by on the side of the passage. Before I can say anything, Mia casts recovery on the 4 of them. Then she stops, and Rurika and the others get even further away from her. The 3 of them approach the Kaijin, and start attacking. The Kaijin doesn't use its eye, so it probably can't cast status conditions one after the other. That's what I think, but I'm wrong. The Kaijin used its magic eye while fighting. I know not because I saw its eye tremble, but because of appraisal. Mia didn't notice it either, because it used it when it wasn't looking at us. Once I warn her about it, Mia immediately casts recovery. Mine won't work on targets that are not over 10 meters away, but Mia can use it from a distance. Before the battle ends, Sarah turns this way with a status condition. But Mia is never hit with paralysis. Maybe she was outside of its range, or maybe it can't cast status conditions on multiple targets. Unfortunately, we couldn't check that. Walking in Another World, Chapter 669, Unfascinate Eye. This time, we got a Kaijin eye that I put in the item box. I don't see any reactions nearby on map, so now we're discussing what it was like to fight Kaijin. Sora, did that Kaijin have an eye with the paralysis effect? No doubt about it, I say to Rorika with confidence. I used appraisal, so I know for sure. I also tell her that someone was hit with it multiple times during the fight, but it wasn't that much. This battle was shorter compared to the two-eyed Kaijin, but I don't think it could use that effect in succession, because it took a while between someone becoming paralyzed and that effect being used again. I had no idea. Yes, I didn't notice it. Sarah and Hikari didn't notice the paralysis at all, and the same goes for Urika. I can deduce from what they say that when a Kaijin uses the paralysis effect, it doesn't work immediately. Well, that's what happened this time anyway. Mia cast recovery right away, but I assume they would know immediately if something was off about them. I get the feeling that this paralysis effect is similar to Hikari's dagger, which has a delayed effect and gradually gets stronger. No, that paralysis effect was weak, and I only noticed it when it got stronger as she kept cutting. But in any case, back then, before I knew it, my body wasn't moving well and I was in danger. If I didn't learn status ailment resistance, my adventure in this world might have ended there. What did you think of them? They're fine if we're ganging up on one. There's also the fact that it used a sword. And Sora said its eye trembles, right? That was a little hard to tell. According to them, the Kaijin felt stronger than a Goblin Lord, but weaker than an Orc Lord or an Ogre Lord. But it might be more resilient than the others. It took a hit from Chris' spirit magic head-on and was practically unharmed, so it must have been pretty tough, and apparently they weren't always aware of the trembling. I have parallel thinking and memory, but I guess it would be hard for them to keep an eye on that while fighting. That would make it hard to foresee or prepare for it. We'll just have to get used to it while we fight. And maybe we can find other signals as we go. There's also how frequently they use those effects. Well, we don't have to rush, we can take it easy. And apparently those effects only work in the direction they're facing, right? Says Argo while lightly tapping my shoulder. It's true, the effects of the magic eyes only worked on the people they were facing. I didn't see it casting on someone out of its sight even once. It was the same with the two-eyed Kaijin. Although that one had to swing its sword. I'm going to make a magic item to resist Fascinate, so can we take a break? Yes, please do. I grab the Kaijin's eye, the other Kaijin's magic stone, an all-purpose medicine, and activate creation. I infuse magic energy as I go, and the magic item is complete before long. Unfascinate eye, protects from Fascinate. Who will equip that? Asks Mia. It's just an eye, so it does feel grotesque. And I can imagine someone feeling creeped out about wearing it. There are also red streaks in the eye, like it's bloodshot. Everyone's eyes are on Mia, Sarah, and Argo. Mia can heal, and Sarah and Argo are strong. How about you try it first, Argo? You'd be the one who'd cause the most trouble if you went berserk. That's true. It'd be really hard to hold this guy down. Argo's party agrees with me, so he takes the Unfascinate eye and hangs it from his neck. That's enough resting, how about we get going? Where should we go next, Sora? I check map. Apparently Kaijin call for nearby Kaijin when a battle starts. With that in mind, I want to target ones that are far from others. But they always seem to have reactions around them. We can just take them down fast, but if we take too long, we'll be fighting multiple Kaijin. But there's no point in worrying about that. We should just be ready for it. I tell everyone what I see on map, and we get moving. I'm in front with Rurika and the others, and Argo's party is behind us. Our footsteps echo in this rugged and hard terrain, and I get this feeling that the nervous air around us gets more tense with each step. This looks just like the last floor, but it feels completely different. It's more oppressive. Is it because it's the last floor? No, it wasn't like this in Majolica. And then, the shield covering me disappears. Walking in Another World, Chapter 670, Three Eyes, Part 1. It's a total sneak attack. No one could have blocked it. But the shield least prevents any injuries. Slowly, an image appears in front of me, a three-eyed kaijin with its face contorted with anger. It's probably because it really thought it had beaten us. It's holding a large axe, and upon seeing it, we immediately get ready for battle. I should praise everyone for not panicking when something like this happens. First, we spread out with the kaijin in the middle, so we're not all clumped up. The kaijin responds by swinging its axe at the person closest to it, me. It doesn't attack again right away, most likely because it didn't expect to be blocked, but I evade the next attack because I feel like blocking it is dangerous. And just as I'm about to take my shield from the item box, I see its left eye tremble. I see the kaijin in front of me and my friends collapse, but immediately return to normal. I check to see if it inflicted a status condition on me. But since I don't see anything wrong, I move in and swing my sword. The kaijin blocks my attack with its axe sideways. The thick axe blade can be used like a shield. I'm not numb, but I feel the impact on my hands. But I hold it tightly as I swing again. It keeps blocking, but I don't care. Argo and Rurika are moving into attack from blind spots. Both attack with swords, and I see the kaijin's right eye tremble. Immediately, I see water coming from the center of the kaijin. It envelops it, and blocks the swords. No, not just block, it flings them away. Argo and Rurika are pushed back, but the kaijin hasn't even begun attacking. A second later, it expels the water, turning into 10 bullets that are fired in all directions. I dodge, but Argo and Rurika's stances are off, so they can't dodge in time. But just as they're about to get hit, Sarah and Rick use their axes to block the water bullets. Thanks Sarah. No problem, let's move back. Argo and the others also move back, but as I'm about to do the same, the kaijin's eye shakes again. This time, it's the one on its brow, above the two others. The kaijin then disappears as if melting into the scenery. No sense of presence or anything, even map shows no reaction. Is this how it managed to attack us without anyone noticing? The moment I understand that, I cast Fire Wall and Earth Wall in the last place where I saw it, surrounding it. That way, I should be able to know where it went. Unless it already moved. But that's not the only problem. I don't know how it turns visible again. Is it a matter of time? Or does the kaijin have to do something? Judging by what happened before, I'd guess it wears off when it attacks, so can I just put up a shield? But that would be risky if it keeps attacking. If kaijin are capable of learning, this one should know that one attack isn't enough to break our defenses. Then, one magic energy reaction disappears. It's the firewall inside. I hear a sound, and it's from the earth wall. The position. To the left, where Rurika and Sarah are. I peek over there, and see Rurika and Sarah holding up their weapons with nervous expressions. Did they see the kaijin when it broke through the earth wall? Should I force it to be visible? I take from the item box what I use to dye my hair. There isn't a lot of it. What else? Chris, cast a small tornado over the earth wall in Rurika and Sarah's direction. Chris immediately does it. It's not spirit magic, so it activates quickly, and part of the earth wall collapses. The kaijin isn't there. Or at least I can't see it. Maybe it really isn't there. But I throw what I took from the item box into the tornado just to check. As I take a couple of steps, I'm throwing wolf corpses with both hands, ones that haven't had their blood drained yet. The throw skill helps with it, and as they get sucked into the tornado, their bodies are ripped apart and their flesh goes all over, creating a rain of blood. It hits us too, but I see it. I see some red things floating unnaturally in the air. There now are marks. The others see them too, as they slowly move. I raise my voice and throw a knife. The red things stop, and move a little. Did it turn around? I missed them by a wide margin, instead hitting the earth wall. Of course, I did that on purpose. And the red somethings moves again like nothing happened. It's moving slowly towards Rurika and Sarah. Maybe it has to move that slowly while invisible. Maybe it hasn't noticed the blood. Rurika and Sarah look around cautiously, probably on purpose to trick it. The kaijin keeps moving, and once it gets in range, stops. Walking in Another World, Chapter 671, Three Eyes, Part 2. Suddenly, I remember seeing my friends collapse for a moment. I'm pretty sure that was an effect from a magic eye, but what kind of effect? Rurika and Sarah's movements are clearly different, and they look confused. I get a bad feeling, and cast appraisal on them. Status, perception obstruction. Both have that status condition. Mia, take care of Rurika and Sarah. I yell when I see that, and Mia casts recovery, removing the status effect. I didn't do it myself because I'm too far away. It might have been faster to cast transfer and then recovery, but I don't want the kaijin to see the trump card. Rurika and Sarah look surprised for a moment, but quickly hold up their weapons again and move out. Rurika attacks first, turning into wind by using gale. She leaves an afterimage and disappears. At the same time, I hear a metallic sound, and the kaijin's body appears again. It looks like it managed to block her attack with its axe. How good are its reflexes? Maybe it was a coincidence? Her attack doesn't deal damage, but the impact makes the kaijin wholly visible again. Then Sarah attacks. She swings her two axes again and again, which the kaijin blocks with his before dodging and taking some distance. But Argo and the others are waiting for it where it lands, so it doesn't get to take a break. The kaijin uses its excellent physical abilities to dodge, but it's slowly becoming more wounded. We can't deal a fatal blow because we're all wary of its magic eyes. We can't seem to take that final step. It uses that water wall one time to defend itself, but doesn't use its magic eyes again, so we go full throttle on offense. I say all that, but only a few of us can attack, so me, Argo, and Sarah step forward with concentrated attacks. As a result, the kaijin keeps getting pushed back, and I see signs that it will use a magic eye one last time, but Argo pierces its body before it can, and it slowly turns into particles of light. After it disappears, it leaves two eyes, but no one picks them up. I guess they're thinking I should do it so I can put them in the item box, but it's mostly because they're tired. Chris and I are the only ones that look okay, but it's less because everyone's physically tired and more because being worried about the magic eyes exhausted them mentally. I was pretty nervous too, and cast appraisal several times just to check. Sora, are there any enemies nearby? At the very least, map doesn't show me any. I see. Argo takes a deep breath and gets up. Yes, map doesn't show me any, but that doesn't guarantee there aren't any enemies lurking about. This three-eyed kaijin didn't show up on map. Did you notice it approaching? Not at all. I only sensed it when it was in front of us. Me too. Guilford and Rurika say to me, and Hikari nods. That means we can't just relax and take a break. It wouldn't be reasonable to camp here, but we can't keep making day trips here if we're going to take out the kaijins that do show reactions. I guess we have to use magic to create walls if we're going to rest. Can you maintain them for a long time? I think it will be fine if we infuse them with magic energy. Chris says to Argo, Earth wall is one thing, but I think it will be hard to relax surrounded by fire wall, ice wall, and wind wall. Not that we can complain, when our lives are at risk. HN? What is it, Hikari? As we talk, I see Hikari with her arms folded and a serious expression on her face. We could set up traps, but there's nothing to use. Hikari is talking about traps that would alert us that enemies are approaching, not ones that would stop them. Traps. There's a trap skill. Will it let me make them and set them? Should I give this one a shot? New, trap LV1. I see. Now I get that alchemy also has items that can be used as traps. Does that mean learning this skill gave me knowledge on traps? Chris, can you use magic to secure our surroundings just in case? What are you going to do? Hikari proposed that we set up traps, so I'm going to make some with alchemy. But I don't know how effective they'll be, so they might end up being only for peace of mind. It's dangerous to rely on a freshly learned skill, because its level is low. Not that anyone here would let their guard down because they feel safe. While everyone rests, I start making traps. It's only after I make and set them that I realize we could have left the dungeon just this once to prepare. Walking in Another World, Chapter 672. Making traps. When I picture a trap, it's something that makes noise to warn of suspicious people approaching, or things hunters use to trap beasts. There are those traps found in labyrinth-style dungeons, but those probably wouldn't do much because they're too conspicuous. Maybe I could hide them a bit with a concealment skill. I could also combine traps with magic skills, so magic activates when they are touched. I'll make something like noise traps that warn us when something's near. What do you think of traps that will get in their way? If they can stop them or just disturb them, I think that's good. If we're sleeping, that could buy us time to get up and get ready. A trap won't take down something as powerful as a kaijin, right? Then Chris is right, and the best traps would be ones that bite time. I agree with Guilford. It would be hard to make something that takes them down or even hurts them. There's also the fact that my skill level is low, but if they can't take Chris' spirit magic head-on and come out mostly unharmed, my magic won't do much. But what about setting traps with time-space magic or gravity magic infused? I don't have materials for binding magic. I have wood, but not stuff like vines. Well, let's just go with noise traps and magic this time. I think the noise traps will do most of the work, but I don't think having more traps will be an issue. What if there's a kaijin that can disappear like the one we just fought, or one that can attack from a distance with something like a bow? I can't make something that reacts to an arrow and blocks it. It really is best to set traps and walls, I think. The ground here is dirt, so I can use it for walls. No. What about using wood to make something like planks and reinforcing it with magic energy? I keep thinking about these things as I make traps. I melt thin wood into magic stones, and then infuse magic energy. I'll make a few of these, and then lay planks before we go to sleep. I have two kinds of noise traps, one that stands out, and one with the concealment skill infused. Once I'm done with these, I start making the wooden planks. I'm making them thick, but also making a lot knowing they'll break. They're infused with magic energy, but they're still just wood. Also, covering the walls with them will hinder our vision. But I'm prioritizing defense against sneak attacks because that's what I'm most afraid of. I guess this is it. No, it's more than enough. How are things around us? There was a reaction that got closer during that last fight, but it's pulling back. There are no kaijin around. Not ones that I can detect, anyway. I say, because I can't get that sneak attack out of my mind. No wonder not many people hunt here. The issue is how common those eyes that hide their bodies and presence really are. Then how about we rest here for today? We didn't fight much, but we're mentally drained. And you made all this stuff too. Ah. And I have something I want to talk about too. Argo is probably saying that just so I can rest. I agree. Set the traps, and put up walls to block the passage. Anyone who doesn't know would just think it's a dead end. I made sure the walls match the rest of the dungeon. We managed to get through the night without any incidents. How do I know the time in a dungeon? Because we have someone here who is excellent at keeping the time. We have breakfast, and then I collect the walls and traps. And of course, I'm careful while I do it. There's no one around, so maybe you can blast magic as we go, says Argo as I collect traps. I thought about that, but decided not to. If I blast magic every time we turn a corner, I'll run out. And we might get complacent if I start doing that. Let's think about how to deal with this flaw as we go, says Guilford with a sigh. I hope we can figure it out, but unfortunately, I don't have any ideas. I guess all I can do is make sure the shields stay active. That's what I can do anyway. But Mia can cast buffs too. Walking in Another World, Chapter 673, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 28. The next one we fight is a one-eye, and this one doesn't use magic abilities. But it's holding a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, and it's adept at defending, so it takes a while to take it down. And because of that, it gets reinforcements. It's our wariness of magic eyes that drags on fights. The other kaijin that appears has two eyes, and it's carrying a bow. It uses its Magikai to create flames, leading to a tough fight where we dodge arrows only for flames to appear where we land. We can dodge the flames because it can't use that ability in succession, and there's a magic energy reaction where the flames will appear. Of course, there isn't much time between the magic energy reaction and the flames appearing, but everyone in my party has the physical abilities to dodge in time. Whenever I feel flames will appear near someone, I call out their name, and they move away. I can only say I'm impressed by their reflexes. It would be trouble even without the magic eye. We're always watching out for it, and there are a lot of times when we don't step in because we're cautious. Yes. But knowing when they'll use it means we just have to watch out for that, and it makes it easier to fight. Well, we only know because of Sora, but Sayago and Guilford, and the others nod. The other eye uses status conditions, so I can check that with appraisal. That would be dangerous under normal conditions, but we have Mia to lift them. What's wrong, Hikari? As I think that, I see Hikari's eyes relaxing. My eyes are tired because I'm focusing on its eye to see when it trembles. Are you that focused? If you focus on it too much, it becomes dangerous for you. Focusing on that too much leaves her open for everything else. I stopped paying attention to that when we started fighting two of them. I can't spare the attention. It's okay, I can look at its whole body and see how it moves while keeping its eyes in the center. Isn't that amazing? When I say that, she casually says it's because of her training. By training, she means when she was young in Elysia. Maybe it's just ingrained in her. If I could do the same, I could probably position myself in a better way to deal with the magic eyes, but it's not something I'm going to learn quickly. Even if there's a skill, even appraisal and analysis won't tell me the effects of the magic eyes, but it is possible to see what skills someone or something has. Reese, the guild master of Majolica, and Ignis can tell. Maybe I should have asked what skill they use to make that happen. Wait, didn't this thought cross my mind before? Focus on the eyes. What if I focused on an eye while casting analysis? Sometimes I use analysis after appraisal, but a lot of times it's to look into something I couldn't see with appraisal. But now, talking to Hikari is making me wonder if I can learn what magic eyes can do by focusing on them while casting analysis. Did you figure something out, Master? I don't know. But I guess I thought of something I want to try. I don't want to raise her expectations. I think she understands that too, because she doesn't ask any more. But I give her a warm towel to put on her eyes. She takes a deep breath, and I can see her relaxing. In the end, analysis does tell them their effects. The problem is that I have to get close. Appraisal doesn't work from far away either, but analysis requires me to be even close. About 3 meters. This is where transfer comes in handy. I jump in with transfer, use analysis, and jump out with transfer. Or I can stay if I think I can deal with it, like with the Kaijin with no magic eyes. We never want to waste time, because nearby Kaijin head our way once a battle starts. I can also use my shields and space-time magic to hold on until the others get to me. Are you sure about this? It puts a big strain on you, asks Argo after the 11th Kaijin is down. We're taking breaks, so it's fine. Is it? But I think we should go back to town. We've taken down all the Kaijin round here. We could move somewhere else, but we should avoid camping if we can. I can't get that Kaijin that can erase its presence out of my head. Everyone feels the same way. While we do at least set traps, everyone's more wary and tired than they normally would be. We end this trip to the dungeon after 5 days and 13 Kaijin. Walking in Another World, Chapter 674, Omen. We get back to the inn right around dinner time. After eating in the dining hall, we go take a bath and rest. Maybe I had a lot of exhaustion piled up, but I wake up at noon. At first I think I overslept, but Hikari and the others are still sleeping. And when I go to the dining hall, they tell me Argo's party hasn't been there either. A lot of people have a broken sleep schedule when they return from the dungeon, so people here in the inn tend to leave them alone the day after they return. But if it continues for 2 or 3 days, they say they go check on them. How about a meal? I'll wait a little more. I'm a little hungry, but I'd rather not eat alone, so I just ask for fruit juice. The fruit juice is nice and cool, which makes sense considering this is an expensive inn. If it was a cheap one, it'd be at room temperature. I start drinking, and see people coming in to eat. Meals are expensive just like the rooms, but providing nicely prepared food means they secured themselves some regular customers. A lot of them seem to be merchants or regular townspeople. But I see some adventurers too. Adventurers tend to value quantity over quality, so if there's a place that serves twice the food for the same price, most will go there. But they say more adventurers have been coming here, and it might be because they started serving new meals recently. It's what Mia and the others have been teaching them when they borrow the kitchen. Master, I'm hungry. As I watch people eat, Hikari and the others come down. Everyone's awake, and I see Argo's party behind Sarah too. But their timing is bad, as the place is full and there aren't enough seats for everyone. Sorry. Normally guests would take precedence, but it's okay. So now what? Should we go outside? How about we bring it to our room? Can we? Of course. But it will take a little longer to be done. The innkeeper says to Argo. What do you think? Argo asks us. We'll wait, says Hikari, for everyone, and we go back to our room. The rooms are big, but we can't all eat together, so we split up. The innkeeper said she would bring us the food, but it takes a surprisingly short amount of time. Not to mention that it's nicely arranged and feels professional. But having skipped a meal means I take more food out of the item box. But it's not like everyone had more. After we eat, we rest, and an employee collects the tableware, while also telling us that private booths in the dining hall opened up. I asked to be told this before, so we meet up with Argo's party and head there to discuss our plans going forward. We went north last time, so I think it would be more effective to go southeast. I say, remembering what I saw on map before leaving. Some kaijin hang around in the same place, but most walk around the dungeon. But most of those have something like a defined territory, and come and go in the same area. There are exceptions, but the arrangement doesn't really change. But we'll need to go the 3 more times, right? Of course. We might hit the quota next time if we keep going deeper. That would mean staying in the dungeon for a long time. Probably over 2 weeks if we're including the trip back. I guess it depends on your point of view if this is a long time or not. Let's not take risks, even if it takes longer. At the very least, we have the 10th floor to ourselves. At least for now, says Argo. He says that once people start hearing that newbies like us are hunting on the 10th floor, the veterans might be inspired to challenge it too. So they'll take a risk to save face? Yes, Rurika. It would be one thing if there were multiple high-rank clans, but there are only Jet Black and small-scale clans. The ones who still want to make a name for themselves will be especially antsy. Not to mention that Jet Black pulled out of the 10th floor, adds Argo. As someone who's been there, I agree with Jet Black. But who knows what people who don't know what it's like think. They might think they're cowards, even if no one says it. Well, that might happen, but let's discuss this some more. And we could wait and see for 2 or 3 days. Argo agrees, and the others also nod. Walking in Another World, Chapter 675, Detection Magic. Argo was spot on. 2 days after we left the 10th floor, news that Jet Black is also heading there start making the rounds in town. They were probably getting ready to go to the 10th floor? Yes. Apparently a lot of adventurers know we want to conquer the 10th floor. I think so too. The 10th floor isn't a place you just jump into without preparing. Rurika agrees with Chris, and Argo and his party nod. Well, we're pushing them into it in a way. I don't know how the choice will turn out, but it's their own responsibility. Maybe they were carefully planning, but never really had a reason to start. So they stopped, and then hesitated to take that step forward again. So what should we do? We can go as we planned. We're going in a different direction anyway. Argo immediately answers my question. It's true, I can check map and see where they are, so we most likely won't bump into each other in the dungeon. But before we go, we get plenty of rest in the inn. Mia borrows the kitchen again, and Chris meditates in the room by herself. I'm curious about her, but Rurika pushes me out of the room. And they take me to the kitchen to cook with them too. The innkeeper is looking forward to seeing if we have any new dishes to show. And eventually, when we're ready, we leave the inn. We haven't heard anything about Jet Black being back, so we assume they're still hunting. Once we enter the 10th floor, I check map, and I see reactions that aren't from Kaijin. There are 54 of them. It's not even enough to make 4 parties, but it matches what we heard before coming here. That means everyone who entered the dungeon is still here. The Kaijin's eyes are a big threat, but these people are all strong enough to have made it past the 9th floor, so if they can deal with the magic eyes, they should be able to hunt. Also, keeping a lot of people here will work to their advantage if they're staying here for a long time. They can take turns keeping watch and rest properly. But having a lot of people also has disadvantages. If multiple parties are fighting, it can be hard to coordinate, and while it's useful when they're camping, it makes it harder to move through passages. Well, they go around the upper floors in large numbers, so they should have plenty or practice coordinating, says Argo, and I agree. So Sora, which way should we go? There aren't that many of them, but maybe southwest? There are the same number of Kaijin closer to the staircase to the northwest, but they are closer to each other. Okay, southwest it is then. Let's think about how far we'll go as we hunt. There is something I want to test. Is that okay? Says Chris as we're about to move out. She's gripping her staff, and has a serious expression. Test what? Magic that uses the power of spirits. I don't know if it will work, but she's not confident, and her voice gradually gets lower. Sure, you can do it. No, you should, says Rurika. Chris looks at everyone, and after a small nod and taking a deep breath, she holds up her staff. I can see her mouth moving a little, and hear her voice. At the same time, magic energy gathers around her. It's not normal magic energy, it's magic energy from spirits. It focuses on the tip of her staff. And the moment her voice stops, it spreads. Chris, what is this? I'm filling this space with magic energy to detect abnormalities. I was thinking that this way we can tell where Kaijin are even if we can't see them. I think she's been thinking about how to help since she can't do much in battle. But this is still in the experimental stage, and we don't know how well it will work. Also, the magic energy gets weaker as time passes, and needs to be refreshed. And since it can't cover the whole floor anyway, she needs to use it as we advance. Still, detecting monsters we can't see makes a big difference, says Argo, and I nod. Guilford and the others do too. I don't know if it really will detect them clearly. We don't know how those magic eyes work. True. Presence detection and magic energy detection don't pick them up, so my map surveillance network isn't a match for them. Then let's keep that in mind and stay cautious, says Argo, and we start exploring the dungeon again. Walking in Another World, Chapter 676, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 29. We've been in the dungeon for 5 days. That means we've been here longer than last time. Chris, are you okay? Yes, I have fully recovered my magic energy. Chris sounds like she's raring to go. On our 4th day in the dungeon, meaning yesterday, Chris magic detected an invisible Kaijin. That saved us from a sneak attack and allowed us to fight it. Up until then, Chris was looking increasingly more dispirited, but not anymore. She was able to pick up on reactions when contrasted with my map, but she was worried that her detection magic couldn't pick up on the invisible ones. I think it's just that Kaijin with magic eyes that let them disappear. I say, thinking back to yesterday's fight, if those things were all over the place, it might be impossible to hunt here properly. They might kill people in one attack depending on the weapons they're holding. We were lucky the shields protected us the first time. Yes. We've taken down 20 Kaijin so far, and I think 3-eyed ones are just rare in general. Rurika's right. That was the second one. Sarah means the second one in this outing. We only came across one last time, so that makes only 3 of them so far. And there are more one-eyed Kaijin than 2-eyed ones. Maybe it's just coincidence that there are a lot of them where we're heading. So Sora, how are things looking on the other side? I can't tell if they're doing well, but there aren't any casualties. I don't know everything, but they're not too far away from the staircase even after 5 days. Probably because each fight takes a long time. If they wanted to go back, it would take them less than a day. One of the reasons why fights drag on for them is that kaijin are drawn to them and join the fight. And that's probably why after the fights are over, they take long breaks instead of moving on right away. By my count, Jet Black have taken down 7 kaijin, and there's a chance that they've encountered a two-eyed one and had trouble. They might be over there if they aren't here. Let's go then. Chris, please do it. Chris nods, and releases magic energy. How is it looking? I ask, and Chris tells me where the direction from where her magic energy picked up something, and sometimes points. I listen to her, and contrast it with map. Yes, there are no hidden reactions this time. Tell me if you pick up more. Chris nods, and I walk towards the nearest reaction. My steps are pretty light, but that's thanks to Chris. I'm definitely not becoming complacent. Everyone else is also like this. Stop. There is a kaijin after this corner. How should we fight this one? Judging by the reaction, it will be close to us once we turn the corner. Let's move over there and check what kind of magic eyes it has. And then we'll adjust accordingly, I say while looking at Ruruka, and she nods. We move without making a sound, and then I jump out and use provoke. Once it turns to me, I use transfer to get behind it, and swing my sword. It dodges the attack, and immediately turns to counterattack. It's barehanded, and uses gauntlets and leg guards. This one's mainly a fighter, and has 2 eyes, but analysis tells me they're not magic eyes. It doesn't have them. I declare while attacking, and suddenly, 3 reactions appear behind it. It's Ruruka, Sarah, and Argo. Ruruka stops for a moment, and Sarah and Argo split to the left and right. She then swings her twin swords, but the kaijin twists its body and attacks with a backhanded fist. Argo deflects it with his sword, and Sarah swings her axes matching the kaijin's momentum, but it dodges. It's like it has eyes on the back of its head, and it jumps back and to the left for safety. The 4 of us keep attacking it, but then it gets in front of a wall and fights us from that position. Having its back to a wall limits how many of us can attack at the same time, and our attack options, making it easier for the kaijin to defend itself. This fighting style is good for a fighter, but I start to pick up on something as the fight prolongs itself. This kaijin has high physical abilities. Its level is about the same as the others we've faced, but I feel like it's stronger and faster. Is it because it doesn't have magic eyes? We've fought ones without magic eyes before, but we didn't have this much trouble. But its moves change once Hikari and Guilford join the fight. Hikari's projectile slash and Guilford's arrows start supporting us from a distance, and we start doing damage. Probably because the kaijin's rhythm has been broken. It gets progressively more wounded, and its skin is covered in blood. Losing blood makes it move not as well too, which makes it suffer even more attacks. In the end, even though the 4 of us fought it for over half an hour, once Hikari and Guilford joined in, it went down in less than 5 minutes. Walking in Another World, Chapter 677, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 30. You really helped us there, Hikari. True. Its movements got worse all of a sudden when you 2 joined in, say Sarah and Ruruka. Good grief, you could have helped us sooner. Argo complains to Guilford while composing his breathing. He's half joking, so he's not really blaming him. If anything, he's just grumbling. No, I just thought you could finish it quickly, says Guilford while tapping his shoulder, looking like he's used to dealing with him. Rick and the others suggest that since attacking from a distance threw off the kaijin's balance, that might have been a close quarters type, that was weak to attacks from a distance. After all, neither Hikari or Guilford specialize in long-distance attacks. Argo eventually settles this heated discussion, and we go back to exploring. We end up hunting 4 more, bringing us to a total of 40. 10 more to go. Things are going smoothly thanks to Chris detection magic, but I feel like it's going to take some time. What's wrong, Sora? Why the long face? It's about where the kaijin are, I say to Mia while looking at map. We've gotten pretty far from the staircase while chasing monster reactions. There are some around here, but they're very heavily skewed. For example, the closest reaction is about 3 hours from here, But the real issue is that there are 5 more. It's very rare for them to be clumped up like this. It's my first time seeing it. I enlarge map, and see another spot where monsters are gathered. If we're going after other reactions, it will take us half a day to get there. If we want to avoid risks, we should go to the ones that are far away. But then we might as well head in the direction of the staircase, right? I ask, and Argo and Guilford look at each other. Are there kaijin on the way back? Then we could take them down and leave. It's getting bad for you, right Chris? No, I'm fine, Rurika. It doesn't look like you're pushing yourself. But you still look tired. I don't see it, but apparently Rurika does. Ah, Sarah's nodding. Then how about we rest early today, and head to the staircase tomorrow? I ask, and everyone agrees, so I take food out of the item box. Are we going to make more after we get back? We still have plenty. But it's hard to cook in the dungeon, and we never know what might happen. I get what Mia is saying, but I have enough food for 2 months. It grows to half a year if we include what isn't cooked, and even longer if we include monsters that haven't been taken apart yet. If I see the stock is running low, I can buy more in towns or hunt more monsters in dungeons to replenish. We also tend to buy food when we walk around towns and find stalls that sell tasty stuff. After we're done eating, Chris casts detection magic, and tells me the positions of the monsters she detected. I contrast them with map, set up traps, and place the boards from last time to make walls. We're sleeping in a T-junction, and using the boards to give the illusion that there's no passage. Kaijin might sense something's off if they know this area, but adventurers probably won't. Unless they have a map. We spend their night here while taking turns keeping watch, and head to the staircase the next day. Rick and the others fight the 2 kaijin we find on the way back. One of them uses fascinate, but everyone already has an unfascinate eye, so it doesn't work. What about the materials? HN, you can take them, Sora. You might need them, right? But then, don't worry about money. Think of all the food and disposable items you've given us. Not to mention that we're going to make more than enough. The rest of Argo's party nods. They're not going to change their answer, so we should talk more after we're done with the dungeon. Argo mentioned food and disposable items, but those are cheap compared to their help in beating this dungeon. After leaving the dungeon, we decide to rest for 3 days, and take it easy in the inn. But since we don't want to stay locked up for that long, we go to town too. As before, someone from Argo's party comes along. In the meantime, we hear from people here that Jet Black hasn't returned yet. Some people are impressed, but some are worried they were wiped out. Walking in Another World, Chapter 678, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 31. 8 more to go. How are the others doing? Asks Argo when we enter the dungeon, and he's not the only one who's curious. Everyone is. I call out map, and use both presence detection and magic energy detection. There were 54 members of Jet Black here, but first, let's check where they are. I see reactions on a corner of map. That means they're pretty far from the staircase. I infuse more magic energy to enlarge map, and gulp. The number of reactions has gone down. There are only 45 of them. That means 9 people died. I see, says Argo quietly, and Chris has a sad expression on her face. Dungeons are always risky. All we can do is work out ways and countermeasures to prevent it. Are the ones that are left okay? I think so, for the time being. I look at the reactions around a Jet Black, mostly at the kaijin reactions between them and the staircase. I imagine an experienced clan like Jet Black would have started mapping out the floor the moment they stepped inside it. But they're pretty far from the staircase. They might be on their way back, but judging by where they were 3 days ago, I don't think that's the case. I think they fought kaijin and ended up where they are after running away. But that's just a theory, only they know what's really going on. So what are we going to do? Ruriku asks me and Argo. I think she means if we should go help them. Well, they're going to have to figure it out on their own, says Argo. It might seem cold, but no one forced them to come to the dungeon, so they're responsible for themselves. Not to mention that if they found themselves cornered like that, there was something strong over there for sure. We don't have an obligation to brave that danger to save them, right? Argo is right. and despite everything, that party has been taking down Kaijin. Their numbers have gone down, but it might be just because they were unlucky while fighting Kaijin in the 3 days when we weren't here. At least that's a theory Argo came up with after listening to me describing what I see on map. And even if we have Sora and Chris abilities, we can't afford to worry about others. Rurika nods in agreement. So Sora, which way should we go? First, can you do it, Chris? We need to make that decision after Chris casts detection magic. We can detect the invisible ones, but we still want to avoid three-eyed Kaijin. This is how we decide where we should go. Which is not in the direction of Jet Black. I agree that I have a bad impression of Jet Black, and people of the Empire, but this decision is made purely based on the number and positions of the Kaijin. And it turns out to be right, as we hunt the remaining 8 without issue. A tough fight with a three-eyed one is forced on us, but we get through it without injuries. Now we just have to head back. Argo lets out a sigh of relief while looking at me. If we go back the way we came from, we'll have to fight just one. We can go around it, which will take longer, but sounds better. When I say that, no one objects. I also tell them what I see about Jet Black. They didn't move much while we were after Kaijin, and their numbers stayed the same. They supposedly came here with plenty of food. It also depends on how long they were planning to stay here. If they're not moving, I assume they're either tired or waiting for wounded people to heal, or maybe they're pinned down. According to Sora, there are Kaijin no matter what direction they go. Guilford says to Argo, if they have the power to detect enemies, they might think they're surrounded. They actually are, but the Kaijin aren't taking the initiative to go towards Jet Black. If they don't move from there, Kaijin won't attack. At least that's the impression I get from how the Kaijin are moving when I'm looking, but since Jet Black doesn't know this, they might not be too comfortable. After all, there are enemies nearby. Well, the decision is theirs. And I wonder how they're doing in terms of fighting power when it comes to the ones outside the dungeon. Argo is wondering what the ones still in town will do if the ones here don't make it back on schedule. And Jet Black stays in the same place the whole time when we make our way to the exit. Walking in Another World, Chapter 679, Mortality Rate. We spend the day after getting back from the dungeon resting, and the next day, go to the reference room before going to the guild's training area. Why the training area? Because of what we're reading about the boss of the 10th floor in the reference materials. We've learned that not a single person has died in that boss room since the creation of those documents. At first I thought it was because of the safety zone, and because adventurers who made it that far would have had the experience to know when to pull back. But I learned that it's not as simple as that. The boss of the 10th floor excels at defense, so challengers have to get through that tough defense to beat it. Furthermore, this boss doesn't summon minions, it's all alone. The issue is that this boss is tough, and it's easy to run out the clock without beating it. And if you want to face it again, you have to take down 50 Kaijin again. That's one thing that brings the mortality rate of the 10th floor up. And why a lot of people either decide to make money on the 9th floor instead, or give up on this dungeon altogether. But which of us will fight? Kaijin have pretty much the same physique as people, so only so many people can attack them at once. Especially since magic aside, only Hikari and Guilford can attack from a distance. And those aren't even their main attacks. Those attacks worked before, but it felt like it was because that one was weak to long-distance attacks. We shouldn't assume it will work that well on the boss. The documents say they tried to coordinate close and long-range attacks, but were completely shut out. Magic doesn't work? I borrow the documents Rick is reading, and see it says magic doesn't work at all. Rick frowns, and looks like he's thinking. This isn't unexpected, because magic wasn't effective against Kaijin before. The time limit for the 10th floor boss is 10 hours, right? That much is certain. But Argo, yes, fighting for 10 hours straight isn't doable. Alone, anyway. Guilford and the others nod, picking up on what Argo is saying. The problem is the boss stamina. If it can last for 10 hours, do we even have a means to defeat it? Argo proposes that we fight it in shifts, so the boss doesn't have a chance to rest and we can chip away at its strength while looking for any good opportunities. We have 11 people, 10 who can fight up close and Chris, so we can split into 4 groups and keep fighting it. We're not going with 3, 4, because we want to keep members of ours and Argo's party separate. It goes without saying that we're more experienced fighting with people of the same party. I think it's possible for us to adjust to each other, but then we wouldn't be able to use our full power. Also, since the plan is to rest while others fight, the more teams we have, the more time we have to rest. According to the documents, the boss doesn't take the initiative to attack, but I don't know how it will behave while we fight, so we're going to rest while staying cautious. How should we split up? I'll team up with Sarah, so how about the 3 of you form a team with Mia acting as support? Mia casts buffs to support everyone, and Hikari and I are the main attackers. Chris can use magic to bind it too. It will work to our advantage if you can dull its movements. Ruruku says to Chris. Yes, she can't damage it directly, but she can support by hindering it. I don't know if she can hit it if the battle turns too chaotic, but that's one of the things we can test in the training area. Also, there's a rumors going around that the guild will stop us from going to the 10th floor because we're not strong enough. That might be because unlike Jet Black, we didn't stay on the 10th floor for long periods of time, and didn't sell any materials after getting back. If we don't report to the guild, they have no way of knowing how much we've hunted. Conversely, people are taking the fact that Jet Black isn't back yet as a positive. Some people don't like them, but most adventurers in this town look up to them. I guess a big clan is always going to look attractive to adventurers. Meanwhile, I've been seeing some people with grim faces. They're a part of Jet Black. They respond with a smile when someone talks to them, but it feels like they're nervous. Like they're on edge. It's probably because the others aren't back yet, whispers Argo, who noticed the same thing. 3 days later, a new party is put together by Jet Black to go to the 10th floor, to the cheers of many adventurers. If Jet Black is the light, we're the darkness. That same day, we enter the boss room, without anyone knowing about it. Walking in Another World, Chapter 680, Azuatria Dungeon, Part 32. When we enter the boss room, we see one kaijin sitting down. See Isa? And it has what looks like a sword next to it. I don't see anything else that might be a weapon, so that must be it. I'm just glad it's a weapon that's easy for us to fight. The kaijin's eyes are closed, but I can see even from here that it has an eye on its forehead. I just can't tell what magic eyes it has, since analysis doesn't work from this far. There were documents about the magic eyes of the kaijin in the boss room. Some things are clear, but there was also all sorts of stuff that just felt like people's impressions of the monster. That can't be helped. People aren't going to know exact information unless they have appraisal. In fact, I know what I know because I have what's in a way the superior version of appraisal, analysis. The first and second eyes have status effects and offensive effects, mostly things other kaijin also use. The third eye seems to do things we don't know about. But since all that was written was what it felt like to the people at the time, we aren't sure. I have to use analysis. We're going first like we planned. That's partially because of my analysis, but also because we're probably the best group when it comes to defense. Go for it. And beat it while you're at it. Yep, leave it to us, says Hikari to what Argo said half-jokingly. Don't overdo it, Hikari. Yes. Life's important. Make sure you remember that. I'll go in front, and Hikari will back me up with projectile slash. She doesn't look too happy about that, but we need to observe its movements first, and then coordinate our attacks. If we see the monster is too powerful, we're supposed to stand by. Once we're all inside, the door behind us disappears, the kaijin opens its eyes, grabs its weapon, and slowly gets up. That alone is enough to make the air in this room tense. The kaijin is now up, but it doesn't move from there. It's just staring at us. I take a big breath, and exhale. Standing here is just a waste of time, and that's something we can't afford. I hold up my shield, and slowly walk towards the monster. Hikari leaves some distance, and follows me. She's diagonally behind me, cautious of the line of fire. I take one step towards it, then another, and my heart is pounding. Then I feel something warm around my body. Mia is supporting me with holy magic. My aggressively beating heart is slowly soothed. Once I get within appraisal range, I cast it. Name dash, dash, job dash, dash, level, limit break, race, Kaijin, status, dash, so its level is limit break. Does that mean it's over 100? I need to be careful. Well, I intended to in the first place. Now let's get into analysis range. As I get closer, the Kaijin slowly holds up its sword, but doesn't attack. It's just watching in a defensive stance. It's humanoid, but I really do feel like I'm facing a person. Then I cast analysis. First eye, drowsiness. Second eye, shadow. Third eye, strengthening. It has 3 different magic eyes. Drowsiness just makes people feel sleepy. Like instead of putting people to sleep, it makes them feel drowsy and hurts their focus. It feels pretty plain, but it can also create fatal openings. I've dealt with it before, so I have the magic items to block it. That said, since the documents said the first eye was about status conditions, I already have countermeasures. At least against the ones mentioned in the documents or the ones I've experienced before. The issue is the second one. Shadow is tricky. It means it can move from shadow to shadow, and it can stretch its shadow to perform special attacks. And it can envelop itself in shadows to boost its defense. If it's enveloped in shadows, attacks won't work unless blessed by Mia or performed with swords with the light attribute. Silver swords can get through shadow walls too, but those might not damage the Kaijin. That's an issue with the power of the swords themselves. Also, what rules does the shadow magic eye follow? Can it only use one of its effects at a time? Is it about a time limit instead? Can it choose all of its abilities within that time limit? That will change the difficulty a lot. If it's the former, it can't rapid fire its effects, but the interval between effect activation will be relatively short. If it's the latter, it will need a longer cooldown after using it. We have to deal with each in different ways, so we need to find out which type it is. I feel like Mia will have her hands full. Lastly, the strengthening skill is the same as mine. It's very simple, but its abilities vary greatly depending on who's using it. It might have a body that's so tough, swords can't cut it. I can't strengthen mine that far, but it's not out of the realm of possibility for a Kaijin with a tough body to begin with. I'm sure a cheap sword sold in a store won't damage it even if it's not using that magic eye. As I think, I step within the reach of its sword, but I take another step forward. I yell what analysis told me, and the Kaijin doesn't react at all. Even though I'm in range, I hide behind my shield, and swing my sword, using sword slash to increase its speed. But I'm blocked, making a metallic sound echo. Walking in Another World, Chapter 681, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 33. I use the recoil of the rebound, and swing sword down again. But again, it's blocked. The difference is that this time, instead of bouncing back, my sword is stopped. It's strong. It doesn't budge when our swords clash. Actually, am I losing? Is this because I'm using the sword one-handed? I'm holding a shield with the other hand, but the Kaijin is using its sword with both hands. Now that I'm getting a closer look, that sword is too big for one hand, but not long enough to be called a great sword. I put my shield in the item box, and hold my sword tightly with both hands too. Now we're on even ground, but I still can't push it back. Are we evenly matched? I decide to step back. This deadlock only wastes time, and I need to show the others how the Kaijin moves. Then Akari attacks, swinging her dagger rapidly from afar. Wind cuts fly out with each swing, and the Kaijin swings its sword. The slashes are blocked by the wind the swings produce, and don't reach the monster. It managed to just erase the slashes. But Akari isn't done. She's already moving to attack the Kaijin from up close. I match her movements, and step ahead to try to attack directly. The Kaijin peeks at Hikari, but it swings at me. I block it, and in the meantime, Hikari attacks it from behind. It's a hit. But the dagger bounces back. The Kaijin is wearing clothes, but no armor or anything. The only real equipment it has are gauntlets and shin guards. I don't know about its clothes, But did the Kaijin ignore Hikari because it judged she can't hurt him? Hikari's dagger is made of mithril, just like my sword. Is it a matter of raw power? As I think that, the Kaijin aggressively swings its sword. It's like it decided to focus on me more. I block the attack and feel like yelling at whoever said this thing focuses on defense. But I'm too busy swinging my sword. To be more precise, I'm too busy because the monster doesn't give me any leeway. As time goes by, each attack becomes heavier and faster. Not only that, but Hikari tries to attack its back again, and the Kaijin completely ignores her. I was thinking that if it reacted to her projectile slash, it should draw its attention, but Hikari can't use it with me in the way. Next, Hikari decides to attack with magic energy, and that gets the Kaijin's attention somewhat. It twists its body to dodge a slash infused with magic energy, then swings its sword at her. I block it, and we coordinate to attack it, but it either blocks with its sword or gauntlets. Sometimes it also steps to the sides to dodge, and none of our attacks hit. This goes on for about 10 minutes, until Hikari steps back. She's out of magic energy. This wouldn't have happened so quickly if she was just infusing it into her dagger, but halfway through, she started making it flow in her body to increase her physical abilities. But she had to do that, or she wouldn't have been able to face the Kaijin. And by that, I mean she wouldn't be able to handle its attacks. If the monster was weaker, she would have been able to deflect its attacks with her dagger, but that's not the kind of opponent we're facing. That's why Hikari decided the best course of action was to dodge. Hikari, take a break. If you're tired, it's going to catch you. Hikari nods and drinks a mana potion. This will recover her magic energy, but Hikari doesn't move out right away. Her stamina has been going down too, but I'll say this in her honor, it's my fault she's so tired. Hikari has been matching me as I cross swords with the Kaijin, putting more of a strain on her. I fight the Kaijin alone, every one of my attacks is blocked, and then I notice something. It's blocking my attacks, but it stopped attacking me. The moment I notice that, a smile forms on its face. Is it just unbothered? Is it enjoying the fight? Suddenly, I'm reminded of Stia. Sora, it's time to change. I immediately jump away from the Kaijin, and Clift attacks with a spear, Rick attacks with axes in both hands, and Harold swings at the Kaijin with his sword. And the Kaijin responds in a very simple manner, by pulling back. That's it. The attacks all miss. It was their first attack, but it was like it knew exactly where they would hit. But the others don't panic, and transition to their next attacks. The second round has started. Walking in Another World, Chapter 682, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 34. Rick and the others attack the Kaijin with great coordination, but it focuses on defense and blocks them all. Then it's Argo and the others' turn, then Rurika's team. But no one can deal damage. We've been switching around the 30-minute mark, and also depending on how tired we are. Mia, how about you take a break too? We've been at it for almost 4 hours. The Kaijin has used the drowsiness magikai a few times, but not shadow or strengthening. I guess it hasn't felt the need to use them. Is this boss all about protecting this room and not letting anyone through? It's a little different from the bosses in Majolica and Fuzz. Mia hesitates a little, but says she'll rest next time it's our turn. I hear that, and cast the light element on Hikari. That way she's ready in case it attacks with shadow. Mia also casts her blessings before moving back. She's been casting buffs from a little far away, but just facing the boss this whole time is tiring. She can't let her guard down, not to mention that her nerves are on edge because she has to be able to deal with the shadow magic if it uses it. I see her retreat, and switch with Rurika's group to fight the Kaijin for the third time. I attack while predicting its moves, because I used the memory skill, but my sword never reaches it. Also, I can just sort of see that it has other, special skills aside from the magic eyes. At the very least, it has a detection skill. I'm led to believe this because of how it dealt with Hikari, Rurika, and Sarah. The air around it suddenly changed the moment they started attacking with magic energy. Looking back, that was also when it started using the drowsiness magic eye. The moment it looked like Sarah's attacks would hit, Her movements became duller and she missed. That leads me to believe it uses its magic eyes when it senses trouble. That means we have to corner it and force it to use them all. Well, I assume strengthening just makes it stronger. I'm more curious about Shadow. What effect does it have exactly? If this monster focuses on defense, it's very likely it will use it as a wall to block attacks and as a way to pull back quickly. If it uses it offensively, will it try to pierce its enemies? That could be it, but I think Mia's blessings and the light attribute can deal with that. But I shouldn't assume I can shut it out completely, because those effects will run out if it overcomes their protection and resistance. I make magic energy flow through my whole body to increase my physical abilities. I can see on my status screen that my MP is slowly but surely going down. I keep checking it with parallel thinking while swinging my sword. My swings are faster, but the monster expertly uses its sword and its legs to dodge. Hikari attacks from blind spots, but it blocks with its gauntlets and sometimes uses its legs. When I'm about to run out of MP, I think about using conversion, but stop. I think it's best to leave a trump card. I'll make the Kaijin think I can't strengthen myself with magic energy anymore. We switch with Rick's group, and Argo's turn follows theirs. Chris, do it. When Rurika's turn comes around, she calls out to Chris, and she holds up her staff. Chris starts chanting while Argo and Guilford are still near the Kaijin. She's chanting wind spirit magic. Magic energy gathers on her staff, and it flows into Rurika and Sarah. The magic energy envelops them, and when it's done, Mia casts her blessings and I cast the light element on them. It uses more magic energy than usual. Thanks. Don't overdo it, says Chris out of concern, with sweat on her forehead and her staff still held up. Rurika gives her a little nod. Argo, she yells out, and Argo and Guilford quickly move away. Rurika steps forward, and dashes towards the Kaijin like she's flying. It's like she's using Gale, but Sarah is moving the same way. I can barely keep up with them with my eyes. In fact, I only managed to do it on the last day they were practicing this. Still, it's likely that it's less that I can see them, and more that the memory skill remembers their moves because we crossed swords again and again. And yet, despite seeing this for the first time, the Kaijin dodges Rurika's attack and blocks Sarah's axes. No, it's been pushed away. I think it's the first time since this fight started that the Kaijin moved back involuntarily. Walking in Another World, Chapter 683, Azuretria Dungeon, Part 35. With the help of wind spirit magic, Rurika and Sarah are even faster than when they use their own magic energy to boost their physical abilities. Their speed is overwhelming, and even the Kaijin is gradually becoming unable to deal with it. This is when it finally uses the shadow magic eye, protecting its body with it. Rurika and Sarah's slashes hit a wall of shadow, but their swords and axes break through like it's nothing, and keep pressing on the monster. This is the effect of the blessing on their weapons. However, since their momentum is stopped just a little bit, the Kaijin manages to evade. Also, it doesn't just cast a wall, it keeps making them. This keeps getting in Rurika and Sarah's way, but stops after about a minute. Does that magic eye have a time limit? Without the walls to protect it, the Kaijin's body is attacked by Rurika and Sarah again, and wounds start piling up. But still, it's mostly just scratches, and they can't deal fatal damage. As things stand, if they keep attacking like this, it looks like they might break through the Kaijin's defenses eventually, but we know they won't. There are two reasons. First, fighting with the power of wind spirits puts a great toll on the user's body. In a way, it's like they're pushing beyond their limits. They can handle it because Rurika is used to Gale, and Sarah pairs up with her a lot. Second, it's hard to control, and just using it saps the caster's magic energy and concentration. That means it shouldn't be used for very long. I can see big beads of sweat on Chris' forehead. Hikari, go! I yell, and Hikari holds up her dagger while nodding. Big sister! She yells, and swings her dagger, releasing a wind blade. Both Rurika and Sarah step away from the Kaijin, so the projectile slash doesn't hit them. I run after the projectile slash, and swing my sword as the Kaijin swings at the wind blade. It blocks me as it swings its sword back, but Hikari slashes it from behind. The kaijin shifts its position a little to evade, dodging as it always does, but I think Hikari is aware of that by now, so she immediately connects it to her next attack. She keeps attacking with her physical abilities boosted with magic energy, and I can see the kaijin's wounds healing. But I don't get flustered, and just keep attacking. This isn't a desperate situation. The kaijin looks unharmed, but we've scratched it a few times. The wounds soon heal. But I can tell the kaijin isn't taking it easy like it was at the start. I can feel this is working, if it isn't acting, of course. But we keep attacking straightforwardly. As a result, I can see it uses the drowsiness and shadow magic eyes one at a time. Again, shadow forms walls, and the effect runs out after 1 minute. Rick's group takes over after us, and then Argo's. It's during Argo's fight that the kaijin uses its final magic eye, strengthening. The strengthening magic eye seems to do the same as my skill, strengthening the kaijin's body. It's using that because Argo managed to hit it with a deep slash. I don't think Argo is boosting his physical abilities with magic energy, or using the power of spirits or anything like that. My magic energy detection doesn't pick up on any unusual magic energy in him. And yet, he managed to slash him. Maybe it's just that we haven't been able to really catch the kaijin, and once hit, this is what happens. But I'm not sure. What I do know is that Argo's sword is cornering the kaijin. Once it uses strengthening, its boosted speed means Argo fails to hit him, but 10 minutes later, he starts to hit him again. But the hit doesn't deal damage. I'm pretty sure it bounced off. This tells me that strengthening is still in effect, and the kaijin's speed hasn't actually gone down. And Argo managed to hit him despite the kaijin being faster than before because he can keep up with it. Wow, whispers Rurika, and I keep my eyes on Argo. It doesn't feel like there was any big change in his moves, and yet, he just hit him again. The first and second hits bounce off, but the third draws blood. So now he's not only keeping up with it, but damaging it too. What's going on? As far as I can tell, strengthening is still active. In fact, this magic eyes effect is lasting for a long time. Is it because it's a boss? Then I notice the kaijin's moves getting duller, and Argo lands a solid hit. 5 minutes after strengthening wears off, the kaijin uses shadow to withstand Argo's attacks, but it's eventually unable to produce more shadow walls, and falls to Argo's sword without being able to fight back against it. Walking in Another World, Chapter 684. Dungeon complete. We're all taken aback by the sudden ending, when Rick opens his mouth and speaks slowly. He's always like that. When the time comes, he steps up to the challenge. That's why we can count on him. He's talking about Argo. I don't think Argo has particularly strong skills, but he's taken down several high-rank monsters. Rick also says that it was thanks to him that they made it to the 7th floor back when they were basically newbies. He has good eyes, and you might not think it, but he works hard. True. People just don't know it because he doesn't do it in front of others. Cliff adds to what Rick said. It's rare to hear them praising Argo. From what I'm hearing, Argo has a great ability to learn and adapt. He reads his opponent's moves, and can see and take advantage of weak points. It sounds a lot like my memory skill, but he can't do it right away. It takes some time. Could he have won that tournament if he had the time to prepare? It feels like he might have beaten the Beast King. There's always an issue of compatibility. He has a hard time against opponents that grow through fighting. I can see that. The Beast King tests different things while fighting, so it would be hard to deal with him. The fact that he got to observe his opponent's moves during this fight played a big role. Did you also fight with that in mind? I ask. And while they just keep a vague smile on their faces, they don't deny it either. And I'm guessing it took this long because that kaijin boss really was strong. Let's go, Argo is waiting, says Rick, and when I turn to Argo, I see a treasure chest appearing where the kaijin fell. He's not opening it because it might have a trap, or I guess he feels like opening them is Hikari's job. I get closer and cast appraisal, but it doesn't seem to have a trap. Also, when the monster went down, it dropped a magic stone. Being the boss means it's bigger than the ones dropped by other kaijin here on the 10th floor. but its different shine tells me it's of higher quality too. Hikari slowly opens the treasure chest. As everyone watches, there are what appear to be numerous accessories inside. Rings and bracelets. They all look simple at a glance, but there's elaborate workmanship put into them. And of course, they're all magic items. Sora, can you tell their effects? Asks Argo, and I nod. They all have the abilities worthy of being the reward for taking down the boss of the final floor. Not all can be used by everyone, but I feel like if they were sold at an auction, each could allow for their former owners to have a comfortable life. Magic ring can store items, and it prevents their deterioration. This is like a bracelet-shaped magic bag. It can't store a lot, but being able to preserve items, and especially food as it is, means everyone who moves around a lot like adventurers and the merchants would want it. It's hard to preserve the freshness of ingredients and cooked food. I think it's good that it's a bracelet too, because if it really was a ring, it might get in the way when people were using weapons. Scapegoat ring is an item that takes fatal damage instead of the user. This fatal damage can be from things other than physical attacks. Apparently it will work even if the death is from something like poison. Apparently the gem on the ring breaks upon use, but it looks like it's a magic stone, so it can be used again if it's replaced. But it has to be a particularly high-quality magic stone, even among high-quality magic stones, so it would cost a lot. One from a goblin or a wolf won't activate the effect. It's the kind of item an influential person would want. Sorcery bracelet is a bracelet that can store magic energy, and boosts magic energy recovery. This is the kind of item a sorcerer would want. Veterans can tell the limits of their magic energy, but adventurers never know what they might face, so this is a nice thing to have. I also think it would be good for alchemists. Having more magic energy could raise their daily production. Skill ring records skills and allows them to be used. It can store up to 3, and their power depends on the user. However, it can't use them in succession, and it's restricted to once per day. That doesn't mean the cooldown is 24 hours, it resets when the sun rises. Also, it looks like there are skills it can't register. This is the sort of thing you have to test to find out. But apparently once a skill is registered, it can't be taken off for a few days. But analysis doesn't give me more details. I explain the items from the treasure chest, and Argo crosses his arms like he's pondering something. That makes sense. He probably wants the scapegoat ring, but they need to discuss it. How about we leave the dungeon first? It's best to discuss it calmly in the inn. Not to mention that we're all tired from fighting for a long time. We go through the door that appeared with the treasure chest, and since it's on the final floor, something should happen when we go through it. The others know it too, and I give them a small nod. When we go through the door, we find ourselves on the surface. Walking in Another World, Chapter 685, Conquerors and Returnees. After returning from the dungeon, we find the guild empty. There's no one here besides employees. It's the middle of the day, so surely adventurers are out hunting. Adventurers who leave the dungeon the same day they went intend to enter early in the morning and return at night, or as the sun is setting. The only ones who return at this hour are ones who stayed there for days, or did what they set out to do. I'm glad it's empty. We conquered the dungeon, so we need to report it. Depending on the receptionist, we could get one that processes it quietly, or someone who yells with surprise. Makaru back in Elysia is the latter. Argo hands his dungeon card, acting as our representative, and the receptionist lady starts processing it, but stops. She looks at us, and looks down again to continue working. Please tell me if you want an auction. And what do you want to do about having conquered the dungeon? Well, we're leaving within 10 days, so please announce it after that. It's going to be announced regardless. It doesn't matter who did it, the dungeon being conquered will make it more active. Argo knows he can't ask for them not to announce it, so he asked that it be done after we've left. Most adventurers would want the glory that comes with conquering a dungeon, so they'd actually want it announced in the most public way possible. And the receptionist responds with, "Very well," she says, and she bows. "But don't expect much in terms of auctions," is the last thing Argo says before he leaves, and we follow him. We can't give an immediate answer, because we haven't even discussed it. Still, like Argo said, considering what the magic items do, we probably won't let go of them. The receptionist mentioned auctions because of the high probability of finding rare items in the treasure chest of the 10th floor. There are also records of what items it yielded in the past. We go straight to the inn, borrow a booth, and talk. We decide to have a somewhat early dinner, and that the magic ring and skill ring will go to Argo's party, and the scapegoat ring and sorcery bracelet will come to us. Apparently Argo's party is going to keep on adventuring. So about the skill ring. Can we record 2 of yours, Mia? Argo wants to record heal and recovery. It's true that it would be reassuring to have them. What about the 3rd one? I ask. Let me think for a bit. Physical or magic? Or maybe support magic like blessings. Something interesting about the skill ring too is that the skills it records affect an area, not an individual. That means heal can affect several people at once. But on the flip side of being strong, it's restricted to once per day. With the discussion over, it's time to order our food. We were snacking while we talked, but we didn't eat anything while resting during the boss fight. And since we ordered more than usual, it took longer. We leave after we eat, and see a lot of people in the dining hall, drinking and eating. The booth completely blocks sound, so we had no idea, but this is a common sight here. A lot of the people here aren't staying in the inn. They're just here to eat. And the others who are staying here are merchants. The adventurers are staying somewhere else. That proves how good the food here is. Then one adventurer rushes inside. He's breathing heavily, and his face is twisted while he tries to compose his breathing. Jet Black is back. The room goes silent. The adventurer who said that seems sullen. After all, 40% of the people that went in didn't return. Not to mention that the ones that did were full of wounds and exhausted. The silent adventurers are shocked by what they hear. It makes sense. Everyone other than us thought Jet Black was in there for a long time because they were managing to hunt on the 10th floor. Of course, some people ask what kind of place the 10th floor really is. But Argo plays it off with a smile, and we escape upstairs. We could talk about the Kaijin, but we're all tired. So resting comes first. Walking in Another World, Chapter 686. The next destination. I lie on the bed and sigh. Unlike in Majolico and Fuzz, we didn't talk to a god here. I stretch my left hand towards the ceiling, and look at the bracelet. Yes. There wasn't a conversation with a god there, but when I left the 10th floor's boss room, divine power flowed into the bracelet. I understand the reasons. I will lend you my power, was what I heard. I talked about it with the others, but apparently I was the only one who heard it. That's why they were a little perplexed that nothing happened after we conquered the dungeon. I've tried talking inside my mind, but I haven't gotten a response, so do I have to go report this to Ileana and get her advice? Maybe this god will appear if I go there. I can't tell what kind of god it is from the voice alone, but I imagine I can call it the demon or Kaijin god. The next day, as we have breakfast, I tell Chris and the others I want to go to Altair. Then I go to the guild with Chris, Argo, and Guilford. We're going to add to their data, but also, since people don't normally know what items they get in treasure chests do, it's common to get them appraised. The air is heavy. Argo is right. There's a gloomy air over the whole town, and I can hear the name Jet Black being said. I think the excitement they caused just made the Rook Oil even worse. When they came back defeated, it wouldn't have been like this if it was a regular party or a small clan. Jet Black really is the most influential group in this dungeon. I think a lot of people thought only Jet Black could conquer this dungeon. We enter the guild, and see about 20 people here. Some are looking at the quests on the wall, and some are sitting at the tavern. When the receptionist who spoke with us yesterday sees us, she points to a hall that leads to the back. We follow her, go up some stairs, and stop in front of a room. She knocks, and when the door opens, we see 2 guild employees. Well then, let us begin. I take 3 items out of the item box after being prompted by the guild employee. Expectant eyes fall on them. A guild employee fearfully reaches towards them, and places them on a magic item that can analyze them. The employee is excited, taking notes of the name and function of the magic items. The skill ring is the one that draws the most interest. We've decided to keep the scapegoat ring a secret, so it's staying in the item box. That ability might bring trouble. People might attack just to get it, or start stalking. What are you planning to do with the magic items? We are going to use them all. Argo gives a short response. I see. The employee sounds a little disappointed, but doesn't say any more, because they're ours. Once that's done, we answer questions about the magic eyes of the boss Kaijin. I learned their names through analysis, but I can't just tell them that, so we describe what they felt like, and go back to the inn once we're done. And then, it's time for all of us to talk. It was brought up a few times while we explore this dungeon, but we're going to go to the next one. Avid, here in the Borshal Empire. This dungeon will be different. Apparently it's more common to mine ore there than to fight monsters. People usually call it the mine dungeon, and since it only has 3 floors, each one is pretty big. People can get increasingly more valuable ore the further down they go, but there are conditions that have to be met. They have to deliver ore in order to open the door to the next floor. Also, said ore can be bought, people don't have to mine it themselves. Although I've heard it gets pretty expensive. Monster magic stones can also be delivered, but they have to be from monsters of that dungeon. What are you going to do next, Argo? We were discussing going to Avid too. But not for the dungeon, to get new equipment. We've saved up quite a bit of money. The town of Avid has a dungeon, but that's not all. It's also famous as a smithing town. A lot of blacksmiths gather there, because it's abundant in ore. This includes dwarves who stayed in the Empire. These dwarves formed a clan, one of the 5 big ones in the Empire. Then let's look for wagons tomorrow. Avid is a little to the east of Zuatria. But to get there, we have to go through the capital of Hyle. It's not like we can't go straight from here, but we'd have to cross a forest. I think walking through a forest wouldn't be a bad idea. But since we've heard of vicious monsters lurking there sometimes, we decided to pass on it this time. Not that this group would have any trouble getting there. Walking in Another World, Chapter 687, Popular Person. It's been 10 days since we left Zuatria. We are traveling via rental wagon to the town of Avid, through the capital. It's nice to travel only with people we know. People in the Empire tend to be haughty, and it's tiring when they try to start something with us. Especially since our group has a lot of girls. If they did as planned, they've announced that we beat the 10th floor boss to the people in Zuatria by now. Although I have no way of knowing how they took the news. I just know the soup Mia made is as tasty as ever. And as I tell her that, I hear the sound of swords clashing. Someone's popular. I turn towards them, and see Rurika and Argo doing a mock battle. Rurika vigorously swings her swords, and Argo is sweaty. Sweat flies every time he moves. He faced Takari and Sarah before Rurika, and Rick and the others before too. It looks like their estimation of him went up after he dealt the finishing blow to the 10th floor boss, and now that everyone knows he's a hard worker, Rurika and the others keep asking for his guidance and challenging him to mock battles. I've done a few mock battles with him too, and what I've learned is that he has an exquisite power tuning. We were using the same swords, but the way he adjusted how much strength he used changed the power and speed delicately. There were many times when I thought I would block something, and it slipped through and hit me. All he did was change the timing, but he executed it intentionally in various ways for maximum effect. It's not flashy, but there's a lot I can learn. So Sora, what about that girl? Asks Guilford while I think about my mox battles with Argo. He's talking about Kana. We'll think about it after we get to Avid. I need to place a transfer magic item before I go get her. If I called her before we left Zuatria, it would have drawn attention, so I didn't. It's over, says Argo as he stumbles his way over here. He looks like he had a tough time, but kept training with them without complaining. Then we take turns keeping watch as we rest, have breakfast the next morning, and keep going. Is that Avid? The town called the Smithing Town has a lot of smoke rising from it. We pass by many wagons along the way, because many merchants get weapons here. And a lot of adventurers also visited not for its dungeon, but to have weapons that are tailor-made for them. These weapons are more expensive than mass-produced ones, but there are always customers regardless. In particular, the Island Ironhammer clan, one of the 5 big ones, has enough requests to have a waiting list. We're told this by merchants camping nearby. This clan was created around dwarves, and its members are all people who wished to be the pupils of these dwarves. They're all about self-sufficiency. They are fighting dwarves that get their own materials to forge weapons. Once we reach the town, the first thing we do is head to the stable managed by the Merchant Guild. We go through the procedure to return the wagon there, and head to the Merchant Guild. We told the Merchant Guild in Zuotria we were coming to Avid, and they told us that if we're staying here for a while, renting a house would be cheaper than an inn. We're shown a few houses, and we rent one. It feels cramped for 11 people, but we settled on this one because Argo and the others are going to the Republic after they check out the equipment here. Also, all the reasonably priced inns are full. Sorry, says Argo, but I can store the beds in my item box, so we can secure enough space. Then Argo and the others go check out equipment, and we head to the Adventurer Guild. It's still daytime, but the Adventurer Guild is full of people. And I guess that's why the moment we go in, we feel a lot of eyes on us. Once we learn more about the dungeon, we understand why there are so many people. The dungeon here is a cave for the first 2 floors, and a field in the 3rd. People can get ore by mining the walls and boulders. Of course, there are also many worthless rocks. It's important to note that if you place something on the ground, it disappears. Other dungeons are like this too, so it's common to use wheelbarrows. And since it's a dungeon, there are monsters. There are golems and apparently fishmen. People are drinking here during the day because, like in Majolica, there's a period of transition. These periods happen regularly, and the walls and boulders of the dungeon are repaired. Apparently some people have lost their lives because they just happened to be in places that were being repaired, and they were swallowed into walls. And people avoid going into the dungeon right after the transition period because it's full of monsters. Conversely, not many spawn during normal hours. A receptionist tells us that some people stay in the dungeon specifically to hunt monsters. A lot are after the mithril golems that sometimes spawn. They're pretty hard to defeat, but taking one down will make someone instantly rich. Walking in Another World, Chapter 688, Strolling in Avid. We go back to our rented house after visiting the guild, and Argo's party arrives as we're cooking. They have some pretty nice equipment. They only went to a few places, but Argo says that even the iron swords are well made. We're planning to go around town tomorrow, so we talk about checking out equipment too. Although our main goal is the food stalls. We're going around town tomorrow, and we're going to get Kana the day after that. The next day, we have breakfast, and leave with Argo and the others. They were worried about us going around by ourselves, and want to guide us around a little. It makes sense that they're worried. This is the Empire after all. We start by going around some stores. First, a general store that sells potions, so I can check their prices. They're a little expensive, but they practically fly off the shelves. The guild has quests about buying medicinal herbs, and they're worth a little more than in Zuotria. Surely it's because they can't be picked in the dungeon, so people have to go out of town to a forest where it's harder to pick. I also see something new. An anti-heat potion. Is this for blacksmiths? I don't use a furnace to smith, but it really was hot when I was learning in Fuxto. We go around a few more places, and I keep checking the prices. And then it's time to check out weapon stores. A lot of them have signs that stand out, and Argo tells me the names carved into them are their clan names. Island Ironhammer is as busy as always. One stands out the most because there's a big line in front of the door. This store is run by Island Ironhammer. Argo says they have other stores, and each store sells equipment of different ranks. The long line here is because the weapons were made by apprentices, and they're cheap. They're made by apprentices, but they're more than good enough, says Argo. And the others nod. That makes me feel like trying one out, but I don't need to go there now. We go to other, emptier stores, but I get the impression that they're pretty cheap across the board, and their quality isn't bad. Appraisal shows me they're all nice. I can see why merchants go out of their way to come here. I also see papers on the wall that say people buying new products can get them serviced for free. Well, this is a plus for the stores too. Argo told me yesterday that they can see how their weapons are used based on their condition, and that is valuable data for the blacksmiths. Being closer to the users like this is a way to improve their skills, and approach their goal of creating the ultimate weapon. I can see that. I make weapons with alchemy too, and when I service them, I can see the condition of the blade and their durability value, and adjust it to fit the user. Master, I'm hungry, says Hikari while rubbing her stomach, after the third store. Yes, it's getting to be that time. We move to an area with stalls lined up, buy everything that's new, and eat some at a time. We find some things we really like among them, and buy a lot of those. That said, we're buying more than we need considering our numbers. This is less for us and more for our acquaintances we'll see soon. Especially Ileana and the others, because they love food, but I notice that a lot of it tends to have strong flavorings. When I ask the person behind one stall about it, I'm told that the strong flavor is for their top customers. It does taste like it would be good with alcohol. Argo and the others immediately understand. By top customers, they mean Nail and Ironhammer. When they leave the dungeon, they have a banquet in their clan house right away, so most of the food sold by stalls is bought by them. And apparently they don't buy it all out of consideration for others. People who run stalls don't like them just for that either. It's also because they accept their requests to craft cooking utensils like knives and weapons even when they're busy, without looking the least bit sour about it. After we're done talking and eating, we go back to checking out equipment. Maybe it's because some time has passed, but there are fewer people around. Oh, let's go in there. Argo drags us to a store with a Nail and Ironhammer sign that, unlike the other, doesn't have a single customer, but the dwarf inside still looks busy. He peeks our way, but immediately turns back to the dagger in his hand. It looks like he's checking its quality. It's immediately obvious to me why the place is empty, by looking at the weapons. Everything is more expensive than in the other stores we've seen. We have the money to buy a weapon here for each of us, but those prices are out of the reach of regular people. Rurika knows it too, because she fearfully reaches for one, and lets out a sound filled with wonder. Hikari on the other hand doesn't really care about prices, and starts touching them and checking them casually. Do you like them, conquerors? Asks the dwarf, sitting behind the counter. Walking in Another World, Chapter 689, Herc. Conquerors? Yes, didn't you conquer the dungeon in Zuotria? Isn't there a big fuss over the right now? Ah, my name is Herc. One of the representatives of Ale and Ironhammer, I guess, says Herc with a grin. He comes across like a kind old man, but his sharp eyes are looking this way like he's observing us. Old man Herc, you're going to scare us if you look at us like that. What? Didn't you also conquer the dungeon? Like you'd be scared so easily. Argo admonishes him, but he doesn't care. It's a little uncomfortable, but not that bad. It just feels like he's observing. And I'm quickly proven right. Nice equipment. Nice weapons too, but the armor doesn't look that different from normal stuff. It's the materials that are great. Where did you buy that? And are those accessories all magic items? I'm surprised by what I hear. This feels like it goes beyond him just having sharp eyes. So, yes, I have appraisal, he says casually before I reach the answer. He just told his skill to a complete stranger. I got to see some nice things. It was worth it to catch Argo and ask him. Argo says they stopped by here yesterday, and were asked all sorts of things. They talked about things like conquering that dungeon, the equipment they use, and the magic items we got in the dungeon. Also, he says everyone in Avid knows he has the appraisal skill, and that the number of appraisal users in Ale and Ironhammer is in the double digits. Some had it from the start, and some learned it while mining. However, this appraisal is limited to items, but he says a skill that can see the condition of items is very useful for a blacksmith. Yes, I get that. I almost nod unconsciously. If I act suspiciously, he might figure out I have appraisal too. Wait, what did you ask? He asked us what brought us to Avid, and when I said we wanted to check out equipment and you might go to the dungeon, he asked us to bring you here. Exactly. It's not like we see the others as rivals. Unlike other clans, ours isn't competing. Some just see us as their rivals anyway. We just worked for ourselves, and turned into one of the big five before we knew it. We just work for our own desires. Yes, to create the ultimate weapon with our own hands. Herc says it was just a simple group of blacksmiths at the start. But them being dwarves meant they were discriminated against in the Empire. This made it hard to get materials. Sometimes they would not sell them to them, sometimes they would for more than double the market price. But just as the option to leave the Empire was starting to become an inevitability, they reached the conclusion that they should source their own materials. This is because the dungeon in Avid has high-quality ore. They formed the Ale and Ironhammer Party, which started with 5 dwarves. But more dwarves with the same ambitions gathered. They went to the dungeon together, polished their skills as blacksmiths, and gradually became famous. With this, more and more humans and beast people were charmed by their weapons, and wanted to become their pupils, bringing us to the big clan that exists today. Nowadays, they attract even foreigners who want to be their pupils. We're getting off track. Why did you want us to come here? I say, correcting course. They didn't want us to come here just to see our weapons, right? Or was that just it? That's right. I wanted you to come here to form a connection. Connection? Yes. If you want to conquer the dungeon, I would like it if you came to me first to sell materials at the 3rd floor. Don't you go get them yourselves? Of course, but there are places I can't go. Especially since the 3rd floor is more complex than the others. The 3rd floor is a field type, with golems and water monsters. We talked about this yesterday. This means the difficulty spikes, but there are also materials. Or that you can only get there. There are records of adamantite and orichalcum being found there. But in all my years mining, I've never found them. Herc sounds frustrated. Surely a blacksmith would be happy to have such precious ore. And then, Herc might be able to create the ultimate weapon that would satisfy him. We'll sell it if we find a lot of it. I also make weapons, so only if I have enough to spare. I can't make any promises, but if I want to sell it, I'll come to Herc. He's very happy to hear that, looking like a kid. Then he looks at our equipment, and energetically gives us his thoughts on it. Hikari and the others get bored midway through and leave, but he doesn't let me go until he's done. The sun has set completely by the time I get back. Walking in Another World, Chapter 690, Staying at Home. The day after we met Herc, we tell Argo and the others we'll be back in a day, and go see Kana in the giant's village. Everyone's responsible for their meals in the meantime. I was going to leave meals for them, but after I mentioned it, they weren't so sure. Everyone's doing well here in the giant's village. Before we know it, they're giving us things like vegetables they grew here and medicinal herbs they picked in the forest. They don't want my money, so instead, I give them monster meat I got in the dungeon. The giants being big also means they eat a lot. I appreciate the fact that they still gave us stuff like vegetables. Did you come here to get me? Is the first thing Kano asks. The giants around them seem to have mixed feelings. It looks like they adore her. About that, this time. No, can Kana stay here? But, I already talked about this with Kalotos. One of the biggest reasons why Kana joined us was so she could see the outside world and tell Kalotos about it. The giants look happy about this, but Kana looks like she has mixed feelings. There's also a reason why you shouldn't come along this time. There are a lot of appraisal users. According to Herc, there's a good number of them in Ale and Ironhammer, but others probably have them too. They specialize in appraising items, not people. But since Kana is a golem, they might figure out what she is. A golem with the mind of a person. I'm sure that would turn into a big issue. Yes, it might become known that I am a golem, whispers Kana. It would be one thing if it wasn't the Empire, but also, judging by what we saw before we talked to her, Kana is enjoying her life here. Her expression doesn't change, because she's a golem, but that's the feeling we got. I understand, she says. Probably because Kalotos agreed. But are you sure? If I'm using this body, That means less fighting power for you. Yes, we'll figure it out. And I might get materials to make another golem. There are golems in this dungeon after all. Although even if I do make one, it will take time for it to gain combat experience, so it won't be useful at first. We stay the night in the village, and tell Kano about the dungeon in Zuatria. The giants also gather, looking interested. It's not that exciting, but they might just be curious about the outside world. This house was made for giants, but even this feels cramped with so many people inside. So you freed the Kaijin god. I guess I can't help but respond like this. We dropped by Altair before we came here, and the Kaijin god, Shuka, manifested. That was fine and good, but Shuka wouldn't talk. According to Ileana, Shuka is shy. That will change with time. We wouldn't have gotten anywhere without Ileana and Kalotos. Also Ileana and Kalotos knew what Shuka was saying, despite Shuka not speaking. There was gratitude and regret, the latter because the Kaijin were being used like that in the dungeon. Can't they be freed? No. They took root after spending so many years there, was how Ileana responded to my question, and Shuka nodded while biting his lip. We weren't able to talk any more than that, so we came here after explaining things to Kalotos. It would be different if there were Kaijin who took refuge somewhere, like the people here. I mumble while lying on a bed. This bed was made for a giant, so there's plenty of room even if I stretch my limbs. There's nothing we can do. Yes. What's done is done, say Chris and Rurika. They're right, this happened long before we were born. They might be freed if the dungeon disappeared, but the 7 dungeons will continue to operate even after being conquered. Actually, they were made using power from the gods, so maybe they will disappear if we free them. That would be a problem in itself, because some people's livelihoods depend on the dungeons. We just have to do what we can. I let out a big sigh, and loosen my body, sinking into the bed. Walking in Another World, Chapter 691, Avid Dungeon, Part 1. Everything is ready, so we are going to the Avid Dungeon. I have a sword hanging from my waist, and mining tools in hand. Aren't you getting too worked up, Sora? Says an exasperated Mia, and the others smile awkwardly. Is it that strange? No, it's normal for adventurers to go out looking like me. Well, let's just go. If we take too long, we won't find a good open spot. The Avid Dungeon changes periodically, so it's full of monsters, but once they're defeated, it's calm. A mithril golem appeared in the last change, so there was quite a frenzy until a few days ago. Mithril golems are tough and quick, so they are hard to hunt, but it was taken down by Ayland Ironhammer. So where are we going, Sora? Hold on, I'll check now. I open map and check for reactions. By using magic energy detection, I can see big and small dots on it. If these are people, is this or has a minute amount of magic energy inside? Okay, there isn't anyone over here, so we should go there first. We tried to come here early, but apparently we're actually pretty late, and we have to walk quite a bit. I'll take point, so follow me. I keep using appraisal while walking. It's useful, because I can instantly see where there's ore. If the reaction is faint, does that mean it's buried deep? We pass by a few adventurers mining along the way, and the sounds echo through the tunnel. I see a lot of adventurers have hammers, not swords. Apparently swords don't work too well on golems, so they modify these hammers so they can be used for fighting and mining. Should I get one too? But as we pass by adventurers, I notice they're all muscular. Some are really buff. Is this because you need physical strength to mine? But some of them aren't mining. Are they guards watching out for monsters? No, it looks like the ones mining work in turns. Unlike other dungeons, the mood around here is pretty harmonious, not brutal. Maybe they know each other, because they exchange information about what they mined. Come to think of it, there were papers pasted in the guild about trading ore, so if they can't gather it, they could do that as a last resort. Master, here? Yes, and I know. Trust your intuition and mine. It's not the most effective way, but it's best to do it freely. Even if the others don't mine anything, I can make up for it. Anyway, first, I'll be mining with Akari and Mia, while Rurika, Sarah, and Chris act as guards. It's said there aren't many monsters in the dungeon after a change, But that doesn't mean the number is 0. I start hitting the wall right away, and it breaks. It's normally impossible to destroy dungeon walls, so this feels weird. Mining reminds me of the mining town Alessa. I mined the 2. It wasn't a dungeon, and there were few monsters, but it feels nostalgic now. Won't there be a cave-in if we mine in a place like this? Sora, don't scare me. Sorry. It's a good question though. Apparently there aren't any cave-ins on the first 2 floors, which means there are on the 3rd, right? Chris already looked this up. Of course big sister Chris knows. Hikari praises Chris while hitting the wall as hard as she can. Unfortunately, she hasn't found any ore, but she should find something if she keeps digging in that direction. After 10 minutes, Hikari finds ore. There's a different sound, and something that clearly looks different peeks from the wall. Master, I found it. She sounds really happy. After all, she kept digging despite not knowing if there was anything there. It's something I can't experience, because appraisal tells me what's buried where. Well, I could just not use it. Hikari finds more after that, and looks pleased. Mia on the other hand, found nothing. Do you want me to tell you? We can take it easy. And I'm liking seeing Hikari so happy. Yes. It feels nice to find it on your own. After about an hour, it's the others' turn. We stand watch, but while there are reactions of people nearby, there are no monsters. Also, when I look at map, I see the shape of the dungeon is different. It's because of all the mining. Master, I'm getting hungry, says Hikari while rubbing her stomach, about an hour after we switched. Yes. It's lunchtime. I lay a soft sheet on the rugged floor, start a fire, and put an iron plate on the fire. I think it will be alright, but I think this dungeon is like the others in that it won't fill with smoke, but still. Once the iron plate is hot, I line up wolf meat to make simple steaks. I also take soup, bread, and salad from the item box. It's important to keep a good balance. The sound of the meat roasting echoes, and the smoke rises. Yes, it's being sucked into the ceiling. And just as we're about to eat, Sora? What are you doing? Asks a somewhat amazed Herc. Walking in Another World, Chapter 692, Avid Dungeon, Part 2. Herc asks us what we're doing, but it's obvious we're eating. No, I can see that. This is a dungeon, you know. Chris and the others look confused, and Hikari looks like she's asking so what? As she tilts her head and bites down on meat. A meal is important for a tired body. I give an inoffensive answer, but Herc and the people behind him all looks baffled. Oh? Do people not cook in this dungeon? Well, it is. Indeed it is. But Herc is looking at the food, and my eyes follow his. There's bread, meat on skewers, and 2 kinds of diced steaks. Vegetable soup and cut fruits. It's not that different from normal. It's normally not so luxurious, says Herc, and the people behind him nod. Old man, food is the source of energy. If you don't eat well, you don't move well, says Hikari, and an awkward smile peeks from my face. Well, it's always like this for us, so don't mind it. More importantly, you're mining too, right? I heard you can go straight to floors you've been to before, so why the first floor? I'm guiding newbies today. They're teaching newbies how to mine in turn. Apparently they operate not by stealing techniques, but through careful and attentive guiding. I would be surprised if I hadn't met Dark the dwarf in the Fuxto village of the Beast Kingdom. He was a pretty caring man too. To people of that village. And he treated people like this if they met his standards. Monster spawns soften after the change, but be careful, because it's not like there are none, is the last thing Herc says before he leaves with his group. Also, apparently it was the smell that brought them here. And after we're done eating, we go back to mining. The sound of a hammer hitting echoes rhythmically. We're working in turns, but I'm currently the only one swinging a hammer. Hikari got drowsy because of this simple work, so she's napping. Mia was working until just now, but she's taking a break because her arm hurts. I feel like fighting monsters would be easier. Ah, I get that, says Rurika in response to Mia, and Chris and Sarah also respond. That's my BGM as I swing the hammer. Ah, something feels different. I felt something stronger in my hand. I use appraisal on the hammer to check its durability, and see that one hit took a lot of it. I use the strengthening skill on the hammer, and it feels like I can keep using it. The durability isn't going down. The wall gets harder depending on the layer, so despite this seeming like simple work, there's a lot to it. Although I can use skills and make it relatively simple. For now, one hammer is enough for me. Sora, isn't it time to stop? Asks Chris as I intently swing the hammer. Is it time already? So now what, Sora? Should we stay here or go back to the surface? One of the peculiarities of this dungeon is that the deeper we mine, the better the chances of finding precious ore. Sure enough, we found more precious ore on the second half of the day compared to earlier on. That's why many people stay in the dungeon to continue working the next day. If they leave, others might take that spot. And there's a group trying to do that right now. I've been checking map, and I can see reactions approaching, like they're checking how we are. Clans or large parties can take turns, but we can't. It's possible to recruit workers in the guild, or hire people to stay in their spots to guard them. It's also possible to buy spots that have been dug to a certain extent. But that comes with a warning that while it's more likely to find precious ore the deeper you go, that doesn't guarantee you will. There's a lot of speculation about that. I cast appraisal on the wall in front of me. I still see ore we can mine, but can we stay the night and then make a decision based on how we're doing tomorrow? Actually, I could work by myself tomorrow. Mining isn't for everyone. How about we all discuss that tomorrow? Yes. Actually, Chris and Sarah look like they have fun mining too. Surprisingly, we have dinner, and then rest while taking turns keeping watch. Map shows me others do the same, but some keep watch the whole time without taking turns. Herc's group is one of the latter. Are they doing that on purpose to let the newbies get used to it? Walking in Another World, Chapter 693, Avid Dungeon, Part 3, Master Golem. It's our third day in the Avid Dungeon, and I pick up a new reaction nearby just as I'm thinking about preparing lunch. I'm led by Hikari's voice as I exit the tunnel, and see a rock golem. It slowly raises its arm and swings it down. Hikari twists her body to the side to dodge, and hits it with her dagger as it passes. The slashes that were too fast for me to see leave the arm in tatters, but then it produces magic energy from its chest, and the lost arm is regrown. It can regenerate indefinitely as long as it has magic energy. To beat it, we have to damage it until it doesn't have magic energy left, destroy the magic stone, or pry it from its body. How people take it down depends on what materials they want. For example, if you attack it until it runs out of magic energy, you can harvest a lot of ore with magic energy from its body after it falls. However, the way to damage it is through blows. We can't cut its limbs with something like a sword. This is also the easiest way to beat them, the hardest being prying magic stones. This is the only way to take it down with magic energy still in its magic stone. But it's hard for people who aren't considerably skilled. But people who use this dungeon think it's not that hard if it's a stone golem. Hikari, do you need help? No. The next one will do it. I propose I help, but Hikari says she can do it alone. Actually, every attack the golem executes hits air, and it can't catch Hikari at all. It feels like Hikari can take it easy and aim as she wants. Hikari's dagger is infused with a lot of magic energy, and the next moment, she swings it quickly. The slashes mince the golem's body, and I see a red crystal. It's the magic stone. If left alone, another golem will be created with it as its core, but if it's isolated by someone's hands, the power that allows it to do that is gone. It's over. Hikari shows the red magic stone, without the shine it had just now. But it does have magic energy. Let's prepare lunch then. I put the magic stone in the item box, and after picking through the golem's body that's scattered around, put it in the item box too. There's a bit more ore in an iron golem, but oh well, this was just a stone one. Its materials aren't worth much. Actually, should we consider the fact that we got the magic stone a big deal? Even if it's a stone golem, it's included among the materials needed to progress to the next floor. Then we prepare lunch, and many male faces peek out from tunnels, drawn out by the smell. They're all pretty casual considering a battle just happened, but everyone working here is at a level where they can at least bring down a stone golem easily. In fact, hearing sounds of battle might make them less inclined to come out of the tunnels, so as not to bother. They're basically our neighbors, and we've been eating together too. A nice smell really draws attention in the dungeon. We got a lot of looks yesterday too. In the end, Rurika negotiated a trade where we give them food if they told us about the dungeon. Of course, they had to bring ingredients or pay for them, but wouldn't a dungeon restaurant make a lot of money? I'm only half joking. I think one of the reasons is that since this place is all about mining, meals are pretty much the best thing they can look forward to. There would be a different kind of entertainment if there were more monsters. But I'm probably only thinking that because everyone here is good at fighting. Some people wouldn't even be able to take down iron or mithril golems if one appeared. And since more monsters would bring down mining efficiency, it would bring down productivity across the board. Hikari, what is lunch for today? Wolf meat skewers, and meatball soup made by Big Sister Chris and Big Sister Mia with orc meat. The guys cheer when they hear that. Yes. Let's be quieter. Mia and Chris serve soup in large bowls, Hikari hands skewers, and Rurika and Sarah give bread. The bread was already made, but I feel like after lunch, Mia and Chris might say they should bake bread instead of mining. Miners eat a lot, after all. I typically mine with the use of appraisal, so my ore rate isn't bad. In fact, I could get enough by myself, and with the strengthening skill, it's even more efficient. I do the work of 3. No, 5 people. That's why Hikari and the others are mainly cooking, and mine as a way to let off some steam. Walking in Another World, Chapter 694, Avid Dungeon, Part 4. We've been in the dungeon for a week. We haven't left even once. It's not just us either. The same goes for all the miners in this area. How much longer are you going to mine? Someone asks. We honestly don't know. We have plenty of stuff like food, so we can keep going. However, Hikari and the others are showing signs of exhaustion, probably because we're doing something different than usual. But the reason why we're unsure is because I feel like if I dig a little deeper, I can harvest good ore. Appraisal can't tell me what it is because it's behind a thick wall, but it does show a pretty large magic energy reaction. I want to mine until there at least, but if all goes well, it should take a couple of days. And when we add the time it will take to go back, we would have to stay here for 3 days. Is there a problem? You look serious, asks Argo. Argo? Why are you here? Well, you weren't coming back, so we came here to check how you were doing. We were bored anyway, he says while scratching his face, and Guilford and the others smile awkwardly. I guess he was worried but can't bring himself to say it. So how's the mining going? I heard rumors in the guild about people cooking in the dungeon, but that's you, right? Of course it's them. Their food is great, says a man who mines around this area, before I can respond. Also, it's nighttime now, and 5 of us are keeping watch while everyone else is sleeping. I can hear mining sounds in the distance, but we don't work at this hour. The number one reason is so we can keep a consistent lifestyle. We eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and sleep at night. It's become like this because we provide meals, but it's also because people here are not in a large group. Those who are in large groups get to have day and night shifts. But it's the meals that have the biggest impact. If it wasn't for that, they'd follow the same pattern as always, working in shifts and leaving after they mine their quota. You really do things your own way. You don't look surprised, says the man to an exasperated Argo. Well, we explored a dungeon together. It was great how they cooked like it wasn't a big deal, says Argo, and the rest of his party nods. Chris' food is so tasty. Yes, and Mia's smile is so healing. Hikari's meat skewers are the best. The other guys keeping watch all respond to Argo. So why the grave face, Sora? I might find something good if I keep mining, but it's been a week already. It's normally not enough for us to get tired. But this is a different kind of dungeon. We've been in dungeons for over 10 days straight multiple times, but I think staying in the same place, not fighting monsters, and doing repetitive work like swinging a hammer is making us feel more tired. In a way, cooking is a refreshing change of pace. The guys say it's a big help even if it isn't free, but it's a big help for us too. I see. Then how about you leave for a bit? We can stay here and save your spot. Are you sure? Yes. The weapons we ordered will take some time to be ready. And you might want to check on the ore exchange situation. You probably have more than enough to go to the next floor. I see, I'll do that. Go rest, that goes for the rest of you too. We'll take over. Monsters don't appear if we mine deep enough, so being deep in a mine is safe. The reason is simple. Golems can't spawn in tight places. Although they will if we mine until there's enough room, but people refrain from doing so for that very reason. This only goes for the first floor. Things change on the second. People still keep watch because they might spawn in open areas and break walls, or block the tunnel. It's also a way to assert to others that this is your spot. The miners looked troubled after Argo called out to them. They know we know Argo's party, but I think they're worried about if they're capable enough. I think it's because they don't look that strong. And they're wearing pretty light equipment right now. That's because it was made using good materials. But someone who doesn't know wouldn't notice. It's okay, they're A-rank adventurers. I say just to confirm it, and the guys bow and ask them to keep watch. Walking in Another World, Chapter 695, Request. Argo's here, says a surprised Hikari, rubbing her eyes because she just woke up. But she doesn't say any more, and simply walks over to us and sits down. She woke up later than usual, so maybe the exhaustion really has been piling up. Her expression looks the same as always, probably because she just slept, but appraisal shows me her status condition is exhaustion, weak. Rurika and Sarah are the same, but surprisingly, not Mia and Chris. It's particularly strange how energetic Chris is, since it feels like she's the one with the least stamina. Maybe she's just doing a good job managing her health. We came here last night, and we'll save this spot for you. You can go back to the surface. But don't expect much in terms of mining. HN, got it, says Hikari, as she starts eating from a bowl Mia handed her. The guys around us look surprised as they see her talk to him, because they know that Argo's party is A-rank. We're going back, but so are the others who were mining here. It's not because we won't be cooking anymore. It's because they got quite a lot of ore and they want to unload it. The wheelbarrows are about 80% full. Since Argo's party will only be saving our spot, who knows if the others will be empty by the time they come back. But they're aware of this. Well then Argo, here's 5 days worth of food. I take food out of the item box, and Argo puts it in his magic bag. Yep, have a nice rest. We head to the staircase that will lead us out of the dungeon. As Argo and the others see us off, the area around the staircase is quickly monopolized by people right after the dungeon changes, so it takes us 3 hours to reach it. But it's also easier to find higher quality ore the further away from the entrance, so it's important to consider what ore you're after and convenience when picking a mining spot. But we didn't really consider those things. We just picked a spot without people around and started mining. The wheelbarrows are heavy, so the guys are slower and tell us to go on without them. They feel bad about keeping us waiting. We don't really have to go out of our way to go with them, so we go on, but we stand out. People's eyes are drawn to a group carrying nothing. I hear some people saying next time they'll ask the girls, so I think they're misunderstanding and thinking we're guards or are here to guard someone's spot. We make it out of the dungeon before noon, as expected, and head to the guild to check out the ore trade list. The other miners told us about the market prices to a certain extent when we were resting, so we know. They also told us that we can get it faster by paying more than the market price, but to be careful about paying too much because they'll see us as easy marks. I take ore out of the item box to check it. It feels like magic stones would be harder to get than ore, but most people are more willing to pay money for them rather than raid them for ore. If necessary, it would be possible to get them by going after golems after the dungeon changes. Then I feel Hikari pull my sleeve. Master, I want to hunt golems. She's thirsting for blood. Well, no. But she wants to fight. And Rurika and Sarah are nodding, while Chris and Mia smile awkwardly. So this time, should we get ore through a request in the ore exchange then? I'll list things that can be mined on the second floor, since the ore varies from floor to floor. And if there are people who specialize in the second floor and want to trade, that'd be nice. Once we're done here, we go back to the house we're renting and have lunch. Should we rest for today? Tomorrow, we'll be spending the day buying food and cooking. The issue is that from what I've seen, I'm not impressed with the quality of the ingredients being sold in this town. I could use transfer to buy ingredients somewhere else, but no. If we don't buy anything, it might attract some weird attention to our magic bags. People will wonder just how good they are, because they don't know about the item box. They can't take them from us, because only registered people can use them, but people might come after us to negotiate for them. Yes. We can rest for today and shop tomorrow. Vegetables are one thing, but what about meat? Rurika is hinting that maybe we should go hunt. There is non-monster meat being sold, but monster meat is a lot tastier. Although some are pretty good. There are monsters in the forest to the west of Avid, so we could go there in between mining. Maybe we could get more information about it in the guild. I remember hearing last time we were walking around town that there's a village in the forest where people farm. Maybe we could buy food there. Buying on-site would mean it's fresher and cheaper. Freshness being the most important part. Maybe I'll think about that next time I go mining. Walking in Another World, Chapter 696, Avid Dungeon, Part 5. As we planned, we go shopping the day after returning from the dungeon, and prepare some things so they're ready to be cooked, roast meat, and leave some food only boiled. We also finish some things, but those are to give to Argo's party. The day after that, we eat and then head back to the dungeon. We follow map to the same spot as before, and beat an iron golem that appears near us. We're after magic stones, so the quality of the iron isn't very good, but iron can be sold nonetheless. 3 hours later, we reach our destination. Oh, you're back. So soon? We've done what we wanted and restocked. Did anyone new come here? I can hear mining sounds coming from a passage nearby. No, the guys that were here came back. Argo says it happened last night, and perhaps because they were here, no one else came here to mine while we were gone. Some people came here to check it out, but left after seeing us. Maybe they thought we were saving the whole area. No, it's because you're intimidating, says Rick. How about we have lunch? Is it time already? Chen. I'm hungry. It's easy to lose track of time in a dungeon. Hikari, can you hang on a bit more? You can have something that's already cooked. If not, I'll hold on. And roast meat. And so, we get ready to cook. You really are skillful at that. We've been cooking while traveling all this time. And it's even easier to make a cooking area outside of a dungeon. It would be about the same if it was a field-type dungeon instead of a labyrinth type. I think I just use a little more magic energy. When we start cooking, the mining sounds stop. I peek over at the tunnel, and see faces looking this way. Our eyes met. I raise my hand, and they respond in kind. And that signals them to start filing out of the tunnel. Hikari, don't snatch too much food. Big sister Mia. I checked the meat. This one's roasted. I hear as I make the soup. I guess she really couldn't help herself. Mia isn't mad either, so it's okay. Once it's done, we distribute bread, and start eating. The guys know we want ore, and use it as payment. You going to the second floor faster means we won't get to eat this anymore, but oh well. Can you tell us how to cook simple stuff? Someone asks. You can't go wrong with meat unless you mess up how much you roast it, and then there's soup, I guess. Soup keeps for a good time. And you can even soften hardtack by soaking it in it. There's also the way simply changing flavorings can make it taste different. Mia doesn't have a problem with it either, so she teaches them over 3 days. 3 days, because we have enough ore after this exchange. Are you going back, Argo? I guess we'll rest tonight and then go back. He's just after food, says Guilford. Taking turns keeping watch with a group of 5 probably made them tired, but they say they won't leave Avid right after getting their weapons. They want to hunt monsters to check them, and if there isn't a problem, they're going to know. I can use transfer to take you there. Won't that be a bother? No, we were thinking about shopping in Errol anyway. We were talking about going the next time we left the dungeon. We could go to another town, but that's close to Nil. What about Preeks? Elsa and Alto are there. But since they're attending the Fortuna Magic Academy, I don't know if we can see them. Once we're done eating, we go back to mining. Sarah is mining with me, while the others teach them how to make soup. Hikari and Rurika are there, so there won't be a problem even if a Gillam suddenly appears while they cook. Upon entering the tunnel again, I see Argo and the others really didn't mine anything. It's exactly how I left it. I cast strengthening on the new hammer I brought, and start hammering away. Appraisal says there's no ore here, so I'm just moving forward. It would be easier if I could use something like earth magic, but I can't. I take breaks between hammering, and then I feel a magic energy reaction pretty close. I should reach it before tomorrow's lunch. The new hammer has a bigger head, so the area it breaks with each hit is larger. I can do this now that I know the strengthening skill works. I keep mining until Hikari and the others tell me lunch is ready, and when we're done eating, Argo's party leaves. We give them 5 days worth of food too. Then I mine a little more, and go rest first, leaving Rurika and the others to keep watch. Walking in Another World, Chapter 697, Avid Dungeon, Part 6. I found Blue's silver ore. I didn't expect that to actually be mithril. Not to mention this much. It's not something that needs to be delivered on the first floor, but it will be necessary on the second and third. I haven't looked into how much is needed, but I think it should at the very least be enough to get through the second floor. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but it's true that if this isn't enough, then it's asking for a lot of mithril. That's how much I mined. Of course, I'm only going to share this within the party. If we're lucky, we might even be able to make some equipment with it. Still, the mining doesn't end just because I found mithril. I keep mining for a long time. Sora, food. I frantically swing my hammer, when I hear Mia calling, "Is it time already?" When I exit the mine, I see everyone's already gathered. I take an empty spot, and I'm handed a bowl filled with soup, and when I take it to my mouth, I notice eyes pointed at me. When I peek at them, they turn away. It's so obvious. I let that be, and instead fill my mouth. "How is it, Sora?" I'm asked immediately. It's not bad, but it's not great either. I think I call it normal. It's a little salty though. There's no point in dancing around it, so I say how I feel. Taste varies from person to person, so this is just my opinion. And I see the guys looking a little dejected, but it was done with Hardak in mind, so it's fine, right? It should be just right if you soak Hardak in it. I say how I feel again. I think Chris and the others taught them with that in mind. The guys look relieved, and they start eating once I finish talking. True, the soup is a little salty by itself, but isn't that good when we're mining and sweating? They also state their thoughts. Wait, no one was eating until I did? Oh well, it's fine. I soak bread in the soup, and it tastes better this way. After eating, I go back to the mine. I assume the people staying behind are going to keep learning how to cook. Are you coming to mine too, Hikari? Yes. I'm aiming for a big one. They're taking turns teaching, and the other mine they're working on is about as deep as mine. They haven't come across mithril, but they have found stuff like magic iron and steel, or magic crystal. However, since they have more magic energy the deeper we go, these are better quality. After we finish having dinner, Mia and I stay as the other 4 go rest. I can still hear mining sounds in the distance, but the guys that are here with us aren't working through the night. Are you sure it's okay to not be mining? We can mine any time, but we can only learn cooking now. We're prioritizing cooking. That gets me thinking. We aren't always in the dungeon, we leave and rest for days. Haven't you thought about learning then? They seem shaken when I point that out. Oh? Did they not think it through that far? I thought maybe they just didn't want to disturb our rest. What inn are you staying at? We rented a house. It feels like a waste when we're in the dungeon, but we can't rest if the inns are full when we get back. And in that case, we could leave town and use transfer to rest elsewhere. But continuing to do this would draw suspicion, so it's best to rent a house. We can also use it as a base to use transfer and go shopping, since no one can see us in it. As we talk, I check map, but see no monsters nearby. Even after infusing it with magic energy to enlarge it, I only see 3 monsters in the 3 hours we keep watch. I can't see the whole dungeon, so I assume there are more, but I still get the feeling that the normal encounter rate is very low. By the way, what floor have you reached so far? We reached the 2nd, but it's pretty large compared to the 1st, and the monsters are stronger. The encounter rate is high too. And of course, the amount of good ore you can find is also higher. It sounds like the 2nd floor is tough if you're not confident in your fighting abilities. That's why most guys here make money on the 1st floor, and if possible, they hire guards to go mine on the 2nd. Or they join groups asking for people to go mine there. Does that mean I can buy a good amount of golem magic stones if I put out a request? But if people are after them to go to the next floor, maybe people won't sell them to keep their rivals out of the next floor. Normally I can buy magic stones sold to the guild, but there weren't any golem magic stones. Incidentally, magic stones are sold in the guild and places like general stores because they're used as fuel to power magic items. Walking in Another World, Chapter 698, to the forest, to the village. When we return to the dungeon, we find Argo's party in the house. They have weapons I haven't seen, so I can deduce the weapons they ordered are complete. Oh, you've come back early this time. Did you get the ore? I told them when we would be coming back. Did they forget? Yes, we just need golem magic stones and we can head to the 2nd floor. Magic stones. Are you waiting for a change? I put out a request to buy them, but I didn't offer a high sum, so who knows? A lot of people out there want to take advantage of others. I nod. But since we'll be out of town for a while, I figured I might as well try. Are you going to the forest to test your weapons? That's the idea. Can we go too? Although I think we'll go in different directions along the way. We checked the quests in the guild on the way back, and there were ones about hunting monsters, mainly wolves, and there was one about hunting goblins that have been creeping around the village. They said no one's accepted it because it doesn't pay much. But we did. We tell that to Argo and the others, and apparently they were getting ready to hunt wolves outside of town. You just got back, so I'm sure you're tired. How about we leave in 2 days, says Argo out of concern for us. We can go tomorrow, says Hikari, full of excitement. I see. No one objects. I think everyone wants to be out in the open, after being in a closed space like that dungeon. Sora, this way. Argo calls out to me after we leave through the western gate. What's here? The blacksmith introduced them to us when I said we were going to the forest to test our weapons. They're going to the forest to gather wood, and since they don't have anything to carry on the way there, they can take us. And us too? Well, it's fine, Argo says nonchalantly. But yes, they take us too. These people are lumberjacks who bring trees back to the blacksmith. And on some days, they also take goods to the village where we're going. It should take 2 days by wagon to reach the forest, but once they're loaded with trees, it will take 5 days to make it back. Thanks. Don't thank us, we enjoyed the nice meals, says Argo after I try to thank him. We're going into the forest to look for monsters. What about you? We're going to the village. By the way, it looks like there are monsters to the south. I see their reactions on map. It looks like Hikari wants to go, but we can't, because the village is to the north. Well then Sora, I'm sure you guys will be alright. But be careful. We say goodbye to Argo's party, and continue through the path to the village. The road is only wide enough for 2 people to walk together, and it's rugged. There's grass on both sides, but it's been cut to about ankle length. I think it's because it would affect visibility if left unchecked. Although I don't know how high it would grow. Hunting goblins. It's been a while since we fought outside of a dungeon. And considering it's a quest, it reminds me of that time. What about it? Asks Mia, after I whisper without thinking. When I first got to this world, I accepted a quest to hunt goblins. I was thinking about it because it was the first quest I accepted with Rurika and Chris. Master got hurt, says Hikari. Hurt? You did hurt your head. And Chris healed you, says Rurika while grinning at Chris. I remember she just closed the wound, and I walked back to the capital with a bandage around my head. The idea was to give the impression that I was struggling even against goblins, but if Hikari knows about it, does that mean the higher-ups in Elysia did too? If they did, that means my scheme worked, and also that they were still watching me. Is that just how careful they were? Or suspicious? But since that led me to meeting Hikari, I guess it's not all bad. We talk as we walk, and I see the village. There are 2 people standing by the entrance holding weapons, surely watching out for goblins. The quest said the goblins haven't caused direct damage to the village yet, but I don't know if that's still the case. I think that quest has been there for a while. Are you adventurers? What is your business with this village? Someone asks. Do we not look like adventurers? We accepted the quest in the guild, I say while showing my identification from the guild. This never happened when I accepted quests in Elysia, but is it normal here in the Empire? One of them checks it, and we are taken into the village. Walking in Another World, Chapter 699, Goblin Hunting, Part 1. We're taken to the village chief's house, and we're told that hunters saw goblins to the north of the village. As I hear them, I check map, and see reactions to the north, but also west. Although there are more gathered in the north, I ask them if there's anything in the area around the village. There's a small pond to the north where animals gather. It was when villagers went there that they found goblins. And is there anything to the west? There's a lot of vegetation to the north. And deeper in that area, there are a lot of medicinal herbs. Adventurers go there to pick them sometimes, but I haven't seen them in 2 or 3 months. He says that adventurers sometimes stop by the village on their way there or back, but that hasn't happened recently. But people who are more used to it go there and back directly. And to the north, there's a valley, but we don't get close to it. There's really nothing there, and it's far from the village. The hunters are looking at me like they're wondering why I'm asking. Has there been no damage to the village? Yes, they haven't come here yet. And we try not to mess with them when we do see them, the village chief says in response to Chris' question, and the hunters nod. I think they made that decision because they're thinking they might attack the village if they provoke them. I assume they would attack the goblins if they got too close to the village, so I assume that hasn't happened. After that, we spend the night in the village, and I share with the others what I see on map. I see reactions in the west I think are goblins, and they're going towards the valley. That would mean their base is to the north. Should we go there? What about the ones moving? From what I saw of the village, I think they can handle goblins if there are few of them. I think we can just tell the village chief and have them be careful, right? I think we should do what Ruruka said. We want to avoid hunting them in one area and have them change their course of action. Although we could be a little more forceful if the village had adventurers to defend it. I infuse more magic energy into map to enlarge it, and see the valley pretty far away. There are a lot of reactions. 50. More? I count 101. That's a lot. Yes. There might be a superior species among them, Chris says to Sarah, who has a serious look on her face. It's a real swarm. Should we tell the village chief to contact the guild? But if we do, he'll ask how we know that, and I'll have to talk about my skill. They didn't offer much for the quest, and I assume that's because they don't know how many monsters there are. This many goblins would warrant quite a big reward. From what I've seen while walking around in the village, it doesn't seem like they're struggling in their day-to-day lives, but they don't look rich either. But it's not like I looked into them deeply or anything, so they could be hiding riches. Well, we just have to do what we can. How far away is this group of goblins? From what I can see on map, 2, maybe 3 days away? If they advance through the shortest paths, that's pretty far. That's why they haven't attacked the village yet. Maybe there's a superior species, and it's mustering up their forces, says Ruruka in response to Chris. Well, that's just speculation on my part, but I think we should take them seriously, even if they're goblins, says Ruruka, and we all nod. The next morning, we leave the village to go hunt goblins. Are you going there? Asks a hunter while pointing to the north with a surprised expression. I checked map for reactions, but there aren't any goblins to the north of here, so we're going towards the valley while they're sleeping. I don't see any to the west either. We walk in a straight line towards the valley. But I stop 2 hours later. What are you doing? Sora, I want to try something. I put my hand on the ground and use magic. This is a small open area, with not much in the way of vegetation. I use earth magic to open a hole, and reinforce the walls around it by controlling magic energy. And in the end, make a basement. What are you planning to do with this, Sora? Leave a transfer magic item so we can come back after hunting the goblins. It's not like I have a problem with walking, but if possible, I want to be back in time for the dungeon's change. There's one in the house we're renting, but we can't go back without reporting that we hunted the goblins. With the basement complete, we have a somewhat early lunch, and head to the valley where the goblins are gathered. Walking in Another World, Chapter 700, Goblin Hunting, Part 2. As we cross the forest, we occasionally stop to pick medicinal herbs, fruit, and vegetables. Of course, we don't stray from the path, and only pick what we can see up ahead. Our priority is reaching the valley where the goblins are. Master, what are you making today? Soup using the vegetables? Actually, I might as well make udon. I can use the help of the cooking skill to make the noodles, and make a soup based on soy sauce. I'm using an assortment of vegetables this time, but I could make stuff like curry soup or curry udon too. If there was stuff like dry noodles, it could be added as an option for portable rations to take to the dungeon, but then it might be better to just use magic to thaw frozen ones. And could the water be used for the soup then? Whether that would be tasty is a different story. I talk with the others about this while cooking, and Mia and Chris look pretty serious. Are they thinking about trying it? After eating, we keep walking until a little after the sun sets. And after finding a nice space to build a house, we rest for the day there. First, I make the house with earth magic. And since Hikari complains that she didn't have enough meat, dinner is based on what she wants. I leave the cooking to the others, while I use the covert skill to hide the house, and go for a walk around here, picking up medicinal herbs and fruit along the way. Of course, I make sure I don't go too far, because I don't want to worry anyone. And they'd get mad if I did. If Hikari and Rurika got their hands on what I brought, they'd know. The food is ready when I come back, and Hikari hands me a meat skewer. After we eat, we go to bed. I can tell from map that there aren't any monsters nearby, but since we're getting close to the goblins' camp, we take turns keeping watch. The next day, we reach the valley in the afternoon. We can see 5 goblins when we look down. There's a cave nearby, and I see close to 100 reactions in it. I can imagine based on their positions that one is a superior species. And the cave looks pretty wide. What should we do? It looks pretty wide. I guess we can't close the entrance and call it a job well done. We have to go in and take them down. There might be another entrance, says Rurika. Also, we need to prove we beat them. It would be one thing if multiple parties were here, but it would be hard to prove with just us. Or rather, impossible. If any goblins got away and they were sighted, we'd be penalized for a false report. We take a small break, and move out before the sun sets. Ready? The plan is simple. Use transfer from up here. The goblins die, still with a look of shock on their faces after we suddenly appear in front of them. Hikari immediately uses projectile slash, Rurika starts cutting with Gale, and Sarah throws axes to cut necks. I quickly collect the corpses while holding my shield, and we enter the cave. After a bit, I look around with map, because I couldn't see the layout of the cave from outside. It's pretty branched. The paths split a lot, and there are goblins spread all around. Not just in the deepest area where most are. It would take time to go around all the paths, and it would be dangerous to split up. We're fighting goblins, but we still need to be careful. But there's also a chance that as we take down goblins in these paths, the ones deep inside the cave will escape. Conversely, we need to see how the goblins in these paths react when we reach the others. As far as I can see on map, there's only one entrance. Should we ambush them there? They're monsters, but they still need to rest, and they post guards when they do. We could use this to whittle down their numbers. But if there's a superior species, it might catch on to the fact that the others aren't returning, and take action. But as I tell the others what I see, there's a big tremor. I hold Chris' hand because it looks like she might fall, and I consider going outside because it feels dangerous in the cave. Rurika and the others feel the same, but as we walk towards the exit, I hear someone's surprised voice, but it quickly stops. The entrance is being closed. It happens so fast, and the faint light shining in quickly disappears. I slowly walk forward in the dark, and touch the rugged rock. Did that earthquake cause a cave-in? Then can I fix this with earth magic? I'm about to do something about the rocks blocking the entrance, when I notice I can't use magic. Walking in Another World, Chapter 701, Goblin Hunting, Part 3. I can't use magic? I whisper. Master, I sense something outside. Yes, multiple things, say Rurika and Hikari, and yes, there are reactions on the other side of the boulder. They're clearly not human, but when did they get there? Let's step back a little. After telling them once again I can't use magic, we step away because we don't know what will happen. 1 meter, 2 meters, and then I notice something changes. Magic energy? Chris, Mia, can you use magic? I think so. Me too. But I don't think I could use holy magic until just now. I had a feeling. So our magic energy returned when we stepped away? It's easy to check, but I don't think we should carelessly get close. So what now? We'll hunt the goblins? Rurikan unsheaths her swords, and Hikari grabs her dagger. Sarah sees them, and also takes her axes from her item pouch. Not the ones she normally uses, throwing axes. This passage is about 3 meters wide, meaning there's less room to swing them. Rurika suggested we hunt the goblins, but apparently one group is headed this way. At the same time, the reactions outside are going away. I don't know what the ones outside are, I just know they're not human. Their reactions feel goblin, but they also feel a little different from the goblins inside. Sora, think about that later. We should head to the deepest area, says Rurika, and we run through the cave. I look at map, and see the goblins in the deepest room are still there. Conversely, the ones in the other paths are heading to the center. Rurika wants us to go deeper because that's where we can display our strength the best. Also, we should probably get as far away from the entrance as possible. Goblins show their faces from the branched paths, but they quickly go down. I collect the corpses I can collect and leave the rest. We can't burn them here, but if they turn into undead, Mia should be able to take care of them. There are a lot of reactions about 200 meters from here. Not in a straight line, but after a few curves. Rurika, I'll take point. We're almost there, so I stand in front with my shield. There are 50 reactions in that open area, and about 20 that are still coming this way. I look at map again, and see the former still aren't moving. Will a focused attack be waiting for us when we reach that area? We jump in with that in mind, but no attack comes. Why? They're not here. We only see 10 goblins. Rurika and Hikari are shaken, and I'm surprised. This isn't what I saw on map. Are they invisible? Apparently I'm not the only one to think that, because Hikari uses her projectile slash before I can use wind magic. Her aim is perfect, and it cuts a goblin. Then I use tornado to cover that area, and the raging winds mince the goblins. All the goblins here are down, but map shows me 40 reactions. Let's take down the ones that are left, says Rurika, and we head to the center of this area. The reactions are still here, but there are no actual presences. Sora, Chris, be careful. Sarah, Mia, Hikari, let's hunt them. Sarah grabs her usual axes, and Mia trades her staff for a spear. Mia casts holy magic buffs, and they ambush the goblins coming in. There are some superior species among them, but the corpses pile up nonetheless. It's over. Rurika stabs the last one with her twin swords, and all the reactions are gone. I put the corpses in my item box and look around. The floor is rugged, and there's nothing other than the goblin Hikari took down with projectile slash, meat chunks, and blood. I carefully go in deeper to collect the corpses, and investigate, but what really sticks out to me are the reactions of the goblins that aren't here. This will play a part in what we do next. There really is nothing. I don't feel magic energy either, but the reactions remain. I even try analysis where they are, but I get nothing. What do we do? I'm curious. but I'm also curious about those reactions outside. Hikari and Ruroka also sensed them, and are thinking about what I said. Sora, can we get out of here? We won't have any problem if I can use transfer. I've actually already activated it. I used it for a short jump, but if I can use it for a short jump, a long one should be fine. Then let's stay here all night. I want to investigate some things. I don't think there's any danger of a cave-in, so we decide to stay the night here. Walking in Another World, Chapter 702, Disappearing Reactions. Is this the last one? I'm pretty sure. I'm using the memory skill, but I check with Sarah just to be sure. We're both going back the way we came to collect goblin corpses. Another 50 meters and we'll reach the entrance. But we shouldn't go there, so we take a branched path. There are no monster reactions, but we're checking just in case. And after about 30 meters, we meet a dead end. After checking some other branched paths, we found some that seem to be armories. Some weapons are brand new, some rusted, some bloodstained. There's also a lot of variety with swords, spears, axes, blunt weapons, and bows. I put it all in the item box. And since monsters are alive, they need food. They had reserves, but I'm not taking that with me. Once we're done with it, we go back near the entrance, and seal the passage with earth magic. This way, no one can remove the rock blocking the entrance and come here. Let's go back. I check map, and see the others are back in that wide room. And the reactions are still there. Oh, welcome back. Did you find anything? I tell them about the weapons. We found what looks like medicinal herbs. We brought them, so do you want to check them? I praise what Mia gives me, and while a lot are medicinal herbs, what stands out to me are the poisonous plants. The poison isn't that strong as it is, but it can be made stronger. Of course, it's not easy, but it can be used to coat weapons so the poison enters through wounds. Yes, this shouldn't be easy. But there are plants from which poison can be just taken out and used. We should assume the goblins were creating poison, but none of the goblins we took down held weapons with poison. Master, you're frowning. Hikari pokes my forehead as I think. I turn to her, and see Chris with a troubled expression and the others exasperated. Let me just tell you what I know. I tell them about the poison, and the others look serious. That doesn't sound too peaceful, says Ruroka with her arms crossed. But can goblins even make poison? Mia asks while tilting her head. Maybe superior species can. There's a lot we don't know about monster ecology, says Chris. It's okay. We don't have to be scared of poison with Master and Big Sister Mia around. Hikari doesn't care. Hikari, there might be things even they can't heal. And there's poison that's strong enough for an instant death. Sora, what do you think about that? Says Sarah, admonishing Hikari. I don't know what kind of poison it is. I should know if I can appraise the actual thing. My alchemy can't produce something that kills instantly with these poisonous plants. But that's just my alchemy, and I can't say for certain that goblins can't use their tricks to make it. Much like how my alchemy isn't like normal alchemy, it could be possible to produce it through other methods. Oh, they're gone. As we talk about the poisonous plants, Hikari notices something, then Ruroka, then I do. What? The reactions are gone. Hikari says to Mia. She's right, presence detection doesn't pick them up anymore. And they're gone from map. This place is full of mysteries. Should we leave? We should stay here as we planned and be cautious until morning. The reactions might come back. Maybe this place is just like that, says Ruroka, as if trying to convince herself. We investigated the walls and ceiling just in case, but we can tell there's no risk of a cave-in. Unlike dungeons, it's dangerous to start a fire here. So we'll eat what we have that's already ready to eat. Lately we've been eating food we cooked, but stall food is nice once in a while. It might seem like an extravagant concern to have, but having things we bought in different places gives it a nostalgic feeling too. I'm having something I bought in the Dragon Kingdom. It's been a while, but it's just like it was when I bought it. The item box is great. This is probably the best skill Chris told me about. What's on your mind, Sora? I was just thinking that after this dungeon exploration, It might be nice to use transfer to go around buying food in stalls. Good thinking, Master. I respond to Mia, and Hikari gives me her stamp of approval. There are things we can only have in certain places. Not to mention that they might have things that weren't available the last time we were there. After we're done eating, we take turns keeping watch, 2 people at a time. And the next morning, we see the reactions haven't returned. Walking in Another World, Chapter 703, Report. We only get back to the village 3 days after being stuck inside the cave. This is because I used transfer to take us to the magic item I left underground, and then we went back to the valley to look around the buried entrance. After finding no clues, I used transfer again to return to the underground magic item, retrieved it, and we came back to the village. But this time, I left a magic item near the entrance to the cave that will tell me if someone gets close. The culprit always returns to the scene of the crime. Not quite, it's just something I made with creation that will disappear if someone approaches it. We've also gone north, since there were goblin sightings there too, but we didn't find any traces of them. We took down all the goblins we found, but we don't know if that's all of them, so you should be cautious for a while. I feel like they're going to complain, so I show them the corpses. There's 46 in total, and upon seeing them, the village chief closes his mouth. It's clear they're not paying enough for how many we hunted, especially considering there are superior species among them. They're goblins, but it still wouldn't be worth it for regular adventurers. Not to mention that if low-rank adventurers accepted this quest, they would either give up or not come out unharmed. Since it would be hard to prove how many goblins there were, it would probably be marked as a failed quest for them. Although that would be taken back if other people took over the quest and proved how many there were. I understand. After looking at the goblins, the village chief bows and promises to be careful. I hope it's nothing, but I can't help but feel like something is missing. We're going to report this to the guild, but unfortunately, we have no proof that there's anything there. We may have made them more anxious, and the guild might think we're just crazy. We couldn't tell where those reactions were coming from, but the reality is that we're not all powerful. There might be people out there who are better at exploring, so we'll leave the decision to the guild. We stay the night in the village, but I don't see any monster reactions on map. Oh, it's you guys. Are you done with the goblins? We meet Argo's party on our way to the guild in Avid. They say they're done testing their weapons on wolves, and are taking them to the workshop. I see. That does seem strange. How should we report this? HN, I think you can just tell them what happened, and the guild can figure it out after that. And you hunted a lot of goblins, right? I tell them how much we hunted and collected. It would be dangerous if some newbies accepted that just because they're goblins. Or maybe not, if they never even made it to the nest, says Argo, because a regular adventurer would just head north, hunt a few goblins there, and report a job well done. Knowing too much can lead people to worry too much. Guilford nods, with his arms crossed. It's true that we wouldn't have gone to the valley if I didn't have map. Then we head to the guild, and Argo and his party say they're going to stroll around town. It's past noon, so the guild is deserted. Most guilds tend to be busy in the morning and evening. But since there's a dungeon in this town, it's hard to tell when it will be busy. The goblin hunting quest? Do you have proof? We brought them as they were. As they were? You didn't take them apart? The receptionist is surprised. Goblins have no saleable parts other than their magic stones, so no one brings them back like this. It's just pointless effort. How many were there? 46. F46? The receptionist lady is surprised by Hikari's answer. I understand. What do you want to do about taking apart and processing the corpses? The reward changes a lot depending on whether you do it yourselves or have the guild do it. The guild can take care of them. Then she takes us to where they take monsters apart. Come back with your certificate after you're done depositing them. The receptionist leaves, and another employee tells me to start dumping the corpses, so I do. Hey, is this a goblin fighter? This isn't a regular goblin either. Were there superior species? It makes sense that someone who takes monsters apart for a living can tell instantly. We can use the skin of this one. Hold on, let me check its condition. The employees split up and get to work, Take this." After a while, we receive a certificate, and the receptionist lady is surprised when she sees it. She thought they were just goblins, but there were superior species mixed in there. We take the reward and report on what happened by saying there might be more goblins, even if there were no traces. After that, we go straight home. Argo and the others are back too, so we talk more about what happened, and take it easy.